Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trading Capital's daily live stream of the market open. Today is currently March the 15th. I'm your head market trader here, jumping into the charts on this new trading session. Lots to discuss here. First things first, a little bit of comments here. Thank you, Chris. Thank you for the positive comments. Much appreciated. Appreciate that. Chris Maker, I made that MSOS entry yesterday at 7.6, $7.60, 5K shares. Nice little pop to 815 on 500,000 pre-market volume. Hold or sell, we'll get to that in a moment. It's breaking above the 4-hour moving average and recaptured the upsloping trend line. You know, the thing about the MSOS right now, it's showing that relative strength, right? Indices right now are all red in the pre-market. Remember, it is OPEX today, so 5 trillion worth of options will be expiring today, changing hands. A lot of liquidity moving around the market today, so expect a lot of interesting price action. I do think that individual stocks will have some pretty irrational moves. It may go against the grain as the market makers will try to expire and hit that max pain level. Now, good morning, Brinja Bear. Any pre-market trades? I'm eyeing up a few things, but not quickly yet. Eric, quick question. I signed up to your service last week, but I'm unsure how to get the daily updates on your site. So, Eric, I actually stopped putting the daily analysis videos on the website because some members were having issues viewing it for some reason. So all of the daily analysis videos get posted in the Telegram chat each and every day. I send that daily analysis video through the Telegram chat. So you can go back and you can find each video is titled Members Daily Analysis with the specific date. You can also search in the Telegram chat. All right, so what I'm looking for here, we've got some trades on watch. Adobe gapping down on earnings. This is the largest large cap stock, not considered a mega cap, but considered a very, very blue chip large cap stock. So we're going to be looking at the longs on Adobe. It is gapping down quite substantially today on earnings, down currently 12%. All right, so just recognize that I have two levels to start accumulating on the long side. This is just a day trade scalp. Repeat, this is not a swing trade. This is a day trade. Okay, so Adobe coming up into our first level, 499.80. So piercing that 500 whole psychological number. That is where I'm looking at for Adobe at the moment. If Adobe, just recognize though, Adobe is breaking a lot of funds volatility range. So that means that funds will have to dump and trim Adobe whether or not they like it or not and think it's going higher. Adobe did have good earnings, but it was weak forward guidance. I think the market is really showing us that if a company gives weak forward guidance, they're going to throw it out. Hey, Eric, yeah, did you get the welcome email, Eric? You can check out the Telegram link there. 94% range. So since this is an earnings gap down, I'm going to be going in with a 1/5 position at this 499.80. And then I'm going to accumulate in the center point around 492 and then 484 in hopes for a bounce. If we start overshooting that, then we'll have 2 additional entries. Basically, I'm going in with about 20,000 per lot. So 20,000 here, 20,000 around 492, 20,000 here. So if we hit all 5 entries, I'd have about 100,000 in Adobe. All right, so we are right now, all indices are down across the board. Bitcoin and crypto are clearly under pressure again today. I wouldn't be surprised if the market actually has some sort of a bounce reversal. You are seeing small caps trying to catch a bid at the moment. They are still weak, but they are trying to catch a bid. Headwinds and tailwinds today. So oil's actually made a little bit of a red to green reversal. Now it's pulling in a little bit, slightly negative, but it is off of the lows quite substantially. So that is kind of a neutral point. The dollar right now is just flat. So that's not a headwind, it's not a tailwind, it's neutral. Yields right now are also flat across the board. So that's neutral. And then you look at the VIX, the UVXY is up slightly 1%. So 3 out of the 4 headwinds or tailwinds for the market are actually neutral. So it's kind of a toss-up right now, right? Markets could sell off, they could rally. VIX positive, showing some increased fear and weakness potentially creeping into the picture. I'm actually looking at Adobe long, Tesla long, and a Boeing long. So keep those 3 on watch. I'm also looking at fading MicroStrategy if Bitcoin keeps getting rejected at 68K. It is currently down about 5% on the session. MicroStrategy had a pre-market high all the way up to 1653, pre-market low all the way down to 15 30. So that's a wide tradable range for us. You know, if you test the lows, it's about a 7.5% range up and down. So again, I'm looking at Adobe on the long side, and we're also going to look at Boeing on the long side, as well as Tesla. Boeing is hitting a 3 standard deviation move to the downside on the daily chart. On the daily chart, very oversold, and I do think that we can get a bid. I know there's a lot of negative press around Boeing, but that's kind of the trades that I like to keep on watch. So again, we have 10 minutes till the open. So Adobe, Boeing, Tesla are my top favorite longs at the moment, and I'm just reluctant to short something right now until we get some really big extension move. I was actually looking at fading some energy stocks like XOM. You know, when you look at this chart, XOM has had a spectacular move to the upside, just going pretty much parabolic, hitting that overbought zone, definitely getting overbought intraday. You are coming up into this wide range red bar resistance. So I am keeping this one on watch. I would like to fade energy stocks if oil remains negative. You know, there is a scenario where XOM can actually push all the way up to this 113 area. So we're going to watch it closely. But I am looking at fading some energy stocks if oil breaks down. Right now, oil's flat. Netflix got a big upgrade. Silver is pumping up 1.5%. Gold just flat. Oil just flat at the moment. Let's look at MSOS for Chris. So MSOS, he went long. What was that? 760. Nice job there, Chris. 760. And you can see it's pushing up. So, I mean, you're in the driver's seat of this trade. I would just recommend you don't let it go against you. Put your protective stops in place, whether that's a break even at the minimum or in the money. I think that, let me see where we're trading. So we actually came up to fill this gap in the pre-market. So that's a positive sign, but there is some resistance there. Now, being the fact that we're actually bouncing and getting above this little fib zone here, I do think that there's a scenario we can actually push all the way up to 850. That could happen today, but it's going to require the Russell 2000, I think, firming up. You do have semiconductors weak on the session today. Down, the SOXS is catching a nice bid. Excuse me. Sneeze, but SOXS is up about 2.85%. You have SMCI down 0.7, AMD down 1, NVDA down 0.7, Apple's negative, Microsoft's negative by 0.5%. So Tesla's really the only one green mega cap, definitely showing a little bit of strength today in the pre-market, holding some gains. Meta's positive, and Google negative by 0.48, Amazon negative by 0.4%. Fisker was an absolute monster trade yesterday, guys. We went long Fisker in the live day trade room, and we ended up netting a beautiful just under 40% gain on that pop. I am all out of Fisker, but that was one of our epic trades yesterday. So Fisker headlines initially was bankruptcy, or potential bankruptcy. And, you know, I was a little bit suspect about that considering how oversold it was. I know it's a definitely shitty company, but our markets, I said on the live stream, our markets don't act rational, right? Typically, bankrupt companies really catch a bid. We have seen that. So we put a little bit of a small lotto play, and that lotto play, I didn't expect it to hit so quickly, but it hit in the pre-market or after hours market session by gapping up about 66% at the high on the back of, you know what, we're not going to be going bankrupt. Likely Nissan or some other automaker will buy us out before that happens. So I'm looking at Fisker for maybe a little bit of a continuation momentum bid. Still down quite substantially right now. It is up, but I want to see it retest 17 cents. That's your inverse head and shoulders upside target, which blasted through with ease. But let's just focus on Adobe, and I think that we can catch a nice little trade here. Again, Boeing, Adobe, and Tesla. I'm actually going to put Tesla up here on the chart. Again, if you notice Tesla's getting very, very oversold here. So we've got quite a bit of things on watch for Tesla. Just going to move some of these trend lines down, resistance. And there is this little channel that we were chopping in on Tesla before. Let me just see if I can draw it in.
So I can't imagine the stock price of tomorrow will react well if it comes out and it's verified.
Oil's now turning negative, so those energy trades may play out. Those energy trades may play out, like fading XOM. XOM has now dropped in the pre-market, so it is seeing a little bit of sell-side pressure with oil reversing. So keep your eye on those energy stocks because they are a little bit extended in the short term. I still remain bullish, but definitely a potential day tradable scalp short. All right, Adobe's catching a little bit of a micro bid. We'll see if it starts to dump in the regular hours. I'm just going to flip everything back to the intraday, the regular trading hours, and then we can see the gap down. But Adobe does have a lot of support. You have this massive gap fill on the daily chart. You also have this little pivot low. Lots of support in this range. No question about that. No question about that. Fisker up about 26% right now. Eli Lilly down about 1%. Oil's again negative. Rig is another one that we could potentially fade. Boeing slightly red in the pre-market. Tesla flat. So that's what I like to see at the open. We got 4 minutes. Dixie's actually popping here, guys. The Dixie is actually popping here in the pre-market. So applying a little bit of pressure to the overall equity markets. Again, I like Tesla. Anything below that 162, I like Tesla below 162. Yields rising. Are they rising right now? Yeah, they've made a little bit of a red to green reversal. 10-year up 0.37, 2-year up 0.49. So now you're seeing a little bit of those neutral headwinds turning into, neutral tailwinds turning into headwinds. So yeah, yields turning positive. That's a headwind for the market. VIX positive. That's a headwind for the market. Oil going negative. That's a tailwind. And the dollar going positive. That's a headwind. So yeah, you're seeing semis now starting to get some weaker price action creeping into the picture. Bitcoin still trying to press higher here, just currently trading under 68K. All right, guys, so we have the plan. Adobe, Boeing, Tesla. I'm looking at longs on all three and then potentially fading some of these energy stocks like XOM and whatnot. All right, we have about 2 minutes till the open. 2 minutes till the open. Actually, Adobe is hitting our level right now, guys. Adobe's actually going lower here. Very fascinating. Guys, Adobe did briefly hit my level. I was too slow to get my order in, but Adobe did hit that first level, and I was too slow. So it pierced that 499 level. It went below 500. That 499.88 was my first buy zone. All right, we're back in. I'm actually going to pick up some Adobe right there. I just got filled at 499. 499. It's a starter position, guys. Starter position. Again, Adobe can go lower. Just recognize that. But we are in Adobe. Starter position. 499. Boeing still looks enticing. Tesla's moved back to the green side, guys. A little bit more weakness creeping into semiconductors. So we are long Adobe, starter position. Long Adobe, starter position. 499. Let's play ball, guys. Let's play ball. Markets are going to be opening right here. All right, Adobe's coming down. All right, guys, I just added to my Adobe there at 490. 490, it's the second entry. 490. My average is now sitting at 495.72. 495.72. A little bit of a dump there. Look at that bounce on Adobe, guys. So we are long Adobe, guys. We are long Adobe. 495.72, slightly green on the trade. Tesla's ripping. Boeing's trying to catch a bid. We are in the money on Adobe, guys. This is a beautiful, beautiful thing to see. Come on, Adobe, press higher. Next ad level's at that 484.82, guys. 484.82. Tesla's ripping, Microsoft's dumping, Apple's dumping, Bitcoin's dumping. Come on, Adobe, press higher. Boeing's catching a bid, guys. BA up about 0.43%. Guys, I just went long Boeing as well. I got filled at 181.96. 181.96. Adobe's popping here, guys. Look at the run on Adobe. Here we go. Here we go. Come on, press higher. I'm looking for a move back to 505 as we're at 500 in the money by about $5 here. Come on, Adobe. Press, press, press. Boeing. Come on, Boeing. Push, push, push. S&P. Big gap down. Currently down 0.79. Q's down 0.7. Russell's outperforming, guys. Adobe, big push. Look at that push, guys. Look at that push. All right, guys, I'm all out of Adobe. I just sold Adobe there, 501.87. Boom. Beautiful little trade, guys. Beautiful little trade on Adobe. Everyone should have caught that. Everyone should have caught that. Now we're riding Boeing, guys. We're riding Boeing. Again, my average on Boeing is sitting at 181.96. We are in the money. 181.96. We are in the money. Nice trade. We're already in the driver's seat. That was a nice, cool $500 on Adobe for myself. Nice, cool 500. Guys, I'm going to fade XOM. High risk trade. Shorting XOM. Let's look at XOM. Getting an alert on AI. Boeing's still pressing, guys. Boeing's still pressing, so we're in the money on both. We are in the money on both. I'm seeing the dollar trying to press, but oil's coming in a little bit. Boeing, I'm still riding Boeing. All right, guys, I'm short XOM. I'm short XOM. I got filled at 111.69. 111.69. I repeat, 111.69 on Boeing. I mean on XOM. Boeing, we're still riding up. Adobe, if we retest lower on Adobe, this wick low, I'll look for longs again. Oil starting to weaken. MSOS flying. Nice job. And that gas coming in pretty sharply. Guys, we crushed that. We crushed that Boeing. Everyone should have caught that Boeing trade or Adobe trade. Everyone should have caught that Adobe trade. So we're short now XOM at 111.69. It's a starter position. It's a starter position. I only have 250 shares short. 250 shares short XOM. Bitcoin's trying to catch a little bit of a pop here, guys. I'm actually looking at MSTR as a long now because Bitcoin's trying to get a little bit of a wick up here. High risk trade, guys. I'm going to take a stab at MSTR. I'll let you know if I get filled. I haven't got filled yet. Apple, yep, Apple's weak right now. Microsoft's Tesla ripping. Anyone that took Tesla, nice job. SPY's at some support. Qs are at some support here. Again, we're flat on Boeing. Flat on Boeing. Out of Adobe, nice job. Ninja Bear. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Adobe's still oversold. I'm still watching it because I like it. But we'll see if we can get some more. All right, guys, I took a stab at MSTR. Got filled at 1590. 1590 starter position. 1590. This is a high risk trade. MSTR 1590. MSTR long, 1590. Starter position. This is light share size because it is a high risk trade. 1590 even. So we're long Boeing, we're long MSTR, and we're short XOM. Starter position. I am seeing oil weakening a little bit. Here goes MSTR, guys. Come on, MSTR. Pump it, pump it, pump it. Pump it up. So we've already took massive profits on Adobe this morning. That was a nice clinical setup. It's about a 2.5, almost 3 standard deviation away from the mean. And we gave you those levels. Boeing's coming in now, guys. Boeing is coming in. MSTR's ripping. I'm actually looking to add to my Boeing around 181. 181 I'll add to my Boeing trade. Bitcoin trying to make a nice green stick to the upside. Tesla's coming in now, guys. Tesla is coming in. I think we could look for a retrace on Tesla, guys. That might be an opportunity. Still short XOM, long MSTR. MSTR, we're up almost 1%. We are seeing it climb here. Boeing struggling. XOM's trying to push up. Still have the indices negative on the session. Come on, MSTR. Push, 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 push. Next ad level on XOM is basically around your gap window, which is sitting at 112.50. And then we do have a gap fill sitting at 113.71. Rig jumping higher. Yep, rig's up 2.65. Energy stock still seeing momentum. I think you have a little bit of late chasing, though, coming into the picture. A little bit of late chasing. Look at this MSTR trade, guys. Look at this MSTR trade. Bitcoin's absolutely flying. Again, next ad level on XOM is 112.50. We only have a 1/4 position in this. We have a 1/4 position in MicroStrategy. I think MSTR could actually come up and fill this gap today. So we're already in the driver's seat on MSTR. We are already in the driver's seat on MSTR. All right, markets are breaking down here, guys. Markets are breaking down. I'm actually going to exit. No, I'm going to hold on to MSTR. It's holding up as the markets are selling, so it's a good sign. It's a good sign for now. NVDA down into the lows. I think we could actually get a bounce trade on NVIDIA. I'm looking at the 857.66. There's a gap fill, 857.66. There's a pretty big gap fill. Boeing's moving up now. Get ready to add to XOM, guys. Get ready to add to XOM. Rig jumping MSOS. Yep, MSOS is a beast today. Nat gas getting clobbered. Canopy growth also seeing some nice momentum, up 5.23%. That one's ripping. How's Adobe? Adobe's just floundering here, chopping sideways. Chopping sideways. So we've already taken nice little wins, and we're in the driver's seat on MSTR, 1590. 1590. Up about 2%. Come on, MSTR. Bitcoin needs to pump here. Qs may catch a bid here. So Qs may catch a bid here. Makes me more bullish on this MSTR trade. Just a day trade. Repeat, just a day trade. You have Nat Gas selling off, looking bearish today. Come on, Bitcoin, pump it up. I do think Tesla can actually push higher again. It is showing some relative strength today, up 1% when the broad indices are negative. VIX is still green. We're still long Boeing, long MSTR, and short XOM. Flat on this Boeing, in the money nicely on MSTR. Bitcoin's still pressing higher here, guys. Oil's still weak. Come on, MSTR. Pump it, pump it. Can MSTR go green? That would be an epic reversal. It's down 2.5% right now. We're actually up over almost 3% on the trade. Come on, pump it. Pump it, MSTR. Pump it up. Qs are still weak, but they are into some support here. On the daily chart of the Qs, you're hitting a 50% retrace. So it's a nice potential level here. Tesla's looking interesting. NVIDIA's making a bullish reversal. Meta's still weak. Meta's still weak at the moment. MSTR is pumping, guys. Adobe coming back down. Come on. Let's see what we can get on MSTR. Push it, push it, push it. Come on, Boeing. Push MSTR. All right, guys. I'm exiting MSTR right here. I just exited 1638. Boom. Nice trade there. Just exited MSTR at 1638. Thank you very much. I will take that one to the bank as well. Boom. Within the first 11 minutes, we're already up about 1,000 here. XOM and Boeing, we're waiting on these two trades. Nice trade on now we have Boeing curling up here. Nice day already. Nice day already. Nice day. And this is all within the first 11 minutes, guys. We've taken a winner on MSTR, a winner on Adobe. Now we're in XOM and Boeing. Come on, XOM. We know you want to fall here with oil. We know you want to fall here with oil. Rig at that 586 level could be a nice short opportunity. I repeat, rig at that 586 could be a short opportunity. Nat Gas just got bludgeoned. Canopy Growth continuing to squeeze higher. Adobe still down 12.3%, guys. There might be a trade here on Adobe again. It is at some support again. For piercing below 500 psychological number is a pretty big level. Microsoft coming in. Amazon still falling. Google's falling a little bit. NVIDIA's still weak. Boeing's still trying to press, guys. Boeing and Tesla trying to press. What are our high-flying market movers today? SoundHound down 8. NVDA. Very, very interesting. Guys, I do like Boeing again. Adobe. I do like Adobe. It's coming back down to our entry. Adobe is coming back down to our entry here. Bitcoin running into some resistance here. NVIDIA filling the gap. Yep, it looks like it will, right? We're in the driver's seat on Boeing. I repeat, we're in the driver's seat on Boeing, guys. It is trying to make a nice move higher here. Still holding XOM short. Took profits on MSTR. Wow, what a day already. Good morning there, the Village Trader. Good morning. Tesla and SPY below 162 put on Tesla, you say? No, Tesla's looking a little bit more bullish here. You have Mega Capland selling off, but Tesla's looking bullish. All right, guys, Adobe's coming into another potential play here, guys. ADBE. Let's pull up that chart again. You can see we're right back down to our previous entry. We're right back down to our previous entry. Now, I'm going to look for a dip a little bit lower to start accumulating Adobe again. We got a nice bounce off the open, but the question is the volume now out of the picture for Adobe? Is it just going to get sold into all day? Still at a very, very big level here. So I am looking at potentially going long again, but let's see. We can actually get it at a lower price right now. SPY's Q still selling off pretty sharply here. Pretty sharply, guys. SPY and Q still selling off very, very sharply. A lot of weakness today, guys. The Russell's still hanging on to positive gains, though, guys. The IWM is still positive. You have Fisker that's faded, only up 12%. All right, guys, I just picked up some Adobe, 496.72, 496.72. This is a starter position. Recognize it can go lower. 496.72. Next ad level is going to be at this pivot low again. So I am long Adobe at the moment, 496.72, 496.72, and still holding a Boeing long. Adobe is going lower, so next ad level on Adobe is at this pivot low. Still riding Boeing long and an XOM short. Oil is fading at the moment, guys. Oil is fading. You do have XOM still positive on the session. Come on, Adobe. Come on, Boeing. Press, press, press. I do think Boeing can actually hit this little resistance on the 10-minute chart. Just a simple trend line. I think we can push up to about 184 today. Come on, Adobe. Amazon still weak. Meta still weak. Apple still weak. Tesla now coming in. Qs are getting a little bit of a bounce here, guys. Qs are getting a little bit of a bounce. We're in the money again on Adobe. Nice trade here. Nice trade. Come on, Adobe. Push it, Boeing. Push it. You have Bitcoin trying to press again higher. NVDA trying to make a little bit of a bullish reversal. Qs are catching a nice little bid off the bottom here. Qs are catching a nice little bid. Boeing still trying to climb. XOM coming in a little bit. Come on, come on. Get back to that 503 level on Adobe. You can see we are in the driver's seat. We're in the money on Adobe now. We're in the money on Boeing. And we're basically flat on XOM, guys. We're flat on XOM. All right, high-flying movers. Again, Rivian up 3, Google negative. Pretty much every mega cap is negative today except for Tesla. Except for Tesla. Very interesting. Adobe still down 12.7. XOM's coming in now, guys. XOM is coming in. Dollar is trying to move up a little bit here. So you're seeing Bitcoin running into a little bit of resistance. Boeing seeing some sellers now. Tesla coming in. Tesla below 162. I still like it. Remember, I still like Tesla below 162. Nat gas is getting bludgeoned. So Nat gas is getting bludgeoned today. Another day where Nat gas just can't seem to get out of its way. Come on, Adobe. All right, Bitcoin's trying to press higher again, guys. MicroStrategy catching a little bit of a bid. Adobe pushing. Okay, we're in the money now on all 3 trades, guys. We are now in the money on all 3 trades. Bitcoin back above 68K. Negative, but it's outperforming the Qs and the S&P. They're both down quite substantially on the session. FSR catching a bid. A lot of the small cap names, MJ up, MSOS continuing, Canopy Growth continuing. Copper stocks are doing well today. Steel stocks are doing well today. Some strength across some individual China names, but also some weakness in the sectors. Scrolling through your Airbnb down a couple percent, Pan W down, Cell H down. PayPal's negative. Disney's holding green. A little bit of a relative strength there. So is GameStop, GME. That could be a little bit of a squeeze play, GME. Let's see GME here. Yeah, look at that reversal on GME. This one might squeeze today, guys. Let's actually see if we can play a little bit of a long trade. I'm just looking at the hourlies. All right, guys, high risk trade. I'm going long GME 1470. Long GME 1470. This is a 1/4 position. Long GME 1470. This is a high risk trade. Definitely a high risk trade. Not for the faint of heart. Looking for a little bit of a squeeze since small caps are relatively strong today. Potentially putting in a little bit of a bull flag pattern. Next resistance is this pivot here. We're trying to break through the EMA. And then, you'll have some resistance on the daily chart at these other pivot highs. All right, so we're long Boeing, long GME, short XOM, and long Adobe. 4 trades on watch. We're in the money on Boeing. We're flat on GME, slightly green on Adobe, and in the money on XOM. Amazon's dumping here. Qs are still trying to settle in and potentially move a little bit higher. NVIDIA is curling down. Google bear flag. Apple's bear flag. Tesla just fell $2. Yeah, it's still above 163 though. Still holding green. So that's a positive sign. Look at this GME, guys. We are starting to squeeze. Here we go. This is a pure short squeeze name. I'm looking for a stock that was green on the short squeeze list in a red market. I repeat, GME is a green stock in a red market. Again, I'll add to Adobe at this low wick. Look at GME go, guys. Look at it go. Here we go. Come on, baby. The real volume hasn't even started coming in yet, guys. The real volume hasn't even started coming in yet. We're up 0.5%. Let's go. 8 cents per share. Come on. Let's squeeze here, guys. Let's squeeze. Boeing still pressing. All right. GME is trying to make a little bit of a bullish reversal. If we get above this key, I think we can actually retest that 1544 on GME. I really do think we can retest that area. Nice little bull flag breakout on GME. The squeeze hasn't even started. It's crying. The volume's now picking up, guys. The volume is now picking up. Still long Boeing, still short XOM. I am trying to see oil if it wants to push higher here. It is trying. Come on, GME. Push, 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 push to this $15 level. I think we could see 15 on GME, guys. I think we could see 15 on GME. Marijuana stocks still look poised to go higher, guys. Marijuana stocks are looking poised to go higher. Still weakness in Apple. Adobe now trying to catch another little bid. So Adobe is trying to catch another little bid. Come on, Adobe. Press higher. You're into a huge daily chart support level on Adobe. You can see we're even busting through some of these key support zones on Adobe. I think if you get above this pivot, you can retest this little gap fill that we just gapped over. So it's never positive when a stock gaps over a previous big liquidity gap zone. Adobe pushing up here, guys. We're now up on the trade. We're up on the GME. We're in the money on all trades at the moment, but we just want to respect that the market is seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Bitcoin trying to recapture 69K. A little bit of sell side pressure coming into GME. I think that since small caps are strong, let's look at some of the squeeze names. I'm going to look at some of these high short interest stocks because we are seeing the Russell 2000, like Fisker's up 15, Rumble's up 5, Carvana's negative, Nova, Grinder up. So you are seeing some green on the short interest names. The high short interest names, you are seeing some green starting to appear. So there is some squeezing potentially that could unfold today. A little bit of squeezing. GME getting rejected here, seeing some sellers. Still holding XOM on the short side. It did come in briefly, but looking for a little bit more downside. We're flat. I took the GME trade 1471. Yep, nice. You're pretty much at my entry. I'm at 1470. You know, we were up about 1% or over 0.5%, and now it's come in a little bit. But again, this is a high risk trade, so my share size is much smaller on this name. Much smaller because this is not a quality company. It's just a pure momentum based trade we're looking at. I'm seeing strength in small caps. So I'm trying to see if we can catch a little bit of a squeeze. Tesla's actually now negative on the session. So I'm actually now interested in a long on Tesla, guys. I'm now interested in a long on Tesla. I want to see if it can get below 162. Below 162, Tesla's testing its pre-market low. But below 162, I will start a position in Tesla, guys. Below 162. NVIDIA catching a big bid. Microsoft selling, though. XOM pressing higher. Oil's trying to catch a bid. Nice bullish consolidation occurring on Canopy Growth. That one looks like it's going to push higher. MSTR pushing for new high of day. Looks like it wants that gap fill. Boeing still just consolidating. GME consolidating. Adobe looking still very, very weak on the session. NVDA making an epic red to green reversal. Never hit that gap fill on NVIDIA. All right, guys, I'm long Tesla here, 161.96. 161.96 long Tesla. Long Tesla, 161.96. We are going lower. Next ad level on Tesla. It's basically going to be 161.26. So about 70 cents lower. Unfortunately, GME is coming a little bit. Adobe's still hanging around here. XOM trying to push back up. Adobe coming in. Again, we'll add to Adobe down here at 490.24. But it is looking a little bit weak. It's curling in here. Don't like the 5-15-minute candle on GME. I know it's a little rough. It's a big topping tail there. 10-minute topping tail. But I still think it's okay. I mean, the Russell's still hanging on to some gains. You know, it's still technically putting in an inside bar bull flag at the upper range of this initial impulse candle. Really, if you lose this green impulse candle, it's not a good sign. All right, Boeing coming in, more weakness in Boeing. XOM trying to push up. Oil's still weak. Oil's still weak. We are seeing the indices under a little bit of pressure as well, but the Qs are potentially putting in a little bit of a 1-minute inverse head and shoulders. It hasn't triggered yet, but there is a potential 1-minute inverse head and shoulders on the Qs forming. Bitcoin seeing some resistance here. Come on, GME, firm up. Netflix got faded. Apple down 0.96. Tesla down 0.5%. Silver up 1.6. Oil down 0.5%. It's very interesting to see the energy stocks still holding on to the lion's share of their gains, despite oil dipping briefly negative today. You do have the dollar slightly green, yield slightly green, VIX slightly green. I'll add to GME down here at this 1554, but really if we lose this impulse green candle at 1552, that's not a good sign. Boeing putting in a little bit of a bull flag. You can say the same about XOM trying, but oil's still coming in, guys. I think oil could retest about 79.30, 79.30, 79.20 is where I see oil retesting today. Google coming in, Apple still putting in a bear flag, Tesla still weak. NVIDIA being slightly faded here. Tesla coming in a little bit more now, guys. Tesla is coming in a little bit more. GME is still just weak here. Heavy volume on that reversal. Tesla's coming up into next ad level, guys. 161.26. 161.26. Even here at this level's up pretty enticing. All right, guys, I just added there at 161.36. 161.36 I added to my Tesla long. My average is now sitting at 161.68. 161.68. It's a half position on Tesla. It's a half position long. Indices are still very, very weak at the moment. Boeing's a lot of volatility just creeping in at the moment. A lot of volatility. XOM still holding on to its gains. Adobe's coming in lower, guys. Again, next ad levels here. Remember, we could still flush to 484.82 on Adobe today. But right now the market's weak, stock's weak, so things are just selling right now. Markets really haven't caught a bid at all. They are trying. You have AMD green in the semiconductor market. NVIDIA is trying to go green. Rivian's up 4. This GERN up 82%. Ford's slightly green. Palantir down. Google down. Bank of America down. Fisker's being faded here. So small caps are getting slightly faded here. The Russell's gone back to the negative side, guys. The Russell has gone back to the negative side. All right, GME slightly going against us here. Slightly going against us. This is why it's a much smaller position size, because it is a high risk trade. I'm currently down $150 on GME. All right, guys, I just added there to GME. I did just add at this 1554. Sorry, 1454. My average is now sitting at 1462. 1462. And again, I don't think I'm going to add any more to this position because I don't want to lose this green bar. I mean, you do have a gap fill there, but I do not want to lose that green bar. Boeing still long, Boeing still long. Adobe. Adobe's coming up into the next ad level, guys. Nat Gas still weak. XOM still pressing higher. GME did briefly go negative there. NVIDIA still down half. Microsoft down 1.7. All mega caps are showing some weakness today. Still consolidating on Boeing above pre-market high. Adobe is just a grinder at the moment, grinding lower. The dollar is trying to put in a little bit of an intraday bull flag. It looks like it wants to try to press higher. Adobe's coming up into the next ad level, guys. Boeing's getting a nice little pop here. So Boeing is getting a little bit of a pop. Nice little break. Nice little bull flag break on Boeing, guys. We're in the driver's seat. Let's see if we can push up to this little trend line of resistance at 184. Get ready to add to Boeing, guys. Get ready to add to Boeing. And the second entry at XOM is at 112.50. Guys, I did just add to Adobe there. I got filled at 491. 491. So slightly below that, I got filled at 491. 491. My average is now sitting at 494.05 on Adobe. And again, the Qs and SPY haven't really caught any sort of a bid yet today. Guys, I'm going to put a break-even stop on Boeing. So 181.96 stop on Boeing is in place. Bitcoin now coming in. Tesla, Apple. Everything's selling off pretty sharply here, guys. Everything is selling off pretty sharply. Except for energy stocks are still strong. You know, in terms of sector performance today. Let me just pull my Sectors, you do have all sectors red except for 3, utilities, XLE, and materials, XLB. So most sectors are green, including the Dow transports and the broker dealers. They're all red. So this could be a little bit of a trend day to the downside. I have really big support on the Qs at 432.15, 432.15. So at the moment, we have 4 trades. Long GME, slightly down. Long Adobe, slightly down. Long Boeing in the money with a break even. And short XOM. GME really needs to hold this green bar, this impulse candle. We already took profits on Adobe once. We're also riding a Tesla long average at 160-168, slightly flat. Adobe looks like it wants to come lower, guys. I really don't want to see Adobe lose this little bit of a pivot, because then that means we could actually flush quite a bit lower today if Adobe loses this little impulse. GME coming in a little bit more. XOM's trying to press. The Dixie is actually trying to make another move higher. All indices are red. VIX up 4. Yields are not getting a nice bid. Dollar's trying to break out here up to the high side. Fuck, there goes GME breaking below that 5-minute impulse green candle. At the moment, that's not a good signal. Adobe catching a little bit of a bid. Come on, Adobe. Press higher. GME is weakening here, guys. GME is weakening. Still no bounce in the indices yet. Still no bounce in the indices. I don't know, guys. This GME trade, if we get that 5-minute close, I'm hoping we can wick up above it, but not a positive close if we close below here. So right now we're still long Adobe, long Boeing, short XOM, long GME, and long Tesla. All right, guys, I apologize about the GME trade. I just cut it at 14.48. Lost about 269 bucks there. I cut the GME trade. I apologize. We are coming up to gap fill. The volume's increasing, but I just decided to cut that one. I do not like the price action I'm seeing. We tried breaking out, a little bit of a failure, so I apologize about that one. That's our first loss of the day on GME. Let's focus on our other Tesla trade because we are still riding a Tesla long at that 161.68 level. So I'm still bullish on Tesla, still riding an XOM short and a Boeing long, but I apologize about that GME trade. That one did not work out like I showed. It was off to a good start, but now it's it went against us there. That's just the way she goes, though. So 161.68, our average on Tesla. Again, it's a half position. It's a half position long on Tesla. We do have a half position long on Adobe and a 1/4 on Boeing. Boeing, again, is trying to press. Nice little move potentially coming in. This XOM trade is still a tough one. It's a very, very tough one on XOM. It's definitely holding a lot of its gains. Oil's trying to get back above 80. Oil right now is slightly negative, but trying to turn positive. So we got to keep a short leash with this XOM trade because there's a lot of bullish bias right now in the energy sector at the moment with the inflationary trade potentially perking back up. There is a lot of bullish bias. Oh, that GME killed me. That frustrated me. Anyways, Adobe coming in, Tesla moving up, Boeing still consolidating bullishly. They are trying to break this low pivot on Adobe, guys. They are trying to break it. Indices still haven't really caught any sort of a bid yet. Tesla's still negative. I think Tesla's going to go green today. Look at the move on Tesla, guys. Nice move on Tesla. Nice move on Tesla, guys. Breaking a little 2-minute bull flag. Adobe still seeing some selling. We still have extra entries if need be. We have 2 more entries on Adobe. 2 more entries on Adobe. Next one's going to be at this 488 zone, 488.10, and then down here at 484. Adobe. All right, guys, it's coming up into our next little ad level on Adobe. Qs are actually trying to bounce here, so I'm going to add down here on Adobe. I just got filled at 489.40. 489.40. My average is now sitting at 492.53. Still holding Boeing long XOM, short XOM is running against us slightly, guys. XOM is running against us slightly. Oil's trying to make a bullish recovery, guys. You're holding the GME trade a little bit longer. Yep, that's totally cool. SMCI prime for a 5% drop. Could be. Let's look at GME again. Did it firm up there at all? GME, I mean, you're still into that little bit of a gap zone on the 5-minute chart. Trying to firm up. Again, I mean, the market's weak right now. You really haven't got any sort of a bounce yet. So I think that you're seeing bull flags forming on Tesla, Boeing here, Adobe trying to make a little bit of a reversal. Adobe is inside this 10-minute bottoming tail, so technically you are at some support here. So we just have to be patient. I do think that indices will catch a bounce. Coinbase is diverging. It's actually showing positivity. Dollar's softening, VIX still green, yield still green. Russell's positive on the session, guys. So that GME trade could turn green. Oh, Adobe wicking up there, almost turning us back to the green side. Almost turning us back to the green side. All right, we're now in the money on Adobe again, in the money on Boeing, in the money on Tesla. So riding 3 more, slightly down on XOM, guys. Slightly down on XOM. Come on, Adobe. Again, I think we could press back to that 500 whole number on Adobe. I think we could press back to 500 whole number on Adobe. That would not surprise me. Again, the indices are still down 0.94 in the SPY, 0.97 on the Qs, 1% down on Apple. AMD's green, NVIDIA's green, Microsoft leading the charge to the downside, down 1.9%. So Microsoft's struggling as well because of Adobe and that IGV ETF. Google down 0.9, Amazon down 1. Tesla's trying to go green here. It's still negative, but Tesla's trying to go green. Again, Tesla hit a high all the way up here at 165. I think that Tesla has a strong chance of actually breaking those highs today. I could actually see Tesla retesting this 10-minute EMA 113. That's what I'm expecting. So we are in the driver's seat of Tesla. We are moving up nicely. So 1 win on Adobe today, 1 loss on GME, and we are riding the rest. Come on, Adobe. Come on, Boeing. Come on, Tesla. Press, press, press. Dixie's softening here, guys. I'm actually probably going to cut this XOM trade because I am seeing oil. Oil's actually trying to turn green on the softening of the dollar. So, I mean, if we get above this previous high around 120, 112.25, I may have to cut this XOM trade for another loss on the session. Still in it. I'm still in it. I still think it's extended, and it is coming in at the moment. But and again, it's only a starter position in XOM, so there's still a scenario where we can add and maneuver the average. But I'm not liking the price action in the dollar and the price action in oil because it is showing some signs of life. I want to see XOM stay below this 112.25 area. It's kind of my line in the sand. Boeing still constructively consolidating. Tesla's still trying a lot of weakness in Microsoft today, guys. That's definitely hindering the markets from bouncing today. Largest company in the world, applying pressure to all aspects of the market. Cloud stocks, S&P, Qs. Oil's ripping now, guys. Oil is still ripping higher here. Good morning. For some reason, could not join from my cell phone. What was at a dentist appointment? No worries, Ram. Thank you for tuning in now. Thank you for tuning in now. So right now, Ram, we're just long Tesla at 161.68. We're long Adobe 492.53. We are short XOM, slightly down on the trade around 111.69. We already took a nice win on Adobe this morning. We caught this nice bounce. And we've taken one loss on GameStop, GME. A couple people are still holding it. But at the moment, we are long Boeing, we are long Adobe, and we are long Tesla. I am seeing the Qs getting a nice little bid up. Dollars falling to the lows. Meta is trying to curl up. Again, it is OPEX today, guys. It is OPEX today. Let's see if Adobe can press higher. Still holding my XOM because we haven't got above that 112.25. Again, Boeing, we have a break-even stop loss, which it is about to tag, to be honest. Looks like it's about to tag it. Come on, Tesla. Get some momentum. Oil's slowly starting to get faded a bit. Oil is getting faded. So if the Qs can push above 435.71, then we could actually move up to 436.74. Apple testing the lows. Google's testing the lows. NVIDIA's still trying to firm up. Adobe right back down, guys. Right back down on Adobe. Oil's weakening now, guys, so still riding that XOM short. These high oil prices make the CPI, yeah, Brendan, I'm right there with you. High oil prices will make the next CPI very interesting. Likely going to hit to the upside. I don't see any other case. If oil keeps surging the way it is, inflation's going up. It's really simple. Very, very simple. Adobe's still getting sold into here, guys. A lot of volume. We are at a big, big support range. Tesla's coming in now. XOM's trying to push up. Boeing's still catching a bid. Still holding our long on Boeing. Long on Tesla. Just back tested our area there on Tesla. Still shorting XOM. Dollar has turned back to the negative side. The only indice green is IWM small caps. IWM small caps. Weight Watchers is actually squeezing today. It's a very interesting high interest short name, WW. It's been absolutely demolished, and now it's trying to squeeze higher here. Holding above that 5-minute EMA 113. It's a nice positive sign. Definitely a positive sign. This one could retest the high of day again. Interesting. What's this Jern? GERN. This one keeps squeezing. Jern. GERN. Yeah, I mean, once you break these pivots, it's into pretty much free price discovery mode. So this Jern one is a monster. Very interesting. All right, guys. XOM still holding this short on XOM. I mean, daily chart still super, super extended. I could see us flushing back down to gap fill today, or even just testing the low of this impulse green candle. Definitely very, very extended. Still long Adobe, long Tesla, long Boeing, short XOM. XOM is coming in a little bit. Qs are still putting a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders here. So look at the Qs. And on the 1-minute chart, you can see it's testing the neckline at the moment. So you have this little bit of a potential bullish pattern trying to break out on the Qs. Trying. Hasn't done so, but it's trying. So this is going to help our Adobe and our Tesla trade. If we actually break out of the Qs from this little range, you can see though the neckline is keeping it in check at the moment. Again, the selling in Microsoft is pretty relentless at the moment. It is OPEX today. Bitcoin still down about 4.6. Coinbase positive. Tesla's negative. Oh, Tesla, what are you doing? Do have XOM coming in a little bit here, guys. XOM is falling a little bit. Oil's seeing some more sell side pressure. Guys, Boeing just stopped me out at break even. 181.96 stopped, was tagged on Boeing. I repeat, Boeing. So that one we are out of. Boeing stopped me out for a break even. Still have mainly all the mega caps negative on the session. Definitely a lot of weakness in the market. Qs are trying to bust through this neckline. So Tesla were in the green. Adobe were basically slightly down. XOM were down about 10 cents on the trade. Still looking for these indices to move higher. Oil selling off a little bit more. NVDA pressing, Apple pressing. Thanks, Paul. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Paul saying hit the like button. I agree. All right, guys. We're long Adobe, long Tesla, short XOM. You can see the Qs are trying to bust through this little inverse. We did get stopped out of Boeing. Nice volume coming in on Adobe, guys. Good amount of volume. I still have an upside target of 498 and then 500 and potentially retesting this 503 area. Adobe is still one of a very quality stock. Very, very quality stock. We've already taken profits once. Unfortunately, we lost on GameStop. I apologize about that one. But we're going to make it back. We're going to make it back. Where would you re-enter MSOS? Let's take a look at MSOS for Chris. All right, Adobe, we're in the money. You know, that's nice structure. That's a nice gap up, bull flag, weakness in the market. It saw a little bit of consolidation. Even right here is decent. Right here. I mean, if you want to be more conservative and wait for that EMA 113 tap, you can do that. Guys, look at Tesla. We are flying. Tesla's back green. I still think that we could see a big amount of upside in Tesla today. It's super, super over. So look at Adobe, guys. Look at Adobe fly. More green is starting to appear on the screen. More green. Yeah, but I would just use this stop loss, this 806 as your stop loss on MSOS, and I think you can ride it in this vicinity. I think it's still looking like a strong chart. Right now, you see the hourly resistance is at EMA 113. That's why you're struggling there at the moment. But it could push higher here if the market, especially if the market firms, right? This is a strong ETF in a weak market. So if the market firms, we could see it press. Adobe's moving up, guys. Nice move. We're up 0.4% on Adobe at the moment, but I'm looking for more. Again, it was only a half position. I roughly have 59,000 in Adobe. 59,000, it's 120 shares, half position. And at the moment, I have 300 shares in Tesla. It's another half position. XOM is starting to come in too. So XOM is starting to weaken. You already sold your GME calls at a profit. Nice job. Yeah, we just entered a GME call on a. I'm still holding mine. But we entered a GME day trade and it went against us. We had an opportunity to take some profits, but I didn't take the profits. Ended up going against us. Sold for a loss, unfortunately. Qs you can see are trying to break out, seeing some support at the neckline. But if you get rejected here, then we could retest this 434 pivot. Looking like we are getting rejected at the moment. Adobe coming in. Now the question is on Adobe, are we forming a little inverse head and shoulders on Adobe? You have your little left shoulder, you have your head here, and you're now forming a right shoulder. So if we trigger, you need a little bit more work on this right shoulder. But I mean, if we technically have broken out there, but if we form a little bit of a bigger right shoulder here and then we break out, there could be a nice degree of upside here. NVIDIA making a push higher, guys. NVIDIA making another push higher. Tesla's ripping, guys. Tesla's ripping. Yes, let's go. Come on, Tesla. Come on, Adobe. Mike's saying, good morning, Kurt. What do you think, and everyone else, what do you think about BTDR and NVIDIA partnership? Honestly, I haven't looked into that. I honestly have not looked into that. BTDR. Yeah, this one's up 9.75% on a partnership deal. So I can't really comment too much on that. I haven't looked into that fundamental news. Sorry about that, Mike. But I mean, if you have an opinion on it, I'll be happy to share, and then we can converse back and forth in the chat here. But did they sign some sort of an agreement? This stock with the hype in NVIDIA probably will press higher here. I could see it at least tapping the 739. And then if you get through that EMA 113, I mean, your next resistance is at 855. So it is looking interesting. All right, let's look back at the QQQ chart here because I'm still wanting to see Tesla firm up. Qs have triggered a bearish breakdown. The head and shoulders is in play on the hourly chart, guys, on the Qs. Now, it is OPEX, so there's a lot of manipulated price action. So we have got the bearish close on the hourly. The question is, do we retrace and get above that? But right now, the Qs have triggered a larger term head and shoulders pattern that is on watch. And again, we are trying to form a little bit of a right shoulder here on Adobe. So this does suggest that if we get a breakout and firming of the Qs, take a look what could happen in Adobe here. A nice move up to roughly this 502 area. That's where we could see Adobe trade to today. So we are still riding this long and strong. And if we trade to that 502, that would roughly be about almost a $10 rally from our entry. Almost a $10 rally from our entry, which would be about $1,200 on the trade. That would be nice. I'll take that. it was kind of interesting to see. It's funny. I'll tell you a little bit of a story. I've been in this battle with Adobe where I used to use Adobe, Photoshop, etc., just to edit some videos, and then I canceled the service. And I canceled it like 2 years ago, and I've removed my credit card. I've contacted Adobe. I said, listen, like I don't even use the service anymore, but you keep charging me like $40 a month, every month, and I don't have the service. And they said, oh, we can't even find an account on your name. So I've been in this battle with my bank and Adobe to put the stop payment, and they keep just charging me. I don't know how. So it was interesting to see that they were down today, hoping to make back my charges over the last 2 years on these trades, because it's been a nightmare dealing with Adobe. They say I don't have an account, but they keep charging me. It's just ridiculous. Don't really want to cancel my credit card because then I have to sign everything back up, and it's just a whole big rigmarole. But again, we're in the driver's seat of Adobe. This is trying to break out of an inverse head and shoulders, just like the Qs. Look at the pattern, very similar to the Qs. Tesla, we're still riding long and strong, still riding an XOM short. Chris is saying GME is killing him. Let's quickly take a peek at GME again. Oh, GME. Yeah, we cut that, right? Just because I saw that bearish breakdown. We cut it right at this, what was it, 1448 level. So it proved to be a good cut. But GME, I mean, nasty, nasty price action. Definitely nasty price action. Market's weak, right? Market's weak. But again, that's why you sometimes just have to take the loss on the chin, because things like that happen, right? They tend to want to go lower. But we're still long and strong. Adobe in the money nicely, up 0.63% at the moment. We are up about 0.57 on Tesla. So we're still making money. And XOM, we're waiting on XOM. I mean, I'm seeing oil weakening again. Oh, really, Michael? Okay, thank you. Thank you, guys. Thanks, Bart. Thanks, Michael. I'll definitely give that a whirl. All right, guys, I'm seeing the Qs struggling here, but Adobe and Tesla are trying to press. So that's a little bit of relative strength. You have Apple at the lows. Apple's coming in. Apple at this what is this level? This 169.86. So a pierce of 170. I like Apple on the long side, guys. Oh, Qs are getting rejected here, guys. Qs are getting rejected. Nice to see Tesla still holding, but Adobe just got wrecked on that inverse. So now we have to adjust the neckline to a new pivot here. But I really don't like the fact that Adobe got rejected there. Qs are still holding. Adobe, we're flat now. Tesla's still trying to press higher here. Still absolutely bullish on Tesla in this range, but Adobe's now weakening. Could have taken profits there on Adobe. Still riding it though. Still riding Tesla. Still riding Adobe. Still riding XOM short. Slightly down on XOM, guys. We are slightly down on XOM. Amazon's got a little bit of a 10-minute bear flag. So a little bit of a divergence in the consumer discretionary ETF. You're seeing Tesla firming up, being strong in a weak market. So with the Qs down 0.88%, the SPY down 0.88%, and Tesla up about 0.56%, if the Qs firm up at all today, Tesla's going to rip, guys. Tesla is absolutely going to rip. New upside target on Adobe if this inverse head and shoulders breaks out. It's roughly the same target. Actually, a little bit higher. 504. Come on, Qs. See if we can firm up here. Help Adobe out. Adobe needs to make a stand here because the Qs are trying to make a stand. Right now, yields are still green, VIX still green, dollar still slightly green, oil slightly negative. Still holding my XOM short. Tesla long, Adobe long. Come on, Adobe. What are you doing? What are you doing? Google just made a new low of day. Med is putting in a little bit of a bear flag. So semis have actually firmed up here across the board. The SOXS has actually gone negative now. So that's in the major indices. So again, semis, if semis firm up, Qs are actually going to rip higher here. And that's what we can expect. It's also going to raise the small caps. It's pretty much going to raise everything across the board. Again, semiconductors turning green here. They are pushing this market higher now. We don't want to get in front of a market where the semis are strong on the short side. So Qs are getting this nice little breakout pattern. Qs are getting the breakout. Upside on the Qs is this 437. Tesla's still moving higher for us. Good to see. Adobe, we're just slightly green. Still holding that XOM short as oil looks to be breaking down. Michael, I'm in NVIDIA puts 8:30 strike April expiry. Yep, I think you're okay there. I think you're okay. Again, today's a little bit of a weird day because of OPEX. 5 trillion deep in options, guys. 5 trillion deep. Adobe's still down 13.5%, guys. Still think Tesla can push all the way up to this 165 zone. Nice potential move higher. Seeing Boeing still forming a bull flag pattern. I repeat, Boeing is still forming a bull flag pattern. Come on, Tesla. Keep pumping. Keep pumping up. Coinbase up 1.7. Nat gas clobbered down 3.77. Amazon down 1.9. Oil still negative. Rig is still up 2.6. XOM up 0.3. Carvana is now up 5. So that one could be a squeeze play. CVNA. Carvana. Look at this squeeze. It was actually negative and now making a bullish reversal. You have a gap all the way up here at 85. Keep Carvana on watch, guys. This one could absolutely fly to the high side because you are trying to break this range as we speak. And then you really have no resistance up until this gap fill, which is roughly an implied move of another 5%. So this could definitely happen. Definitely happen on Carvana. Nice little move. Bull flag break. Volume is there. So keep Carvana. I mean, you can definitely take a long here on Carvana and just simply use this little bit of a bull flag as your stop loss. So risk to reward's very decent. You know, upside potentially that another 5%, downside potentially about 1.4. Tesla's still screaming. Look at this move on Tesla. And to put it in perspective, Tesla's a strong stock. Carvana is also a car stock. So a lot of sympathy coming into the stocks, the EV stocks, car company stocks. You know, you have Fisker trying to firm up as well. Fisker, you have Rivian today, which is actually strong as well. So nice move up. Continuing. We still hold an XOM short, which is not really cooperating at this point in time, but we'll see. We'll see if oil wants to break down and see some consolidation. NVIDIA and SMCI ripping. Yep. CDLX up 50%. Nice job. Yep. We're up 1.23% on our Tesla trade, guys. We are up 1.23% on our Tesla trade at the moment. Qs are finding some resistance here, but still putting in some bullish structure on a consolidation basis. Tesla's still ripping, guys. Tesla's still ripping. That Boeing is still creating a nice 5-minute bull flag pattern. Does look like it wants to break out. Adobe really struggling here. All right, guys, I sold Tesla 163.93. I just sold my Tesla, still holding Adobe 163.93. I'm out of Tesla. Seeing the Qs potentially wanting to do a retrace. So I'm out of Tesla at the moment. I'll look for a re-enter. Still holding Adobe and an XOM. Boeing looks a little bit more enticing at the moment. Let's look at SMCI and the semis. So yeah, big rip on SMCI. Currently up about, actually it's still down. SMCI is still negative. And semiconductors have firmed up and gone positive. Let's look at AMD. AMD is a strong beast today. Let's look at NVDA. Also a monster today. Continuing to surge higher. Canopy Growth is looking like it wants to break a bull flag. So CGC, MSOS, MJ, all of these marijuana ETFs are actually looking quite constructive. They are looking quite constructive. I think with the Russell 2000 outperforming to that 0.31%, it could definitely be a continuation move higher. Let's look at this daily chart. Still very, very oversold. Very, very oversold. Let's look at MSOS. Yep, that one's above that EMA. So, I mean, still putting in nice consolidation. Adobe's coming lower. Heavy volume in CGC. Qs are still consolidating bullishly. Russell putting in a little bit of a bull flag pattern. Trying to break out as well. Tesla coming in. That was a good little sell on Tesla there, guys. Good little sell on Tesla. Come on, Adobe, firm up. Institutions finding the sweet spot on equities for OPEX. Yeah, there could be a scenario where we just trade in a range today. Once we reach a certain threshold, we could just be range bound. And then I think in the last hour, mainly the last 30 minutes, you're going to see some wacky moves at the close. You're going to see some really wacky moves at the close. It's going to be astonishing. So, I mean, try to have some cash on hand for potentially, you know, if a stock is just falling into the close, it's better to go long because they often give it a quick facelift. If a stock is just ripping into the close, then I think you could short it on an opportunity of a dump. So you kind of want to do the inverse move, or at least that's what I've found to be successful on OPEX days. You know, they typically like to grab as much liquidity on both ends. Adobe is still trying to firm up, guys. Adobe is trying to firm up. Let's look at XOM here. XOM potentially breaking down, so we are still riding that one. Qs are still trying to push up out of this consolidation pattern. Nice little 1 minute bull flag. Boeing trying to push higher here. FSR might be an interesting one here. Let's see if we can catch a momentum trade on FSR. It is trying to I could actually see this based off of pure oversold conditions trying to push back up to these highs, because you are seeing an underlying bid in the EV stocks today. So I'm going to try FSR on the long side. This is a high risk trade, guys. We already made a nice profit yesterday. Again, it's up 10% right now, FSR, and it's in a weak market, right? All right, guys, I just took a long on FSR. I got filled at right here, 1713. Long FSR. This is a high risk trade, so lighten up the share size. Again, I'm not going in heavy. Still holding Adobe and X on the long side, XOM on the short side. Adobe just does not want to firm up here, guys. A lot of sell side pressure in Adobe. For a quality name of its nature, you typically will see it firm up, but at the moment, it's not wanting to firm up. So, I mean, yeah, we're trading below these pre-market lows here. Roughly up there. XOM starting to weaken here. You can see XOM on the 1 minute chart is triggering a little bit of this bearish pattern. It's not technically a head and shoulders. I mean, it could be actually. You could still apply that because this shoulder is technically lower than this pivot. So XOM triggering a little bit of a head and shoulders pattern here. Downside target takes us to about 111.13. Apple 162.12 possible by the end of the week. So, I mean, today is the end of the week. You mean next week? GME retracing. Let's look at GME. Yeah, it's trying to make another move up. It is. It's trying to firm up here. Right now, it's still down 1%, but it is trying to make a little bit of a bullish reversal on the hourly chart. So XOM still coming in. Still long Adobe, long Fisker. Next week, you know, Apple's definitely more oversold compared to the overall Qs. But yeah, there's it. Let me just see. There's a lot of support at 165 on Apple. You have the weekly 100 MA. That would also constitute a 2.5 standard deviation on the weekly chart. So, I mean, between 162 and 165, there's a lot of support. We could head down there. Yeah, there's certainly a possibility. XOM's finally starting to cooperate, guys. We are basically seeing that one come in a little bit. Sorry, I know we're RAM. Boyle and Pan W analysis. So right now, oil, nat gas is getting whacked to the downside, so I don't really like it. Let's look at Pan W. Yeah, it's making a nice little move off of the lows. Still negative, gapping down, but definitely getting a push off of the lows. I don't really like this pattern. You know, you had that big earnings sell-off, bounce, rejecting at the fib level, resold off, and now you're putting in bearish consolidation inside of this wide range red bar underneath that EMA 113 on the daily. This looks like it wants to go lower. I have a buyable range. First of all, I think the gap will be filled, but you'll have a lot of support at this 50%. You have these previous pivot highs, but I could actually see this going all the way down to your 227 zone. That's my bigger buy entry, personally speaking. All right, looking at Adobe here. Adobe still has not firmed up, although it is trying to, actually. It is trying. Again, we do have an inverse head and shoulders on watch, guys. I do like this Adobe inverse. I mean, the XOM, we're now in the money. So we're riding 3 trades at the moment. XOM short, we're in the money. Fisker long and Adobe long. That is the trades. Semis are still much stronger today. So guys, the Qs are trying to keep pressing here higher. Qs are still down 0.65%. Keep that in mind. Qs are still down 0.65%. Nice move on Adobe. Let's see what the yields are doing. Yields are currently up on the 2-year yield, 0.5%, 10-year yield 0.56. So you're seeing that continuation of outperformance on the long end of the curve. We saw it yesterday. We're seeing it again today. So I find that very interesting. Tesla still struggling at that sell range where we exited. Adobe still struggling here. Amazon's catching a bid. Apple's trying to. Microsoft's curling. NVIDIA's just ripping, up 1.68%. So another day where we have the VIX green, markets red, Qs red, SPY red, but NVIDIA and semis are just pumping up. Here comes Fisker, guys. Here comes Fisker. Let's see if we can get a little bit of a short squeeze. Your pre-market lows all the way at 1924 here. That's where I think we could retest on FSR around that 1924. Again, this is a very small trade for me. I only have 30,000 shares long Fisker, which is about 5 Gs, because this one could gap down 10%. It could gap up 10%. You know, it's not one you want to fool. Or we got really, I mean, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. Yesterday we took that Fisker right at the live day trade dream, went long, and we caught a monster pop off of that Nissan news. So the news was Fisker was going bankrupt, and then Nissan comes out and says, no, we'll probably look to maybe partner and buy them before that. But yeah, Brina Bear, I do think that Apple could test that next week. But again, it is more oversold compared to the market. Tesla's still struggling here, but potentially putting in a little bit of consolidation. I want to see another 5 minutes of consolidation in this range and then potentially look for another long entry on Tesla. Fisker starting to move up nicely, up 1.28%. So this is a high flyer, guys. This one's a short squeeze interest. Don't be surprised even if Fisker can try to retest the highs of the chart. You know, the highs of the chart. even just holding some common shares down here for a long-term hold it's a high-risk trade, but it's a lotto play, right? If this gets bought out or taken over or some sort of a positive catalyst comes into the picture, I mean, Fisker with that 51% drop yesterday is so depressed. It was even depressed going into that drop. So you have an oversold stock and then it gaps down 50%. That's just a monster oversold condition. XOM moving down, guys. Target is in sight, 111.31. Oil still holding, guys. Oil still holding. Qs are still trying to press higher here. Nat gas catching a little bit of a reversal. If we look at nat gas today, it's trying to make a move off of the lows, but still weak on the daily session. Not a good sign that you're back below this neckline. So notice how, remember when we said we wanted to short that yesterday? Probably should have done it, but look at how nat gas moves, right? You get a nice bullish engulfing, a bullish close back above that hourly chart neckline, which you can see on the hourly chart back above this pivot, this pivot, this pivot, this pivot. And then they take it right back down below that area. So there's just a lot of chop and slop in here. I don't really want to be in this nat gas trade until I get a confirmed signal. And what's interesting now on nat gas, right? The fact that we're back below that. Are we creating a little head and shoulders? Here's your left shoulder. Here's your head. Here's a potential right shoulder developing. So let's assume that that is creating a head and shoulders on nat gas. You have a downside target now based off of this pattern, another 16% down from the neckline. Take a look where that takes you. 137. Now, does that mean it has to play out fully to the downside? No, it doesn't. But it definitely means that there's a potential that it can go lower if you break that neckline. So I don't want to be in it right now, to be honest. It's looking like it's looking very toppy again down at this region. Looking very toppy in this region. All right, let's focus back on Adobe, because that one is starting to come in a little bit. I am seeing the volume on Adobe really lightening up here. So the selling, I do think, is starting to abate. The selling is starting to abate. Tesla at 162.70 is interesting again for a potential long scalp. I think fading Google at this range could potentially be lucrative, but I'm not doing it yet. I'm still just holding these longs. I don't really trust options expiration that much. I really don't. Adobe's still trying to potentially break out of this inverse. FSR moving up. Qs are coming in, guys. Qs are coming in a little bit more, seeing some more sell side pressure. Adobe's really struggling. Oil's making another move up. Oil is just a monster today. Guys, I just took a break even on XOM. Just covered that position. I'm seeing oil trying to push back up. I don't like the fact that oil's putting in higher lows and trying to curl back up to the high side. So I just took a break even on XOM. We are out of that short trade. Break even on XOM. We can look for other opportunities in the market. All right, so I'm all out of XOM. Qs look to be coming back down again. So I think there is a potential short trade on the Qs down to this area. But again, kind of missed it. Should have taken at that resistance point. Tesla is at a long entry again, guys. Tesla's interesting. I am interested in going long Tesla again here. I'm going to actually pick up some shares here on Tesla. I just got filled at 162.70. 162.70 long Tesla. 162.70. So we're back in Tesla, guys. We are back in Tesla. Hitting that EMA 113, a nice healthy retrace. Tesla could go all the way down to here, this trend line. But you can clearly see on Tesla, we're just chopping in a little bit of a channel range. So we are long Tesla, long Adobe, long Fisker. Took a break even on XOM. To me, it looks like the Qs have been creating a bigger and bigger head and shoulder pattern since the low. If so, how do you draw the neckline? as the pattern grows, or do you just draw a whole new pattern? Hopefully that makes sense. Yeah, I'll take a look at the cues for you, Mike. Are you talking about a 1 minute? On the 1 minute, head and shoulders, this has actually created an inverse head and shoulders. Upside target still isn't fulfilled yet. So I don't see a head and shoulders on the 1 minute. No head and shoulders on the 1 minute. But if you look at the hourly, actually, I'm just going to show you the NDX. It's the exact same chart, but I don't have as many trend lines on it. So you can see on the NDX, you've actually triggered a head and shoulders here on the hourly. You know, broken below the neckline, and you've now triggered that head and shoulders. So Qs are actually technically bearish at the moment on the larger term time frame, but there's always a scenario we can push up and retest the neckline. That's what typically happens, right? People see this bearish pattern and they load the boat on puts, they get short, and then market makers drive it up into that resistance. They fake people out, they scare people, and then they take it back down. But you can clearly see the NASDAQ has triggered a head and shoulders in the hourly. Downside target about 1735 on the Qs. The downside target is roughly about, again, down here, 424. So just recognize that the bearish pattern has triggered on the Qs, on the hourly chart. It's not going to stop me from going long here because I typically like to play head and shoulders patterns. Once you learn and chart them enough, you get to really see how market makers push them in a direction, and it's certainly interesting. I think we do get a retrace first. But Qs are coming in right now. They are coming in right now. So hopefully that helped there. Yeah, so inverse what you mean? Yeah, so I mean there is an inverse on watch. You have triggered it. Upside potential you have not fulfilled. It looks to be that you're trying to retrace back to the neckline. Where I'm going to add to my next Tesla position, guys, next add level on Tesla, you can see the 618 coming up into that 618. Maybe even just a pierce of that. Okay, so we're just doing a nice 50% retrace at the moment on Tesla, but I'll add at this 162.28 zone, kind of correlating to the bottom of your channel. Still long Fisker, long Tesla, long Adobe. Bitcoin still pressing higher here, guys. Bitcoin is still pressing higher. You do have Coinbase up 3.7. MicroStrategy has turned green. So a nice move on MicroStrategy. Again, get ready to add to Tesla if we dip. Get ready to add to Tesla. I will add one more time to Fisker. Probably conservatively, I'll just wait for this larger gap fill. But Tesla's coming up into this next target. So Fisker, I will add at the gap fill, and that will probably be that. But Tesla 162. Adobe, we still have a long on Adobe. Oil's pushing back up. GE is a machine, so let's take a look at GE. I'll watch Tesla on my other screen. Just give me 1 second. I just need to do something. Let's look at GE. Tesla moving up for us. Heavy volume coming in on FSR here, guys. Yeah, GE is a machine. You're at the highs of the session, putting in a little bit of a bearish divergence. You're still inside of this heavy volume topping tail, but putting in bullish consolidation. You know, GE, I would naturally think that it's going to run into some resistance here. You know, you can see that this little downsloping trend line, you are trying to get above it, but price action is seeing some sellers right there. So it's a big level, right? If GE gets rejected here, then you're going to move back down to the low end of the wedge pattern. So GE is just creating this little bit of a wedge, pivot low to pivot low, pivot high to pivot high. If you break out here, there's much more upside. You probably retest the high pivot. But if you get rejected here, you're going to come back down to the 165 range. That's really what's going on GE. Tesla, TSLA. Oops. Come on, can't type today. Coming back in, guys. Tesla's still trying to come back in. Still waiting on Adobe to potentially trigger this neckline. It's getting a little bit long in the tooth, but I am optimistic that we do get that break. Again, if Adobe starts breaking this wedge to the downside, that's not a healthy sign. But nice move up in Adobe coming in right now. That's probably going to put a little bit of an underlying bid in IGV as well. So expect Microsoft maybe to firm up. Expect the Qs to firm up. Meta's coming in. Come on, Adobe, breakout. Boeing trying to press higher. Wow, MSTR is a monster. MSTR is a monster stock. I'm actually interested in potentially shorting it here for a day trade. MSTR, eh? It is a monster. Wow. Bitcoin's still down 3.9 and crypto stocks have diverged in a big way. Interesting. Very interesting on MSTR. Tesla's coming in a little bit more now, guys. Tesla is coming in a little bit more, so I'm prepared to add at 162.28. Oil's made a bullish move back to the high side. Tesla's flat now. Tesla is flat. Tesla could be creating a little inverse head and shoulders. Adobe trying to break out here. Fisker coming in. Bitcoin still pressing. Guys, I may try a short on MSTR above 1700. Bitcoin's technically running into some resistance right here, but I may try a short on MSTR. I'll let you know if I take it. MSTR fly high, yep. Again, that was one of our big winners yesterday. The previous day before that, coin was our big winner. And what's interesting is you have these crypto stocks. It just shows you the froth in the market, right? You have Bitcoin and crypto actually negative on the session today, but you still have the Coinbase likes the MSTR that have gone positive. So does that really make sense? In my opinion, it doesn't, but it is what it is, and there's opportunities, there's arbitrage plays here, which is why we can potentially short it and make money. All right, Adobe making an attempt at a breakout here, guys. An attempt at a breakout on Adobe. Come on, Adobe. Just seems to be struggling at that neckline. Tesla getting a really big push. All right, guys, I am going to short MicroStrategy. Again, this is a high-risk trade. I'm going to short MicroStrategy. I just got filled at 1692.22. 1692.22. This is a 1/4 position, guys. Short MSTR. MSTR. I'll actually flip that on since it's a little bit of a high flyer, but 1692.22. We are short MSTR. I am seeing Bitcoin running into some resistance here, guys. So Bitcoin is running into some resistance. Still watching Fisker. Still watching Tesla. Still watching Adobe. Looking for MSTR to retrace back to 1653. Adobe's still trying. Tesla's still trying. Qs are still trying. Come on, Bitcoin. What is the general bias going to the weekend? Short, long, in cash for the Monday open? Yeah, a lot of cash for Monday open. A lot of cash. You know, right now I'm seeing the VIX still green, so that's showing that there's fear in the market. Dollar green, so that's showing that there's also potentially more fear, more people moving to cash. You know, the semiconductors were green. Now you have the SOXS back to the green side. You're seeing oil and energy stocks still holding the majority of its gains. So that's telling me that people are still looking to hedge their bets on the inflationary pressures. Dixie moving up. Yes, it is. Dixie moving up. It's applying a little bit of pressure to Bitcoin. A little bit of pressure to Bitcoin. Boeing just broke out of its bull flag. So anyone still holding Boeing from the open, you're laughing. Tesla's still trying to push. We're in the green on Tesla, we're in the green on Adobe, and we're in the green on MSTR. Looking at Fisker, we're down on Fisker, guys. Down about 3.7%. That's why I said light share size on Fisker, because it typically makes these rather outsized moves. Again, I remember I was down about 5% yesterday, and then after hours we got that boom. What was it, a 60% pop there on FSR? Am I expecting that pop to happen again? No, because the news is already priced in, but it's still at a very oversold level, and that news could potentially frighten some of those short sellers. All right, MSTR is falling here, guys. MSTR is falling. I'm looking for the 1643 retest. Come on, can we get that retest? 1643. We are trying to push up now. Tesla and Adobe have just been struggling here. Come on, MSTR. Come on, Bitcoin. Come on down. All right, you have Adobe struggling. Not a good sign on Adobe, guys, right here. Not a good sign at the moment. Adobe is trying to break this little bit of a potential pattern. You're still at the lows of these consolidation pivots. Tech is selling off, though, so tech is actually seeing some weakness in the Qs. Weakness in the Qs. Still have the Russell holding some positive gains. Maybe a little bit of a fake breakdown. We'll see if they want to push it back up inside that channel. Notice how we're right at the wedge, the apex of the triangle. So the big's starting to uptick, but QQQ is weak, which is why this stock keeps going. Tesla getting a move back up. Adobe, we're up. MicroStrategy is starting to fall, guys. MSTR is starting to fall. Again, let's see how much we can make on MSTR. We made almost 4,000 yesterday on just MSTR alone. Previous day, we made about 5 Gs on Coinbase. Look at this Tesla surge, guys. So now we have all of our trades except for Adobe playing out well. And Fisker's still weak, though. Fisker is still weak. Big pump in the Qs starting to come in. I'm still seeing a little bit of weakness in Bitcoin, but Bitcoin is trying to firm up here. So we just got to watch this MSTR trade closely. We're up about 1%. We are up about 1%. Come on, Adobe. If Adobe could firm up, that would be sublime. Heavier volume coming in. Notice how MicroStrategy went all the way up to this gap fill. If you lose this gap fill on MicroStrategy, you're probably going to come down to at least this 1642 zone. Still in the money on Tesla, in the money on MicroStrategy, in the money on a... Wow, look at Boeing go, guys. Look at Boeing go. Oh, Tesla just getting sold right. And a lot of weakness in this market. You have the Dixie trying to push back higher, guys. Dixie is trying to push back higher. NVDA is still putting in some bullish consolidation. It does appear it wants to move higher. MicroStrategy pushing right back up. QQQ trying to catch a bid. SNDL releases earnings Thursday. Any interest in earnings play? Run up. SNDL MACD cross and up the RSI above 50. I'll take a look at it in a second. Let's look at it here. Bitcoin's trying to press higher. Tesla's still looking a little weak here. It is coming back down. Again, we only have a 1/4 entry at the moment. And I still like Tesla on the long side. Now, there's a scenario Tesla can actually flush all the way into this little trend line. So because we've been consolidating here, it might be a conservative thing to only add down here at 161.80-ish. 161.80-ish. Adobe coming in lower now. Damn Adobe. Tesla breaking down. SNDL, no interest for me, honestly. It's oversold, getting a positive RSI cross, but no interest for me. I'll look at it a little bit deeper once we're just in a couple trades here. I just want to manage them appropriately because you are seeing a little bit of a breakdown coming into Adobe here. You can see MicroStrategy trying to press higher here, guys. MSTR is trying to break out. Tesla still holding. The Dixie still trying to press higher as well. You know, MSTR could be creating an inverse head and shoulders, but you should really check back one more time to create a right shoulder. You know, I would not be surprised to see this dip back lower, and then you have a little bit of a bullish formation unfolding in MSTR. As of now, though, Bitcoin is trying to press, so it could even just try to press higher here and break out. Tesla's moving. Tesla is moving. So I still expect one more retest lower on MSTR, and then you should get another push higher. Tesla's absolutely ripping. Back higher. Tesla's still positive on the session when most mega caps are weak. NVIDIA's still up 1.5. Adobe down 13.89. Oil just put in an intraday high, so it's trying to move back up to 81. Oil's just a relentless monster. These days, Amazon's at the lows, Google's at the lows, Meta's testing the lows, Microsoft's looking like it wants to push lower. So still a lot of weakness in the Qs, guys. A lot of weakness in the Qs. NVIDIA trying to press higher still. Trying to get to 900. You have Bitcoin trying to firm up here. Bitcoin is at some decent resistance, still down 4% on the session, but trying to catch a bid here along with MSTR and the likes. Fisker's still weak. Poor Adobe. Poor Adobe. Just does not want to get out of its own way. Arguably, the inverse head and shoulders has failed, and you've broken down from this wedge, so it's not a healthy sign at the moment. But again, the indices really haven't caught a big bid at the moment. You had that little initial move off the 433.30 zone on the Qs, and now you're looking to get faded. I am seeing more weakness creeping into Bitcoin, so MSTR running into some trouble here. A little bit of weakness creeping into the Bitcoin price action. Tesla, big rip, guys. Big rip on Tesla. Nice to see Tesla absolutely ripping. Beautiful move on Tesla, guys. Beautiful move. We are long and strong. Tesla, I could see it pushing for a new high of day today. Bitcoin still seeing some sellers. Nice ramp up in Tesla. Still holding a short on MSTR, basically flat. Long on Tesla, in the money. Long on Adobe, kicking our butt right now. Big surge in Tesla, guys. Big push in Tesla ramping up. Adobe still selling. Friggin' Adobe. All right, guys, let's move a stop loss on Tesla to break even. Just adjust the stop loss to break even on Tesla. Don't let the trade go against you. Stop loss is break even. I'm looking at adding to Adobe here. I might do it at this double bottom here on Adobe. Heavy volume on that capitulation candle. Bitcoin's coming in. MSTR is coming in. So just protect that Tesla trade because it is wanting to try to come in at the moment. Adobe Dow down 14%. Get ready to add to Adobe at this 488 level, or at least that's what I'm doing. MicroStrategy is coming in nice, a little bit harder now. We're up about 0.5%. All right, guys, I just added to my Adobe. Got filled at 489.37. 489.37. My average now in Adobe is 491.74. Come on, Adobe. Adobe wants to go lower. Seems like it wants to go lower here, guys. Final entry is going to be a pierce of this pivot. Final entry will be a pierce of that pivot. Wow, they're just taking Adobe down here. Fortunately, down on this trade at the moment. You're coming up into a double bottom. I do expect it to quickly pierce that level. You may get a quick snap flush through that level. But this is technically double bottom. You did put in a reversal here. Big drop there on FSR, guys. Apologize about that one. I did just add to my FSR position at 1570. 1570. 1570. My average is now sitting at 1617. FSR is going lower though. They are taking FSR down at the moment. So my average is sitting at 16.17 on Fisker. We did add at that gap fill. Still watching MSTR on my other screen. MSTR's leveraged Bitcoin buys could lead to a severe deleveraging if market drops, says JP Morgan. MSTR holds 205,000 Bitcoin. That's not good for the market. Yeah, it's an interesting scenario there that MSTR has. It's definitely makes these monster runs. It actually even outperformed NVDA on that rally basis, but he's just leveraging fiat, right, to keep buying and stacking Bitcoin. He's not going to change his tune. He's in Bitcoin forever. He's too deep right now, and it's an interesting strategy when it's in a bull market. But if I was him, I would be taking profits. But he just never really seems to sell. He's just a hodler, right? I don't know when last MicroStrategy actually even implemented a sell. Amazon just made a new low of day. Microsoft testing the lows. Google's at the lows. So still a lot of weakness. MSTR moving right back up to the high side, guys. So watching MSTR closely because, we're basically break even on that right now. Still holding an in-the-money stop on Tesla, guys. Adobe's trying to firm up here. Still super, super weak. Bitcoin trying to catch a bid, guys. So just keep a short leash on this MSTR. I don't want to let it squeeze against us. It is putting in potentially bullish consolidation to move higher. Look at FSR getting a nice pump up here. FSR making a nice little reversal off that gap. Adobe still seeing weakness, guys. Adobe is still seeing weakness. We're now flat on FSR. We are flat on FSR. Down on Adobe. Sorry, my actual average on Adobe is 491.47. I have my 7 and 4 transposed. 491.47. My numbers were transposed a bit. So instead of 74, it's 491.47. My numbers were just transposed. Still holding this Tesla. Tesla's just moving up along that channel. Bitcoin's coming in a little bit more now, so MicroStrategy is starting to fall a little bit. We will keep MSTR up here. So MSTR, if I put that back up, you can see it actually is coming in. So again, what I'm looking for in MSTR is a dip back down to this EMA around the 1636, potentially creating a right shoulder. At that point, if Bitcoin starts to look to be firming up, we can go long MSTR and potentially catch an inverse head and shoulders bullish reversal. At the moment, MSTR, we're up about 0.72%. That is coming in nicely. FSR still trying to push higher. Again, so I'm looking around that 1650, 1660 area for cover on MSTR. We do have Adobe trying to firm up at the moment. Adobe's trying to firm up. Nice move on Adobe, guys. Nice move on Adobe. Let's see if we can get some positive momentum. You're potentially holding a higher low. Building off it. MSTR is coming in now. We're up about 1% on the trade. Let's see if we can get more. FSR, we're now in the money. Tesla, we're still riding. I know. Come on, Adobe. We already traded once successfully, and we have a much better average now. A few dollars lower. Please hit that like button, guys, on the stream. We are here each day, providing insights, market analysis, opportunities, both on the long and the short side. We've already made money today on Tesla, Adobe. New lows, not a good sign on Adobe, guys. Not a good sign on Adobe. So we are flushing now on Adobe. Jeepers, Adobe. Tesla's still pushing, guys. I'm moving my stop loss on Tesla. I'm going to adjust the stop loss on Tesla. I'm going to now put it in the money because we are getting a little bit of a range break. So my stop loss is now 162.99. Wow, Adobe just had a big breakdown there. That's not a good breakdown on Adobe. That's actually quite bearish, that little candle. You can see potentially the downside is 486 now on Adobe. Not a good sign. I'm down about 0.87% on the trade at the moment. Guys, I'm going to put a break even on this MSTR because I am seeing Bitcoin trying to make a little bit of a bullish reversal. So MSTR break even. Look at Tesla. Adjust stop loss on Tesla, guys. 163.23 and a break even stop on MSTR. Qs are catching a bid. I'm going to add to Adobe down here. Final add on Adobe, increasing the position a little bit bigger than usual. But I did just add to Adobe. I got filled at 487, 487.15. My average now sits at, sorry, just 1 second. Average is sitting at 490.50. All right, guys, that's pretty much a full position on Adobe. I won't be adding any more, although it can go down to 484. You know, this is kind of a very oversold condition, and I won't be adding any more. I have a fairly decent sized position in Adobe at the moment. So Tesla continuing to surge, guys. MSTR, we took a break even. I am out of MSTR, just took a break even on there. Do people keep deleting comments? Yeah, I'm not too sure. I guess so. Wow, look at Adobe, guys. All right, guys, I'm going to sell Tesla here. I just exited Tesla at 163.64. 163.64. I'm all out of Tesla. Nice little profit there on Tesla. Roughly 94 cents per share. So now we're just really riding Adobe and FSR. And FSR is trying to push up here. We just need Adobe to firm up. It is going against us at the moment. Sorry, guys, I'll redo that bull analysis. No audio. I had myself muted there quickly. But Fisker's moving up nicely. Bull, BOWL, looking at it for RAM. You can see it had this big move up on the daily, EMA 113 in an uptrend, then a big move down. Now it's starting a potential new uptrend cycle. A little bit of a double top here, but the fact that you've sold off, retested that EMA 113 and held it, creating a higher low is a positive sign. I see at the minimum a retest of 1482. And then once you clear that, if you clear this gap fill at 1486, 1482, then it's really pushing to the previous all-time highs at 17. So chart isn't looking bad, but not a bad looking chart. But no trade for me at the moment. Zero modulation. Tesla coming in pretty hard, guys. So good sell on Tesla. It was a good sell on Tesla. Bitcoin's actually weakening a little bit more. I guess the Q breakdown is just really coming into the picture here. Not really wanting to firm up on the Qs. Seeing definitely a little bit of a downtrend forming in the Qs. Tesla pushing lower. Microsoft still at the lows. Google just made a new low. Adobe just made a new low. Qs are still holding, but the low of day is all the way down here. I guess there must have been a lot of bullish flow on Adobe into that earnings, ahead of that earnings, and now you can see they've just absolutely slaughtered it. You know, Adobe's a household name, down 14.73%. Big correction on Adobe. Still wielding a market cap of $220 billion. It's a staple name in households, but still getting slaughtered on the session. And again, it's also running into Microsoft being weak, so that's never a good sign, right? The Russell 2000 still holding positive gains at the moment. Russell 2000 is still holding positive gains. Adobe's still just a grinder. Still just a grinder lower. So another day where, you know, it looks like we could be in for a little bit of a rough ride on this Adobe. I'm still holding. I mean, I still think we will catch a bid at some point. You know, it's down 15% almost and had an initial bounce early on, but you're just seeing liquidation. Tesla's back to our entry. So, I mean, Tesla at this level looks intriguing again, but with the QQQ showing absolute weakness, it just seems that the market may want to just go lower and lower today. We'll see. And this seems to be a little bit of OPEX shenanigans unfolding in front of our eyes here. Adobe still going lower. I mean, there's this final downside target that I had on Adobe was this 484.82. I gave that to my members. We are seeing the volume coming in pretty hot and heavy in this region. So perhaps we get a bounce at some point. But I mean, I'm down right now on Adobe 0.84%, roughly $1,100 down on the trade. I have about 266 shares long Adobe. I am getting my ass clapped right now. So that's they are taking our liquidity today. Again, I mean 0.88% on a day trade. It's down decently, but when the stock of like Adobe's down 15% almost, you know, just to ask for a 1 or 2% bounce, it still could definitely firm up at some point today, but market's weak, right? So the market is not liking us. Yeah, about 100, just under 130K, 129K in Adobe. Yeah, but it's still a household name. Adobe's typically a safe stock. I mean, you're just seeing liquidation, weak markets. So Adobe's, under pressure because it's a gap down on earnings. And then you're also seeing the market weak. So again, I have been heavier in other stocks, but Adobe's one of the largest, it is the largest large cap. It's on my list as I consider it the largest large cap stock. It's not a mega cap, but it's definitely a large cap stock. I mean, of course, there's some other semis that have pushed higher, but it's a household name. Adobe's still and the earnings report wasn't that bad. You look at the earnings, and it was just the week forward guidance by the CEO. Almost makes me suspicious about this Options X. They take this Adobe name down on OpX, and then we could see a rip back up. But you're into a whole lot of support here. I mean, look at this gap down. Like, you've gapped over this pivot, this pivot, this pivot. You're now trading into this 2023 consolidation range. So monster level of support. You're hitting that weekly EMA 113 as we speak. That EMA 113 sitting at 483.65. So I mean, maybe that's where we want to be going, 483.65. What a household name, Adobe, a household name. I may add one more time to Adobe at that EMA. If we flush to this weekly chart support, this 483, I'm probably going to add roughly maybe another 20 to 40,000 at that area into my position. Kind of going against my rules, but again, a name like this, it should catch some sort of a bid. The volume is increasing. Once the sell side pressure is done, this name should rip. I could even see this pushing back up to 495 today. So we'll get a bounce. Yeah, I've seen this play before. They're just liquidating, and again, once that seller is done, it's going to get a big bid because you are seeing some accumulation. You can see that we're almost at the low end of this wedge. Let me just adjust this trendline pivot. You actually can see we're hitting that parallel channel as we speak. And I mean, that suggests like at some point, even Adobe could trade all the way back up to this 497 range. So Fisker, we're in the money. Nice job on Fisker, guys. Tesla's at a long entry here. It is looking like a nice potential long entry. And again, this is the interesting thing. When you're down on a trade, right? We've been spoiled lately. We've been, crushing. We crushed at Adobe at the open. Just a quick instant pop off of our level. Yesterday we were spoiled for 13 of 13 wins. We had a monster day yesterday, and today we're down a little bit on this one trade, Adobe. And it really, you learn a lot more about yourself when you're in the hot seat, you're in the saddle, you're down on a trade. You definitely learn a lot about yourself because you have to understand, okay, where's the downside risk? Where do you stop out? Do you hold? Do you sell? Do you panic out? It really tests you. The market will test you, especially when you have big size positions. But that's where you just have to know why you're in this name, what technical levels we're into. Sure, we're overshooting a couple of my downside targets, but the Qs really haven't bounced much today. Nice job. You got a 485 long. Nice. That's a solid entry there, Brina Bear. It's a solid entry. We're seeing Fisker moving up. We are seeing our Fisker trade now starting to perform really, really well. I'm still bullish on this name. I mean, we have small caps outperforming the Qs. You had that positive news yesterday on Fisker. And this name could see a short squeeze, if it starts to make this reversal back to the high side. Currently, it's up 6.91%, right? Still slaughtered yesterday. But with small caps outperforming, I think we're going to see a little bit of liquidity squeeze in some of these names. But the one thing that's hindering the market right now is the Dixie moving back up. The Dixie is moving back up. So the Cleveland Fed has just moved up their March CPI expectations now. So now you could see markets even reprice more. Dollar pushing. Yields have softened. VIX still green. SOXS is up 1%, so you're still seeing some pressure on the semis. Adobe calls is long. Yeah, I'm long Adobe already, Ram. Calls are recommended, you know. It's however you want to play them. I'm just long common shares, roughly 129,000 deep in my common shares. Down on the trade about 0.84%, 0.9 now, which is roughly about 1,200. But Fisker's moving up. Let's see if we can get another move up in Fisker. Come on, Fisker. Start squeezing. Start squeezing. And again, look at the weak cues, right? We had that initial bounce. Now you're just getting faded into. So this is not helping Adobe's case, but Adobe is into this nice parallel channel. Nice little parallel channel on Adobe. Pivot highs, pivot low, pivot low, pivot low. Definitely oversold. Intraday RSI, 10-minute RSI still trading at 9.68. You know, you look at the RSI on the hourly chart, really hasn't even bounced yet. 4-hour chart, you have a nice positive divergence, higher low on the RSI. Fisker making another move up, guys. Qs are trying to catch a small little bid. Market. You're going to need the market to firm up. Microsoft, Google, new lows. Tesla looks like it's trying to firm back up again. Again, this is OPEX day, right? A day where they're trying to find max pain. Max pain. You know, I know a lot of people that were loading the boat on calls right ahead of Adobe earnings, and then take a look at what happens. Gap down. Boom. In a household name. A very important stock. It does influence a lot of other positions, a lot of other names, a lot of other sympathy plays. Look at Adobe now, heavier volume coming in. So just like that, we're only down 0.5%. A $1,200 loss is now only down 500. So we are moving up. SMCI, any thoughts on SMCI? Let's take a look at SMCI. So just like that, it's now back in the green with all of our other trades on the session. Adobe, I'm only down 390. It's climbing fast and furious here. SMCI, let's look at the daily chart. Daily chart, it's weak, right? Underperforming with the semis. I still think it's very lofty here. You're seeing a lot of chop and slop, which is signifying distribution in this range. So I still think SMCI is going to come back under $900. The positive for SMCI is you're actually holding above this previous reversal. Remember that big gap down reversal? Look at Adobe, guys. Look at Adobe. We're almost back to the green, just like that. Waiting, sitting in the hot seat. I think a retrace up here is likely. 495. Fisker, we're pumping up 3%. So now things are starting to work in favor, and this is just a matter of patience, right? Adobe's not out of the woodworks yet, right? Market's still weak. Still a lot of sellers, but that was a big pump on Adobe. See some sellers taking it back down again. But we'll see if this little bit of a reversal can hold. Potential 20-minute bottoming tail, potential hourly reversal. Let's see if we can build a flag pattern off of this and push higher. That first little resistance trend line is being tagged. But sorry, about SMCI, it's bullish that it's consolidating above this wide range reversal bar. So that's actually a bullish sign. Now the fact that it's staying above there, but it hasn't really confirmed the breakout. So what I mean by that is, let me just erase some of these trend lines. So notice how we're above this red bar on the daily, but you tried breaking out here, got rejected. Another positive close above, another close above, but still inside this wick. Then you tried making a really big breakout and it got rejected. So you still haven't confirmed a breakout above this pivot. Despite you've been consolidating above it, you still haven't confirmed the technical breakout, which makes me skeptical. Which makes me skeptical that I think we actually could move down. So I remain more bearish on SMCI, especially when you look at SOXX. You know, that's triggered a head and shoulders. Clear head and shoulders is in play on SOXS. Definitely a clear head and shoulders has triggered. Now, SMCI isn't in the SOX or SMH, but it does provide that sentiment, right? But a head and shoulders on the semiconductors has triggered. The opposite is true. SOXS has triggered that bullish inverse head and shoulders target 411. So I think you have to remain a little bit more bearish as we're going through this little bit of a market cycle. You know, the Q's triggering a head and shoulders, and you're seeing downward pressure just being sold into, sold into, sold into. You hope SMCI goes bankrupt? Why is that, Brina Bear? I don't think they will. Why do you think they will? Microsoft at the lows, Google at the lows. Google's coming up into a potential gap fill where we can go long at just below 140. Just below 140, there's a long trade on Google setting up. So keep a Google window open. There's that gap fill that I'm eyeing. It's a nice, juicy, juicy gap. Microsoft's still weak, still coming in. Apple's trying to curl up though. Adobe still trying to consolidate in a little bit of a flag pattern here. We still remain long Fisker and long Adobe. Down on Adobe, in the money on Fisker. Up about 3% on Fisker. MSTR dumped. Yeah, big dump. Big dump there. Nice job anyone holding that short. I took profits early. But now what we look for, guys, remember that MSTR trade. Now you're potentially creating an inverse head and shoulders here. You have a right shoulder developing. Your neckline is going to be here. So if Bitcoin firms up and this breaks, I mean, MSTR could absolutely rip today. Again, it's a big if because crypto's still weak, but that inverse head and shoulders takes you to new highs. Not your pre-market high, but new highs, new intraday highs. So just watch MSTR now closely because it is trying to form a little bit of a right shoulder. Obviously, Bitcoin's the main theme to look at. Like if Bitcoin stays weak on the daily session and starts to roll over, then MSTR is going to struggle. But obviously, Bitcoin trying to regain some footing here. Still down on the session quite substantially, about 4%. About 4% on the session. All right, look at Fisker go, guys. Fisker's starting to shape up for a potential squeeze, guys. We get through this downsloping trend line, and we're probably going to push. Wow. Interesting chart. Yeah, so we get through this downsloping trend line. We're going to push for this pivot. And you get through that, I mean, next is 18 cents. So Fisker could be in for a little bit of a squeeze here, guys. So good thing we're long. Currently speaking, I'm holding 60,000 shares on Fisker. It's roughly about a $10,000 position. 60,000 shares. It's a double entry. Adobe trying to firm up, guys. So I do think we make money on Adobe. We just have to be patient. It's not instant. But yeah, whoever held that MSTR, Eric, hopefully you caught that MSTR dump because that would have been nice. We took a little bit of profits just off that break even. But Bitcoin's still weak on the session, guys. Bitcoin is still weak on the session. Tesla getting a nice little push higher. Amazon should catch a bid. It's getting very, very oversold here. Very oversold. Do anticipate Apple to catch a bid. The dollar's getting rejected at a little bit of a double top zone. Meta's trying to curl up and find a little bit of a local bottom. So I think the Qs are at a really good risk to reward ratio going long here. And I mean, you can use your stop loss as this wick low. That's certainly an opportunity. Adobe, we're almost in the green, guys. Look at this Adobe, only down about just under a dollar, a few 80 cents, 90 cents there. So we're almost in the money on Adobe, guys. Oh, slight rejection there. It's like the market makers know we're lurking. We're lurking. small caps are putting, the Russell 2000 has been putting in this 10-minute bull flag pattern really all day long. So we'll see if it wants to break out. Adobe getting rejected there. Still holding this little pivot low, but rejected at this downsloping trend line. Again, you can get, if you get through that on Adobe, we should test the high of this channel. Fisker's still trying. Just gonna take a standing break because we're now approaching 12 o'clock. Gold slightly negative, silver up 2%, oil down. Look at the 10-minute RSI. Adobe's still extreme oversold condition. Still extreme oversold condition. 5-minute only starting to perk up, still oversold. But again, stocks can stay oversold, especially if the indices are weak. And you can clearly see the Qs are just grinding. Qs are now down 1.16%. Russell 2000 slightly green. VIX up 4.2 on a Friday, guys. The VIX is pumping on a Friday. So that's a little bit of a telltale sign that, you know what? Just 1 second, I'm getting a phone call, guys. Bye-bye. All right, guys, we're back in here. We briefly went flat on Adobe. Nice move up in Fisker. Fisker is trying to break out of this little bit of a range here. So I'm expecting further upside in Fisker. I do expect further upside in Fisker. We are in the driver's seat now. Once Adobe starts firming up, it's going to be a really good day for us. We are net positive at the moment with the earlier wins that we took on Tesla, MicroStrategy. Adobe, though, still just struggling at this resistance trend line, you can see. I'm just going to clean up some of these moving lines here. Adobe's coming right back down. Damn, Adobe, you little tease. Why you got to do that? Again, the Qs really haven't firmed up at all. Still seeing Microsoft at the dead lows. Google looks like it wants to head to 139.84. That's a big long entry in my opinion. I will be looking to trade Google on the long side if we flush into that 139.84 with minimal consolidation. Friggin' Adobe. Brina Bear out of Adobe, probably more room to run. That's a win, Brina. That's a win. Nice job taking profits there. I'm still riding along. I think that Adobe should retest 495, maybe even 500. Maybe even 500. You know, Adobe is trying to form a little bit of an hourly bottoming tail. Or actually, it's not a bottoming tail, but it is a little bit of a reversal candle. On the 10-minute Adobe candle, you did put a 10-minute engulfing candle at the lows. So it likely means the low for Adobe is in unless the Q severely break down. You look at this 10-minute bullish engulfing candle, made a new low, and then engulfed the previous 10-minute candle. So there is a lot of strength in this zone for Adobe. There's a lot of strength in this zone. All right, guys, I'm just going to put a stop loss on Fisker at the 1658 level. Stop loss on Fisker. So in the money stop, we're going to be netting at least 2.5% on the trade, but a stop loss is in place on Fisker, FSR, just in case, just in case. You know, Qs are still super, super weak. Look at the minuscule bounces that we're getting today. It's just very weak bounces. Microsoft's still at the lows, so Microsoft is really weighing on these indices at the moment. Tesla's trying to make another push higher here. Still think Tesla can push higher here. It's only up 0.16%. Nat Gas trying to make a little bit of a reversal off the lows. It's only down now 1.97%. So Nat Gas is trying to retest that neckline. Still kind of in no man's land though. That XOM fade, anyone still holding that XOM short, you're in the driver's seat by about 40 cents. It is looking like it wants to lose pre-market low. So XOM has faded quite substantially from the highs, potentially looking to put in what appears to be maybe a daily topping tail on XOM. We'll have to watch that closely. Interesting. Q is trying to move up. Boeing still up nicely on the session and still trying to curl higher. A little bit of divergence is occurring across the market today. A little bit of divergence is occurring across the market. You have the likes of SMCI down a couple percent, AMD up 2.9. Then you have Apple, Microsoft negative on the session. Apple down 1.22%, Microsoft down 2.33%. AMD and NVDA, despite showing really positive gains, you still have the SOXS up. AVGO down 1.43, Bitcoin down 4.37, MicroStrategy down 1, Coin is up 2, Boeing up 1.2. Just scrolling through the list here, Marathon Digital up 3.78. Here comes Adobe, guys. Canopy Growth up 4.3, Carvana up 5, Fisker up 7.5, Enphase down today. Looking across, mixed bag of tricks. Right now you do have industrials, financials, energy, and materials green. The rest of the sectors are red, including consumer discretionary, healthcare, utilities, real estate, staples, tech, communication, Dow Jones transports. Both the industrial and the transports are red. Whenever you see the transports and the industrials red along with broker dealers, that could be signifying a potential confirming downtrend for the day. Adobe, we're basically back to the flat side. And again, Adobe, we're looking to make some money on Adobe. Now, looking to go positive on Adobe. Here we go. We're now in the money on Adobe, so that position is turning green. And it's built a nice little flag pattern here, guys. Just this little flag pattern alone. If the Qs can firm up just a little bit, Adobe should press to about 493, guys. 493. Which would imply roughly about another 0.5% upside, $2.71. So we are seeing Adobe trying to press higher here. We are in the green finally. Kara just made a move. Qs are making a move. Adobe making a move, guys. Look at this, guys. Back to the green side. So this heaviest trade, back to the green. Arguably, let's actually look at this other pattern that I'm just observing on Adobe. So you can arguably say now on Adobe, we have a nice inverse head and shoulders forming. So you have a right thing. You need to see if you can build a right shoulder here. You know, this could be construed as a right shoulder. We will see. Remember, this original one failed, but now you have a big left shoulder, a nice head, a right shoulder. This potentially breaks out of this little neckline, which is breaking out right now. You could actually have a move back to 495. That was my original target on Adobe. So 495 is looking sort of likely to happen based off of what we're triggering here intraday. Again, we need the Qs though to firm up. We do need the Qs to firm up. But I do like this Adobe stock. Extremely oversold. Extremely oversold. And it's a quality name. And the earnings weren't that bad. Earnings are not that bad. All right, so Fisker's coming in a little bit. Protective stop is in place, guys. So just keep that stop. Abide by it. I'm still in it. Nice move. We seem to be getting a little bit of a bid before it. Come on, FSR. Come on, Qs. Google making new lows. Bitcoin selling off a little bit harder now, guys. So it probably should have held on to that MicroStrategy short, but Bitcoin selling harder here. Same thing with Tesla. Tesla's now coming in. Come on, Adobe. Hold firm. Hold firm. Again, you can see Adobe's trying to hold as the Qs are coming in. So it's now approaching 12:06, guys. This trade is taking a long time. I apologize, but it's just one of those that, it's going to do its own thing. It's going to do its own thing, but we have triggered a little inverse head and shoulders on Adobe. I'm looking for a move to 495. 495. Again, I was down about 1,200 at the lows. If we get to 495, I'd be up about 1,200 on the trade. Fisker pumping, guys. Nice pump on Fisker. That's beautiful to see. That is beautiful to see. I'm actually going to raise stop on Fisker to about 1670. 1670. Nice little breakout occurring on Fisker, guys. Nice little potential break on Fisker. The volume is starting to come in. This one could squeeze very quickly. We just need it to hold. We just need it to hold. Come on, FSR. Get your big butt up there. Get your butt up there. So locking in at least 3% on the day trade, guys, on Fisker long. Shorted Boyle at 14.28. Not a bad entry. Look at that. It's starting to come in. Not too bad. All right, nice little breakout on volume coming in on Adobe. Same thing with Fisker. So our two longs are starting to potentially firm up and wanting to break out here. Google still at the lows. Apple's curling up. So Apple does appear like, all right, guys, Adobe's now printing us money here. Here we go. I'm up 317, 750 on the day for Adobe. The first trade, remember, we made about just under 500. So I'm slowly getting all those bullshit charges back from Adobe through this trade today. But I'm definitely going to take some of those recommendations. Nice move on Adobe, guys. Nice move on Adobe. Amazon at the lows. Bitcoin's dumping hard here, guys. Bitcoin's dumping really hard. Just regret not holding on to that MSTR short a little bit more. Regret not holding on to that MSTR short. NVIDIA's, Microsoft still at the dead lows. Adobe's pressing. FSR is trying to press higher. I think FSR is going to get a nice pop here, especially if the indices can firm up. They've just been so weak. So weak. Qs are coming into this little bit of a double bottom zone. Bitcoin's now back under 68,000, trading at 67.5. Look at Fisker go, guys. Look at FSR go. Come on, baby. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. Let's get a short squeeze. FSR is now up 10% on the session. We're up 5% with an in-the-money stop. So I love it when these high-flying trades go risk-free, because it just means that we have the ability to just continue riding this one. Look at this squeeze coming in Fisker, guys. Look at this squeeze. Excuse me. Woohoo! Look at the squeeze, guys. Look at the squeeze. I'm adjusting stops on Fisker to 1684. 1684. I'm still riding. I'm not selling. I'm not selling. I want more. I want more on Fisker. This one could get halted if we gap up too quickly. It's certainly one that could gap up. Don't be surprised if we try to gap up on Fisker. I could see definitely a volatility halt coming into play on FSR. Excuse me. A little bit of a tickle in my throat there. Another busy day here with Adobe, Fisker, Tesla. Tesla's looking at a nice long at 162 again. Retesting 162. I do think Tesla could get a bounce off that 162 again. There is some support there. Come on, Fisker. Really squeeze back to the highs of the day. Really squeeze back to the highs of the day. That would be epic, guys. That would be epic. Did Fisker get halted? No. No, it didn't. No, it didn't. Just stuck in a little range here. But we are trying to break out here on Fisker. We are trying to press higher. Qs are coming lower, guys. Qs are coming lower. Guys, I just sold Adobe. Exited there because the Qs are breaking down. I just sold Adobe, so we netted a little bit of a profit there. I can always re-enter if we get a retest lower to this neckline at 488. I am interested in reaccumulating Fisker at Adobe around this 489, 480, pierce to 489. But I am looking at Tesla here. Tesla's holding above its low of day, but the Qs are really coming into its low. Still holding Fisker. But I did sell Adobe there for a nice little gain. So that's 2 for 2 on Adobe. I still think it can press higher, but I'm just worried that the Qs have a little bit of a dip below that low of day that forces Fisker lower. So again, I'm looking at Tesla for a long in this range. Tesla's looking very appealing again. Tesla is looking appealing. You are coming into some support. Guys, I just went long Tesla. I got filled at 162 even. 162 even. Long Tesla. 162 even. So we're now back in a long on Tesla at 162 even. Let's play ball. Still interested in Adobe if it presses higher, and we're still watching Fisker potentially squeeze here. Just have an in-the-money stop on FSR, guys. And long test at this 162. I was also thinking about buying KOLD, so a couple people are shorting the nat gas trade right now. Again, guys, we look for Adobe, a retest here to this 488, appears to 490, and that gets me thoroughly involved. That would get me involved. I did get an alert on, MDB, MongoDB. Yep, MongoDB just bleeding. Coming up into some support now, MongoDB. Coming up into a big support trend line. You can see these pivots. So this might be a, excuse me, a potential long, but you are breaking some key support levels. Gap fill sits all the way down here. Let's see. MongoDB is currently down 3.79% and bleeding. Nice oversold condition. This is a potential area on MongoDB, guys. This is a potential area. Just trying to see, is there any weekly chart support in this range? EMA 113 is a little bit lower. Are you hitting anything at the moment? No. You've pierced the 50. Qs are trying to make a new low of day on the Qs. So Qs appear to be putting in a new low of day. It's definitely an interesting play here on MongoDB. MongoDB. I'm actually going to try it on the long side, guys. MDB. A weak stock. We are just trying to bottom pick here. We are trying to bottom pick. All right, guys, I'm long MDB. I got filled at 355.12. Ooh, that's a shitty fill. It's at 354. Oh, they fucking always... I hate that. 355.12. I definitely thought I was under 355. That's some bullshit fill. Oh, I'm going to have to talk to my broker about that. Still going to work out okay, but fuck, man. That was definitely under 354. Come on. You can't fucking fill me like that. That's some bullshit. Sorry, I just get angry when I get a shitty fill. When I see the price lower than when I get filled, I mean, that's just nasty. I can see MDB retesting this area, this 360 area. You know, if we do a little bit of a fib retrace, let's see, from this high to this low, minimum bounce should be to 357, so that's a few dollars on the trade. So that'll be enough for a day trade scalp, even if we push back up to, say, this 357 range. But we are long MDB 355.12. Thought I got filled sub 355, but that's not the case. Brina Bear is asking what broker I use, IBKR and Questrade in Canada. And I also have access to RBC. That specific fill was from IBKR. Next ad level on Tesla is coming up into about 50 cents lower. About 50 cents lower. I'll keep adding to the Tesla trade. You can see Adobe still trying to firm up here, guys. ADBE. We're now driving this Fisker trade home, guys. We are absolutely printing on this Fisker trade, guys. You can see the Adobe accumulation continues to remain strong off this area. I'm still interested in adding down here if we flush, guys, if we flush. So long MongoDB, long FSR, and long Tesla. Whoa, look at Tesla, guys. Tesla's coming in hard here. I'm going to get ready to add to the next lot here. Just got filled there, guys. Just got filled on Tesla. Heavy volume in this range. Average is now 161.75. And we are coming lower. Adobe's also coming lower. Wow, I don't know if there's news on Tesla there, but that's a big, big breakdown. That's a pretty big breakdown. Excuse me. Swallowed it. So Adobe is coming up into the next entry, guys. Adobe is coming down. So we have a 2/4 position long on Tesla, guys. 2/4 position long on Tesla. Down on the trade. A long on MDB. And it's still holding a long on FSR, which we're in the driver's seat. That one keeps moving up for us. Next ad level on Tesla, if we go lower, is basically 50 cents lower, guys. So 161. Every 50 cents, I will accumulate a little bit more. But look at this sell side program. I don't know if there is news on Tesla or not. That's a pretty big sell side pressure program on Tesla. And now you do have another potential inverse head and shoulders on Adobe at the moment. So I'm going to keep MDB since we're in that trade. I'm watching Adobe on my other screen. Look at Fisker going for another breakout, guys. Fisker is going for another breakout here. So this chart is looking more and more bullish. MDB catching a nice bounce. I'm looking for a move up to 357 at the minimum. Adobe's coming lower, guys. It's getting a little bit more intriguing at this range. We're still seeing our Mongo work, waiting on Tesla. Fisker looks ready and poised to continue to squeeze. Tesla getting a nice bounce, guys. Tesla's getting a really big bid. Adobe's back into that buy range, guys. ADBE is back into that buy range. So this is potentially a lucrative opportunity. I haven't taken the trade. I'm just managing my Fisker, and I'm managing my Tesla and my MongoDB. But Adobe at this range is interesting for an accumulation. Let's see, MongoDB, Tesla, big candle there. Guys, I'm going to move my Fisker stop up to 1707. Locking in more gains now, 1707. Stop is in place on FSR. So now we are up 5.57%, just about 90 cents. MongoDB acting well. Qs are still at the lows of the session, so Qs are still at the lows. I use the web version. But I have used both. Do you get the 4.3% on idle cash? Yeah, I think it's still at that 4.83%. I have to double check. But you do get that cash, that interest. Tesla coming in a little bit. Still in the driver's seat with Fisker, guys. Geez, these indices are just bleeding. It makes me think that they're selling it all day long, that we're going to see some final crazy pop to the upside into the end of the day. Kind of what this makes me think. You know, they're taking household names down. They're leaving a few of the strong horses that have been strong all year up, like NVDA, AMD. But they're pretty much taking everything else down. Again, at some point, Microsoft's going to get a bid. Google's almost into that gap fill zone. Take a look at this Google chart. It's just been selling all day, right? Clear downtrend, but we're coming up into this clear gap that was formed You know what I mean? Look at the sell side pressure on Google, just getting very oversold on the RSI, and you're coming up into a big support zone on Google. So I'm watching that on my other chart because there's a potential long trade there. There is a potential long trade. Still watching MDB, Tesla, Fisker, Adobe is interesting at this level. Nat Gas is trying to push up. I am going to take a midday break, guys. I am going to take a midday break. I am just going to grab myself a sauna because that Adobe trade stressed me out. Still in the money on MDB. Our Fisker stop loss is in place, almost being tagged at the moment. Take a look at that run up in MDB. It is starting to push higher, guys. So nice job if you've been able to take that fill with us. Come on, MDB. Fisker, hold. Don't shake us out. Don't stop us out. I mean, it's still a nice gain on Fisker, guys. Still a nice gain. Again, it's roughly a $10,000 position for me on Fisker. So it's a cool $500 we're making at the very minimum, about $560, $570. Hopefully it pushes up off this level and doesn't stop us out. But it's just lingering here. Lingering like it's going to stop us out. So Tesla, we're back in the green. So all three trades now, we're back in the green, guys. Things are looking pretty good. Pretty good. All right, Fisker's holding. FSR is holding at the moment. Daily chart of the Qs is looking pretty bearish at the moment. Fisker's holding, guys. I'm impressed to see that. You have Bitcoin still down 4.95%, Apple down 1%, Qs are down 1.23%, SPY down 1%, IWM flat, dollar green, UVXY up 5%, silver, gold up on the session. Yields have faded. 10-year yield still green, 2 yield still green. The SOXX is down 0.35%. Adobe down 14%. You are seeing Apple firming up here. Apple's getting a nice big wick up to the upside. So I would not be surprised to see the Qs. The Qs are trying to hold this double bottom range. Still extremely weak on the session, but they are trying to hold double bottom. Tesla's catching a bid here. The slow grind all day lower, I do think we're going to get a big intraday pop at some point. The slow grind, look at FSR. Still staying above our stop. That's what I like to see on FSR. That's beautiful. I love when we have our stop loss placed just in the right place, guys. Just in the right place. Adobe going lower. Take a look at Adobe here. ADBE. It's now into this next support range. I'm even interested in picking some up here, but oh, look at Fisker, guys. Look at Fisker. Yes, let's go, Fisker. Come on, baby. Let's pull up a larger term time frame on Fisker. Take a look at this chart. Look at this beautiful. We break this neckline here. Fisker is going to squeeze, potentially another 12.5% squeeze on Fisker, guys, coming into play right now. Look at this, guys. Keep trailing those stop losses up. You want to maximize your profits. So look at Fisker breaking an inverse head and shoulders here. This is a beautiful accumulation pattern that we're breaking that flat top neckline. This thing is a high short interest name, right? Extremely high short interest. So as it moves higher, more and more shorts get nervous. More and more shorts want to cover. We are absolutely printing on Fisker. Yes, let's go. Look at this breakout, guys. Look at this breakout. We're up 9% on Fisker. This is a beautiful trade, guys. Beautiful trade. Everyone should have caught this with us. Everyone. Yeah, Nat Gas could potentially make new lows. It could. There's certainly that possibility. Come on, guys. Let's go, Fisker. Come on. Hold those gains. Hold those gains. Hold them. Hold them, guys. Hold Fisker. It's trying to break out of a nice inverse head and shoulders. It's coming in now. But you are trying to break out of this little bit of a range. We still have an in-the-money stop. Still trading Tesla on the long side. MDB, we're long off 355.12. Thought I got a fill at 350, sub 355, but my broker did me dirty. All right, guys, big push on Apple. Meta still at the lows. Bitcoin's trying to curl up. Apple at the, or Amazon at the lows. Let's see if there's any trade on Amazon. Still no touch for me yet. You are coming up into some 4-hour chart support at the moment. Amazon is coming up, but the hourly, I guess you're actually hitting daily chart support on Amazon. You're hitting the 20-day moving average right now. So you could see consumer discretionary stocks like Tesla and Amazon firm up here. Amazon is into a big support level, daily chart support level. So I would expect a bounce here in Amazon. I would. Fisker's still trying to squeeze. MongoDB, we're in the driver's seat, guys. Look at this MongoDB. Another profitable trade, guys. Another profitable trade on MongoDB. Boom, boom, boom. I'm still looking for a move up to 357 at the minimum. I could even see this retesting 360 if the market firms up. You know, you look at the Qs, and our stocks are moving up when the Qs are pretty much still at the dead lows, right? So Qs are still super, super weak on the session. So we're picking on some, you know, we have a relative strength-based play in Tesla. Tesla's actually outperforming the market despite it still being negative. You have FSR outperforming the market. You have MDB underperforming the market, but MDB coming up into a big, big upsloping trend line here that goes way, way back. So that should hold for now. Enough for a little bit of a day trade scalp. Adobe, still weak on the session. You're getting canopy growth in marijuana stocks. Look at this CGC chart. It's trying to break a bull flag. So potentially showing signs that more liquidity is flowing in. Nice little bull flag pattern on CGC. Trying to confirm here. IWM still just consolidating all day long. Let's look at Adobe again. Adobe still just pushing. Nat Gas is trying to push higher here, guys. Let's flip back to our MDB trade. Fisker looks ready and poised to continue higher. MongoDB, nice push on MDB, guys. Nice push on Mongo. Tesla's struggling at this neckline. So Tesla is really struggling at this area. Again, we only have a half position long in Tesla, so we still have a lot of maneuverability to work our average. We're in the money on Fisker, in the money on Mongo. Look at Fisker trying to squeeze, guys. We haven't even seen the real short squeeze. This thing could be up, 40% by the end of the day, just with the way it's kind of trading and moving. As I just adjusted my stop on Fisker to 1723, so just slowly moving it up. As we move up and make new little impulse green pivot lows, we adjust our stop. So just slightly below this impulse green candle breakout, because if you lose that, then really you don't want to be in the trade anymore. But as of now, FSR is still just holding above this key zone, waiting on Tesla, waiting on Mongo. You do see the Qs trying to firm up here, so Qs are firming up. Bitcoin trying to firm up. Adobe still down 14%. Coinbase showing some positive signs. Another nice day for us here, guys. Another nice day for us. Personally speaking, I'm up about 2,100 on the session. 2,100 US on the session. So another fantastic day trading session for us here. And we're looking to squeeze more. We're looking for Fisker. I think Fisker can retest, those high pivots. Like, just think about the high pivot that Fisker made up here today. Imagine we get up there on Fisker. $1,000 in the trade, but that big pop on the Nissan news ended up making me about 1,900. I was actually in Home Depot looking for some supplies for our Airbnb, and I was so pissed because I didn't pick the top. It spiked up 66% yesterday, and I was watching in the car, and then I put my phone away, as I was in the store. I was in the store for like 10 minutes and I had my phone in my pocket. And then I looked and I just saw Fisker after hours. Boom! It was up 33%. And had I been watching for the whole time like I suspected something coming, would have made a nice 66% trade. Still made about 39% on the trade in less than a few hours. So, I mean, I can't kick a gift horse in the mouth. It was still an epic trade, but definitely missed out on an extra, couple thousand there. But nonetheless, we're still in the driver's seat here, and we're still seeing it squeeze, and we're in the money by about 9% with an in-the-money stop loss at the 1723. We're in the green on MongoDB. Again, it was only a starter position on Mongo. I have 80 shares long, roughly up $114. Fisker pushing higher, guys. Fisker's pushing higher. Here we go. Here we go. Can we squeeze? Tesla's falling. Mongo's rallying. Isn't that Eric saying rising wedge on Boyle? Rising wedge on Boyle. Let's take a look at Boyle. Qs are getting sold into. Yeah, rising wedge on Boyle. I mean, this could be a short zone here off that 10-minute EMA 113, but notice how you've tested it once here, rejection. Now you're testing it again. So, I mean, natural gas is just really finding a hard level, a price level here because you're at that neckline. All right, so you're at that neckline, that previous little neckline that's kept you in check. That's where you're trading under. So this is technical resistance. This is a short setup. But if you get above that neckline, you don't want to be shorting it still. You want to technically just take the close on the trade. So watching this neckline is key. You get above it, you can push higher. You stay below it, you likely could fall. So no trust for me because we're still in no man's land. All right, guys, MongoDB is coming up into target. MongoDB is coming up into target 1, guys. Target 1 on MongoDB is coming up. Oh, rejection there on Mongo, guys. Rejection there on Mongo. Rejection there on Mongo. Still okay, though. The chart is still technically. I do see oil trying to push back up. Oil's trying to push back up. Tesla's just weak in this area. It's not wanting to firm up. Fisker has had a 2-minute breakout, confirmed candle. Let's see if it can hold this support level, guys. Volume is increasing, which could signify a short squeeze. Volume is definitely upticking. And again, shorts only get nervous in a high short interest name when its stock is moving up. So just recognize that. Guys, I just moved my stop loss up on Fisker to 1735. 1735. Stop loss is in place. You can see that this is trying to break out, but often the case is they try to rope in new liquidity as it's trying to break out. They take it lower, and then they do the bigger push to the upside. So I just tightened up my stop loss there. It's still technically a very bullish chart at the moment, trying to push higher. But I just tightened up my stop loss just in case they push it down and then try to take it back up. MongoDB, we're still long. We're still long on Tesla, guys. So it's been a nice trading session. You're holding your Adobe calls. I think that's a smart move, Ram. You are seeing it move up here. I'm looking at a re-entry on Adobe. I am really looking at a nice little re-entry on Adobe. I'm very close to doing so. Very close. It is trying to potentially form a 3-minute inverse head and shoulders pattern, which is looking bullish. Nat Gas still trying to push higher here. Nice move on Mongo. Tesla still just can't get out of its own way. All right, guys, I'm selling Mongo here. I just sold Mongo 356.95. Nice little profit there, 356.95. And I'm looking at rotating some of that capital back into, say, Adobe. All right, Fisker hit our stop, guys. Fisker did hit our stop there. So all out of Fisker. Lovely gain on Fisker, guys. That's a nice trade. It's a beautiful trade, up 7.28%. That's a nice trade, guys. If you were able to catch that with us, congratulations. All right, I'm looking at this Adobe long, forming a nice little inverse head and shoulders. So let's watch it. Let's watch to see if we can get an entry and a breakout, because you get a breakout and it's going to be off to the races. So I am all out of Fisker. That trade is now complete. Nice over 7% win. Could it squeeze higher? Yes, it could. It absolutely could. Think Lucid has any hope? I've seen a few in Arizona, very nice cars. Let's take a look at Lucid. Obviously under pressure with the whole EV market. Just give me 1 second. I'm going to look at Lucid in a moment. Yikes. Yikes. Trading at $2.70. I actually think Lucid's going to break this low. Once you break this low on Lucid and you have a higher high on the RSI, but you need to make a new low. You want to break this low on Lucid, maybe around $2 whole number. But once you break this low, create a little bit of a lower low on the price action, but a higher high, then you could potentially bottom pick Lucid. That's how I would trade it. All right, guys, I just went long Adobe, 489.44. 489.44. Sorry, they actually filled me at 489.46. 489.46. Long Adobe again. Long Adobe. 40. This is a 1/4 position, guys. This is just a 1/4 position. And we took profits on Mongo. We took profits on Fisker. And we're back in Adobe. Still riding Tesla. Tesla next ad level is at 161. And then if we pierce that, it's going to be at 160.50. So we are long Adobe, looking for a break of this little inverse head and shoulders. We are looking for a break of this inverse head and shoulders. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder forming. You haven't triggered the neckline, so any pattern can fail. Just recognize that, but the Qs are still oversold intraday. Qs are still oversold intraday. NVIDIA is still trying to make a little bit of a push higher. It is forming a little bit of a bullish flag pattern on NVIDIA. $11% in the money. Ram on his Adobe calls. Beautiful job, Ram. Beautiful job. That's what we like to hear. Amazon's made a big push. Google curling up. Microsoft's trying to catch a bounce. So the Qs could firm up here. The Qs could firm up here. Would not shock me. Again, you've had a Microsoft take a whopping dive down. What is Microsoft down right now? 2.5%, 2.58%. Bitcoin down 4%. Trying to get a move up right now. So you're seeing strength coming back into MSTR. Adobe is coming lower. Next entry on Adobe is basically going to be around this retest of this trend line, this downsloping trend line. But we really want to see it hold. It is coming lower. Nat gas just got rejected. Anyone shorting Nat gas there, huge reversal off that neckline. Pretty big reversal off that neckline. Look at that drop on Nat gas. Nice short. Whoever took that, nice short. Nice short. Wow, these indices are just super weak right now. Look at Nat gas fall. Look at Tesla fall, guys. I'm going to add to Tesla again. Get ready to add to Tesla again. Just being taken to the woodshed. Look at that fall on nat gas, guys. That's not a good reversal on nat gas. That's a pretty bearish candle. Very bearish candle on nat gas. Just made 2K there. Good job, Eric. Good job, Eric. Daisy May throwing up some bullish signals. Guys, Tesla's coming up into next target. Nat gas is still falling. Tesla is coming up into that 161 target. Still riding an Adobe long. Looking to add to Tesla here. Look at this dump on nat gas, guys. That's a pretty impressive dump. Jumping the gun a little bit here. My average is now sitting at 161. 52. That's a 3/4 entry. Again, I'll add at 160.50. Let's look at the QQQ chart now. Look at this Q's just grinding lower and lower and lower. Adobe's also coming in some more. So Adobe's coming up into that next add level. Damn Adobe. Yeah, UNG is tanking. Nat gas just had a huge sell-off there. You know, in one 5-minute candle, nat gas fell roughly 1.6%. Just shows you how volatile it is. A 1.6% fall in one 5-minute candle. All right, guys, I just added to my Adobe down here. 487.51 I got filled at, 487.51. My average is now 488.81. And Adobe still hasn't had the bigger move that I think could happen, but it's again, this market is just super weak today. Even small caps appear to be rolling over, trying to roll over. They have gone negative. So now you're in a scenario where small caps are negative. Qs are getting a little bit of a bounce here. That's going to help the trade, but really markets are still just lingering here in a range. Lingering here in a range. Nice little bit on the Qs. Can the Qs actually break out of this little inverse now? That's what we're looking for. That's going to help our Tesla. That'll help our Adobe. Another new low there on the market. Another new low there on on Tesla. Q's still coming lower, guys. Not a healthy sign for the market. Q's are still falling. Russell's falling. Just can't catch a bid. Tesla can't catch a bid. Adobe's still weak because the market's weak. Microsoft new lows, Google new lows, Amazon's testing the lows, Tesla's looking like it wants to go lower itself. So you have a lot of the mega caps. Google's coming up into that gap fill, guys. Google's coming up into that gap fill into a very oversold condition. So there is a bit of a long trade at that 139.84 level on Google. There is a little bit of a long trade at that 139.84 on Google. MongoDB had a nice continuation. Adobe still falling. Tesla trying to push higher here. Again, the volume is really lightening up here on Adobe. You're now coming up into this area where you saw a big influx of volume off of that 10-minute engulfing candle. So I still think that'll hold. It's just markets are kind of brittle and you're not really seeing much liquidity flowing into the indices, which is why these weak stocks are struggling. You know, if the Qs were positive today, Adobe probably would have bounced one hell of a big bounce. Qs look like they're trying to grind lower. Tesla's trying to firm. Amazon new low. Microsoft still at the lows. Google coming in. Meta trying to curl up. Guys, Qs look like they do want to make a new low. Take a look at that. We're actually probably going to be confirming this hourly chart breakdown. Go figure, eh? A bearish breakdown on the Qs is trying to be confirmed at the moment on the hourly chart basis. So now we got to run into a scenario here where the Qs could come down to 431.66. That's your next fib zone. So down on Adobe by 0.5%. Still can add one more time at this double bottom. Or sorry, we actually still have two more entries. We only have a half position. So double bottom is the next entry on Adobe. If we break through that, then we're probably heading to the low end of this range. QQQ new lows, guys. Q's just made new lows. So again, despite, we haven't really shorted anything today, despite XOM and MSTR. Even though the market's been weak, we've still been able to squeeze out profits on the long side through Fisker, Adobe, Tesla, MongoDB. So I mean, it's a pretty big down day on the Qs and the S&P as of now. I still think that they're going to give the markets a facelift at some point. This grind has just been very, very slow, almost just shaking people out. I do think that they're going to wave that magic wand into OPEX. Remember, it's OPEX, right? We still have a huge volatility event that could unfold. But VIX is flying up 7.6 on a Friday. So breaking that correlation, the VIX is breaking its correlation up 7.6 on a Friday. Microsoft new lows, Amazon new lows, Tesla's still holding. What I do like about Tesla is that it hasn't taken out its low as the Qs has, so it's a little bit of a positive divergence. Same thing with Adobe here. You put in that low on Adobe, which was roughly on the Qs, was right in here. So Adobe hasn't taken out its low, despite the Qs making new lows. So again, small relative strengths plays in the grand picture. I mean, the market is still weak. These stocks are still weak. But just little nuances like that do help you as a trader to eventually make money as the indices. These indices should get a pop. Google didn't hit sub 40. No, it didn't. So I'm not long. I like it at 139.84. That's the better entry, that gap fill. I'm just waiting for that gap to be filled. Microsoft continues to go lower, guys. Microsoft is going lower. Microsoft's coming up into the 7-day moving average, sitting at 412.62. So it's about 20 cents away on Microsoft. About 20 cents away on Microsoft. NVDA is still holding the majority of its gains, but has faded from the highs. Still positive in a weak market. And, the fact that semis are still holding up here leads me to think that, we will get a bounce. Just got to be patient. It's not one of those instant gratification days where the market just absolutely buy the dippers come in. And notice the character change in the market, right? Usually on sell-offs intraday, you get huge rips. Boom. I mean, you did get one big rip early in the morning, but now you've just been faded, putting in lower highs, lower lows. So a little bit of a trend character change in the market where you are seeing the indices keep being sold into. Dollars still really hasn't made a big move today, but the VIX is just screaming higher. UVXY, screaming, screaming, screaming. What a monster move on the VIX. And the VIX breaking correlation structure on a Friday. Typically there's an 80-85% chance the VIX is crushed on a Friday, and that's not what we're seeing. We're not seeing the VIX crush Friday. We're actually seeing the VIX rally Friday. That's not what you typically see on a Friday. So that's what I mean about character change. Things are definitely looking a little bit more bearish. New lows on the Qs. Notice Adobe's pushing as the Qs are falling. Same thing with Tesla, holding as the Qs are falling. So the sell side pressure is coming from Amazon right now, Apple, and Microsoft. Microsoft still at the lows, down 2.89%, but 7-day chart support is coming into play here, guys. The 7-day moving average for Microsoft is coming into play. And it's coming into play pretty much with a consecutive sell-side program. I mean, really, why the Qs are so weak? Look what Microsoft is doing. Look at this downtrend on Microsoft. Look at that. That's what's weighing on the market right now. It's weighing on cloud, IGV. It's weighing on the S&P. It's weighing on the Qs. But you look at this potential failed breakout on Microsoft. That's a thing of beauty. But look at this 7-day. You are approaching that 7-day. We'll see if Microsoft wants to bounce there. Adobe catching a little bit of a bid. We're back to the green side of Adobe. Right now I have 120 shares long in Adobe. And I have about 500 shares long in Tesla. Tesla right now I'm down about $280 on the 500 shares. Adobe we're slightly flat or slightly down, about $94. And the Q's still just grinding lower and lower, guys. Still just grinding lower and lower. But it feels like the market is going to get a really big snap at any point. Maybe it's down lower at the 618 here around 431.88, but it does feel like we're going to get a really big snap. Yep, Nat Gas still selling, guys. Look at that bearish price action. Anyone who shorted there, I can't remember who shorted Nat Gas, but excellent job. You're laughing. Eric shorted Boyle. Nice. Nice. Paul was thinking of buying KOLD. Nice. Look at that. That would have been epic, guys. That would have been epic. Nice trades, guys. Nice trades. A little jealous I didn't take them with you. But that's a stellar trade. That is a stellar trade. Q's new lows. Tesla's breaking a potential bear flag here, so we got to watch for that carefully. Come on, Tesla, hold. Q's are trying to bounce here, but still being sold into. Very weak on the daily session today. Nat gas now down, pretty much looking like it's going to lows. Now down. New lows on Nat gas, guys. That's bearish. New lows on Nat gas. That is bearish as can be. Tesla coming in. Nat gas coming in. Microsoft, even at this area, is a good risk to reward for just a quick snipe off of that daily 7. Wow, look at Nat gas, guys. If Nat gas flushes back down in a straight direction to about 172, 171, could be a day trade long. Oh, guys, they're taking Tesla down here. Take us to the promised land. Little bounce coming in the Qs. Adobe were basically flat. Here we go, guys. Looks like markets are trying to firm up just a bit. Just a bit. So the Qs today are well below the 7-day or the 20 moving average. And the S&P daily chart is still above the 20-day moving average. So the 20-day on the S&P SPY ETF is sitting at 507.20. 507.20. Come on, Tesla. Come on, Adobe. We remain long. Currently down $300 on Tesla, up $200 for the day since we've traded that successfully earlier. Market finally rolling over, another head fake and bought Monday. Let's just get through this day. You know, OPEX is designed to shake people out. I still think that they're going to give this a facelift today. I don't think we're going to sell off all day long. I think they will give this a facelift today. So it really depends on where we close. But the fact that the VIX is definitely showing signs of accumulation is a dangerous game for the markets. See this channel? We could even fall all the way down to, not today, I don't think it's today, but we could fall all the way down to here Monday. But let's just see where we finish, because there's so much money on the line today, $5 trillion, that it could go either way. You know, it could go either way. Right now they're pumping the VIX, slaughtering the markets. I've seen things reverse within the blink of an eye, right? They could absolutely give stocks a facelift by the end of the day with $5 trillion in options expiring today. That's a massive incentive to manipulate markets in a very, very, very weird way. So, I mean, the real volatility is going to come into the afternoon session, roughly around that last hour. But there's going to be some interesting moves. There's going to be some really weird moves that transpire today. Very, very peculiar moves. You're going to probably be shocked. Like, I've got so many different charts open. You know, I'm watching all the mega caps on my one screen, plus the high volume gainers, plus the YouTube chat. Then I got all the major indices and bond yields on another screen. Then I'm watching oil and nat gas, the VIX, and some energy stocks on the other screens, as well as every single sector. And then on my other screen, which you guys are viewing here, I have Tesla, Q's, Adobe. So I've got many charts. I got my iPad beside me watching about 13 other names. Plus I got my 2 phones going. I mean, I'm gonna see some weird shit going on just because I have so much screen power right now at the moment, watching so many charts. But there's going to be some weird price action that unfolds in the later afternoon. You mark my words. But look at that VIX just screaming higher, guys. People are buying up the VIX like no tomorrow. And look at this, you know, potential weekly Reversal, closing above that 7. We'll see if it can hold, but that VIX is in squeeze mode. Let's see that FSR trade. That one came in, so nice job taking profits there. Nice job taking profits there. Let's flip back to the Qs. Again, Q's just grinding lower and lower, right? Can't catch a bid. Nice thing to see Adobe in the green, Tesla trying to firm up as the Qs are selling. And again, the sell side pressure is coming from Microsoft and Apple right now. Tesla's trying to firm up, only down 0.25% on Tesla, slightly green on Adobe. VIX is still pushing for the high of the day. So right now you have a broad market sell-off unfolding. You have every sector red except for XLE, but it's looking like it's going to get sold into the negative side. So every sector is red, including the Dow components, including broker-dealers. So this is a confirming downtrend as of now. As of now, every sector. The worst performing sector today is technology, XLK, down 1.89%. Then you have consumer discretionary, so the likes of Tesla and Amazon, down 1.25%. Then you have communications down 1%. So SPY right now is down 1.26. You have the QQQ at the moment down 1.42. Dixie's up 0.1. UVXY up 8.84. Gold slightly negative. Silver up 1.7. 10-year up 0.37. 2-year up 0.5%. So not a healthy day for the market, but we're still squeezing longs, guys. We are still squeezing longs. Adobe in the money. Tesla flat. Let's see if we can push higher here, guys. Nice move on Tesla coming into play. This is what we want to see. This is exactly what we want to see. Adobe, damn you, Adobe. Q's getting a big stick up. Guys, we are in the money on Tesla. Q's are still pushing. Nat Gas still selling off, guys. Nat Gas is still selling off. Bitcoin looks like it's breaking down some more. Come on, Q's. Can we firm up? Can the Q's put in a little bit of a reversal here? See the hourly chart. Still super, super weak, but trying to. All right, Tesla's our biggest position at the moment with 500 shares. So we are long and strong at the moment. We are long and strong. Come on, Tesla, retest this little neckline. Tesla should retest this little area here, around this zone. But definitely a substantial amount of sell side pressure in the market today. A high degree of sell side pressure in the market. And if the Qs stay firm, we could see Tesla all the way back up to 162.45. You can see this little parallel channel. I'm just going to erase this fib zone and these previous little entries. But you can see this little high pivot to your high pivot, low pivot, low pivot, low pivot. Tesla should keep pushing. Adobe's still weak. Qs are catching a bid. So big bounce on Google. I mean, I was waiting for Google. Fuck me, man. They just did not give it to the gap. And this is what OPEX does. They like to bounce stocks right before the key technical level. So we never filled the gap, which actually makes me suspicious of this market. They literally tighten up the algos to really try to bounce stocks before certain levels. They try to overshoot stocks to certain levels. So OPEX is a tough day to trade. And this is why, Adobe keeps overshooting our level. Tesla overshot our level. We're still making money because we have proper risk management, right? We're not just going all in on one level. We're inching in at the key spots, which kind of hedges our bets, allows us to DCA. But it's been it hasn't been easy, right? None of the trades we've taken have been easy, other than Fisker. But even that went through a big dump early on. And MongoDB, that was a pretty easy one. That was a nice slam dunk. But we're waiting on Tesla. We're waiting on Adobe, and Adobe's still coming in. Tesla did get a big bounce, but Qs are seeing a little bit of weakness at the moment. Nat gas still continuing to bleed lower, guys. So, I mean, hopefully I've been able to keep you guys out on the long side. Safety first, preserve that capital because it is looking bearish. I know a lot of people that were gung-ho bullish on nat gas. So was I, but you just got to adjust, right? You can be bullish one day and technicals change the next day. You have to flip with the charts, right? It's hard, right? We're so biased. Our nature is to be biased to a certain degree. You know, whether it's an investment bias, whether it's a political bias, whether it's an educational bias, we're designed to have a bias. Human nature. It's one of the toughest things in the market is to put your bias aside. We're designed to have a bias, and that's often what gets us in trouble. Instead of just reading the charts, what's in front of us. So, you know, that's what we try to do here. I'm even guilty of it sometimes. I'm not perfect. We just try to learn and recognize our cues catching a bid. Adobe green, Tesla green. Guys, I do have a long on nat gas. If we keep flushing into nat gas, basically I like that a Pierce of 172 as a potential day trade scalp. Look at Tesla go, guys. Nice move on Tesla. Nice move on Tesla, guys. Nice move on Tesla. Tesla's trying to flip back to the green side, currently down 0.5%. NVIDIA's up 1, AMD's up 2.82. Qs are still pressing. Qs are still pressing. Big move in Tesla. Qs are still pushing. This is the facelift we've been looking for. Initial resistance is coming into play on this trend. Sorry, I'm recasting my stream there. Come on, Tesla. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. Come on, Adobe. If Adobe breaks this inverse, you know, it's going to be a pretty substantial up move in Adobe. I still think that there's a very strong chance that it could do it. Qs are continuing. Dixie's actually trying to push higher though, so a little bit of a risk here on the Dixie. All right, guys, I'm going to put a break-even stop loss on Tesla at the 161.52. Break even. Break even on Tesla. All right, guys, Tesla just hit my stop. Just hit my stop. I'm actually going to roll those profits into Adobe if we go lower. Sorry, I'm going to roll that. We didn't make anything on that trade. Just took a break even there. Unfortunately, I am out of Tesla, but I'm looking at accumulating some more Adobe if we fall a little bit lower. So there's two little resistance on Adobe. All right, guys, I'm doubling my Adobe position right here. I just doubled my Adobe position. I am liking the accumulation I'm seeing. Volume is lightening up here, which is telling me that the sell side pressure is waning for now. Tesla has been really stubborn. A little bit of an inverted head and shoulders on the 1 minute chart. Still means that there could be a slight bit of downside on the Qs. We would form a right shoulder here. We'll see. We'll see if that happens. Oops. MSTR back to the negative side with Bitcoin. So you are seeing crypto stocks continuing to be under pressure. QQQ is trying to move up here though. We'll see if we can break through this little resistance point. You are back above this little pivot low. That's a short-term positive for the Qs, the fact that you're back above this little pivot. Still seeing Adobe trying to work out the sellers here. But it's really trading with the Qs, Adobe. Pretty much trading with the Qs. At some point, I do think it'll diverge, but it's just not quite ready yet. VIX is trying to make another push. The Dixie just made a little bit of a new high of day. So now you have the Dixie, believe it or not, trying to actually break out here. That's typically not positive for the markets, but since the indices have sold off, it should lessen the decline initially. But the Dixie is trying to break out here. Take a look at this. So big level for the dollar right now. It is trying to break out. If it gets rejected here and pulls back, Qs should make a little bit of a pop higher. Come on, Adobe. Get your big butt up there. What you saw me do in Adobe where I doubled my position pretty much at my average. I don't typically do that. That's not the best risk management. But I still think Adobe can retest 495 today. Potentially 497 if we ever get this breakout. Come on. Volume starting to come in. Volume starting to come in on Adobe, guys. Can we get a 3 green soldiers or 3 white soldiers? So we've got one high volume candle. We're looking to get another higher volume candle, which we still have a minute and a half left, so there should be heavier volume on the secondary candle. Look at Adobe. Here we go. Okay, this is what I was looking for. This is why I doubled my position. So a bit of flow coming in for Adobe as well. Oh, trying here, right? So we still have the scenario where we're putting in potentially a 3 white soldier pattern or 3 green soldiers. Dixie getting slightly rejected. Let's look at Tesla again. Tesla breaking bull flag structure. So nice little move on Tesla. Let's keep that Dixie chart up though. Come on, Adobe. Break through. Take us to the promised land. Take us to the promised land. Again, if Adobe pushes to our upside target, that'd be a nice gain. That would be a really lovely gain. Again, remember the high pivot on Adobe was all the way up here today, 503. Go figure. But Adobe's trying to break out of this little inverse. Again, I have 240 shares long Adobe at this 488.81. We are in the money right now. So that's roughly a $117,000 position. We are trying to break out and trigger this inverse. If we can, we're going to squeeze on Adobe. There's a lot of momentum traders just lurking behind the scenes in this name. Because it's a household name, many traders are watching it. Many traders are watching it. I'm actually surprised Adobe's not even on the high volume list today, which kind of makes me suspect with this gap down. You know, the fact that Adobe's not even trading on the high volume list makes me very suspect. All right, guys, we're moving up through the neckline. We're moving up through the neckline. Look at this. Let's see if we get a higher volume candle on this one. If we do get a higher volume candle, we would have a 3 white soldier, 3 green soldier pattern playing out, and that should yield upside. That's a very, very bullish signal. We're now up 0.3%. Come on, Adobe. Let's get going. If the Qs break out of its inverse head and shoulders, Adobe's really going to push. Adobe's really going to push higher here, guys. Look at this. Look at this. We're now up. I'm up $400 and squeezing. Come on. Come on, Adobe. Adobe's made us right now, if we were to sell everything, up about 1,100 on the day on Adobe. Up 1,100 on the day. 1,200 now. Come on. Squeeze. Squeeze, 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 Adobe. Come on, Qs. Get your big butt up there and squeeze. Get your big butt up there and squeeze. QQQ call, Ram saying QQQ calls with 434. Is it doable until next Friday? Currently at 430. Oh, yeah, that's doable. You could hit that today. You could easily hit 434 today, calls. All right, guys, I'm up 500 now on this Adobe position, but looking for more. We have triggered the breakout. Still waiting to see if we get that 3 green soldier pattern. It's not looking likely that we are going to, but it doesn't mean the breakout shouldn't stick. You're seeing the Qs trying to break, Dixie coming down, VIX coming down, oil coming down. So you have all of the recipes for this to continue higher, guys. We have all the recipes. Paul's laughing at my commentary. Get your big butt up there. Yeah, Adobe, come on. Squeeze, Adobe. Squeeze. Again, upside targets. First one is 495. Second upside target is 497, guys. You can see the Qs trying to break out here. Qs are trying to break out. Let's go, Adobe. Dollars falling. S&P bouncing. Let's see what the Russell's doing. Small cap sentiment. Right now, daily chart rejection at the 20-day, but you are trying to break out of a bull flag pattern on the IWM. Imagine if they ended up trying to take this market back to the positive side. Imagine how much liquidations they just caused today. Imagine they try to push this market green. That could happen. OPEX has some weird shenanigans that unfolds. You know, imagine they take this market green. Just how many people would be trapped in on the bear side? And that's the important to recognize how to trade head and shoulders patterns. Just because a head and shoulders pattern triggers or an inverse head and shoulders pattern breaks out doesn't mean you just go full port short or full port long. There's ways that market makers use the patterns to lure in new liquidity and trap people on both the long and the short side. So it's a very tricky game that we play here in the markets. We're swimming with sharks, right? Sharks that have more data, sharks that have insider. I mean, every single person in this like big hedge fund, whether it's a politician, has insider information. We're trading against people that have always insider information. Always. So, I mean, when you put that into perspective, we're at a disadvantage, right? So you have to just be really, really cautious, risk management, and price obviously leads everything, but there's always insider trading in this market. Always. Dollar continuing to weaken. This makes me confident in the trade. Qs are still just stuck at this neckline. Adobe, though, still trying to push up, guys. Adobe is still trying to push. We are long and we are strong. We are long and we are strong, guys. Currently up about 600, 660 on the position and still squeezing, guys. Still squeezing on the position. Come on, baby. Come on, Qs. Let's get going. Now, if the Qs push up, let's just see if there's a shortable range since we're long right now. Qs are trying to get a little bit of a breakout. Really, the only aggressive short is at this channel around this 435 area, 435. If you're more conservative, though, which I would be more conservative on a day like today, then you want to wait for this high pivot, 436. But QQQ volume is increasing, guys. Adobe coming in a little bit. but it should press higher here. It should press higher. You're just seeing a little bit of profit taking, but Qs are breaking out. Adobe's breaking out. Inverse head and shoulders. Upside target is 497 on Adobe. Just too bad we got shaken out of our Tesla trade. I paper handed that thing. I did paper hand that. I apologize about that one, guys. How did GME end up doing today? Did it make a bullish reversal? Still disgusting. Still disgusting. Nat Gas still seeing some potential sell side pressure. It's trying to bounce here, but it does look like it's going to go lower. Qs are seeing heavy volume. This likely is going to keep pushing. Likely going to keep pushing. Come on, Adobe. It's common sense. Got all out. Got out. I'm still going to hold, but nice little trade. A win's a win, right? Nice trade. I'm still seeing the VIX coming in. I'm seeing the dollar coming in. Qs are obviously coming in here, but I'm still going to hold. I think we've had the breakout. Confirmed it on the 2-minute chart. Odds are we do push to at least to this pivot, 494. You'll have your resistance. And then from there, we'll see if they want to break it out. You will have some resistance at this pivot. So 494. But another win. Mark it up. Mark it up. Mark it up. Neckline. So this is an important area for the Qs to hold. People that aren't long are probably getting long right now. Notice that the inverse head and shoulders on the Qs and Adobe are very similar in nature, but Adobe hasn't back tested yet. It's actually showing a little bit of relative strength at the moment, but the Qs are looking like they're trying to come down again and get a close below. So let's just watch it closely. Qs are looking a little bit vulnerable. We'll see if they lose it. You do have this other trend line where you can use. Some people use the wick. Some people like the body. Some people like multiple pivots. It's just kind of can go both ways, but you really don't want to lose the lower boundary run. Adobe coming in, so nice sell there. When it's common sense, is saying the spread on Adobe is too wide. Yeah, it is. Dixie pushing back up, which is why the Q sold off there briefly. I'm still holding. Nice little drop in AMD. Let's look at AMD. Yeah, couple 2-minute down day, 4 minutes of downside there. AMD is still strong. Look at this bull flag. That thing wants to break out with power. It's really just comes down to if the Qs are going to firm up here, but that's a tight bull flag. You don't, when you see a bull flag like that, that's so tight. I mean, that's shaping up to basically go higher. NVIDIA too. NVIDIA's got pretty much the exact same pattern going on as AMD. Look at that. Tight bull flag along that EMA 113. You can actually see that NVIDIA is potentially trying to put in a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders. Left shoulder head. Your neckline would be here. And if it breaks, there's more upside. All right, so definitely an interesting pattern. Bitcoin's trying to push up. Adobe coming in a little bit. Oil rolling over. I bought some AMD yesterday at 190-ish. Sold a bit premature for profit. Hey, profit's a profit. Profit's a profit. Dixie trying to push for high of day. SMCI still down 1.5. Tesla still slightly negative by 0.31%. Qs are still down 1.2. SPY still down 1.08. UVXY up 6.6. AMD up 3. AMD is actually outperforming the semis, so it's up 3% today. Definitely performing well. MSTR down 0.5%. Bitcoin down 4.4. Some strength in Merit today. Alibaba is currently green. So Alibaba is also green on the session. Google down 1.9. Amazon down 2.35. Oil's flat. Netflix down 0.5%. Netflix is weak because, I mean, Netflix got that upgrade today. It was up over 2%, 2.5%, I think, in the pre-market. And it's faded. It has faded. All right, here comes the big back test on Adobe. Retesting. Notice how the Qs have retested. Now Adobe's doing its first retest of this inverse head and shoulders neckline. So far, little buyers are coming in. Qs are trying to bounce. Come on, Adobe. Hang in there, Adobe. XOM has basically gone negative. XOM negative. Ending the day with a potential topping tail. What's interesting is you have RIG still holding so firmly on the session. Spirit Airlines up 1.5%. Let's look at SAVE. Where's that trading these days? I actually haven't looked at this chart in a while. Oh my God. Wow. Spirit Airlines right back down to these lows. Holy. Very, very interesting. Very interesting. Approaching a bottoming tail. Volume has dried up. I mean, this could get a... Interesting chart. Just want to see the risk to reward. So downside, potentially 7, 3% if you use that as your stop loss. Guys, Adobe's still weakening here. Qs are still holding at that neckline. Adobe holding at the neckline. We don't want to lose that, though. We do not want to lose this little bit of a chart pattern. Qs are pushing back up. Tight stopped out of Adobe, still holding Tesla. I'm still in Adobe, but you're still holding Tesla. Nice job. Let's look at the Tesla chart. Yeah, Tesla's still holding. I think it's good risk management to keep that stop. Come on, Adobe. Come on, guys. You guys all can't pile into Adobe and pump it up for me? Come on. Nat gas catching a small bit. XOM just made a new low. XOM just made a new low. So again, you're starting to see signs of a potential broad market sell-off. Although you have materials and industrials turning green, you've had energy starting to get faded. So when you have oil, if you have oil, actually, oil right now is down 0.1%. If it retests the lows, I think that'll provide an extra boost for the market. You should see the S&P gain a little bit of footing if oil goes back down to the lows. Adobe catching a small minor bid. Qs are still hovering on that neckline. Here comes a little bit of a green shoot on Adobe. Still like the fact that there's heavy volume on the breakout. Come on, Adobe. Heavier volume coming in on the Qs right now. Now 135, guys. 135 on the session. Qs are trying to push up. There goes Tesla, guys. There goes Tesla. That's my paper handing trade of the day. Drop the ball on that one. Qs are pushing Adobe, seeing a red stick. Not what I want to see on Adobe. Come on, Adobe. Qs are pushing. You should be... Oh, come on, Adobe. Why you got to do me dirty like that? Hope this is just a shakeout on Adobe, but they're still holding the neckline and Qs are pushing, so I'm still going to remain long on Adobe. I'm still going to remain long. Qs just got absolutely sold into there, but Tesla remained firm. So anyone long Tesla, nice job. Nice job. Nice job. Tesla's ripping here. Tesla is ripping. Carvana still up 3.5%. Q's heavier volume coming in. MJ up 5.63. So still some strength in the marijuana stocks today. Still some strength in the marijuana stocks. KRE, regional banks, is up 0.5%. So in a weak market, regionals are still showing some strength. That's good to see. Costco today down 0.6. Copper stocks, SCCO up 5.64%. Big move for copper. Big move for copper. Steel stocks also ripping.
In the most respectful way area, I think it's actually probably a really great place to be. Does look like a cool area actually. When I was flying back from LA, I felt like this was a nice area. I think there was 2 cities inside the water.
Yeah, I guess you're right. No, it's not like it's in one of the it's decent.
Tesla should squeeze up to this 162.70 zone. And then if it can get through that trend line, you're probably going to try to retest this pivot, 163, 164. Adobe still just stuck here. Again, this is a market trade at the moment. You know, it's really just floundering in the same range that the Qs is trading in. So it hasn't got that definitive breakout. I think it's waiting for the Qs to see what transpires here. Dixie's still at the highs. So, I mean, Dixie's still just not allowing this market to truly break out. Had that dip. Qs ate that Dixie up. Then it had a big pop back up, made a new high. So, I mean, the dollar's still trying to keep things in check at the moment. Wale, yeah, Wale's down another 1.82%. Keeps getting put under pressure here. Coming up into some major 2022 pivot support. Sitting at 1170, and then you have a massive zone at 1116. So a lot of support here. And again, yeah, it's weakening because of the dividend, right? But getting very oversold here. All right, Adobe's trying to catch a little bit of a bid here along with the Qs. Dixie simultaneously trying to move up. We're still holding long Adobe. Up about 200 right now. 1,000 on the day for Adobe. Qs are pushing, but I want more. I'm looking for this upside target. We've been patient with this trade, and we have broken out of this inverse head and shoulders on Adobe. So I still think the fact that we're holding above the neckline, Qs are trying to press higher here. I still remain bullish on Adobe. Qs are pushing. Here comes the spike in Adobe, guys. This is where we start to make some money. We are long 240 shares. roughly 117,000. Come on, Adobe. Qs are pressing, guys. Qs are pressing. Yeah, I mean, Vale, I think the next ad level is around that 1170. It's just a nice fall in Vale. Getting very discounted. I still like the trade. Extremely discounted here. Heavy volume on the weekly chart coming into Vale. You're going to see that name play catch up to the energy trade. Energy's been strong, Vale's been weak, oil and gas trade. And obviously nat gas hasn't been the strongest. But once that stock starts to firm up, it's probably going to play catch up. You're shaking out that dividend. Last time you had that dividend release, basically Vale ended up falling, gapping down there. It ended up falling roughly about 7% from that dividend, almost 8% from that dividend release. And then once you finally shook out the weak hands, Vale ended up rallying another 10, 11%. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Tom. The rallies are very, very distinct. All right, guys, Adobe's trying to make a push higher here, guys. Again, upside targets 494, 495.30, and 497 is the completed measured move of this inverted head and shoulders. So it seems that the Qs are trying to press higher here. That's going to help Adobe. We are long and strong again off that 488.81 level. Roughly have about 200. Well, I have 240 shares in the trade. Currently up about 500. Currently up about 1,200 on the day. Still looking for more upside, guys. And what's really cool about this chart, if we actually lower the time frame now, you could argue that you even have it yet again another neckline forming on Adobe. You break this one, then you can calculate an even bigger inverse target. So again, this name, if the indices firm up, could really begin to squeeze higher. Volume coming in. Everything's pretty much caught a bid. Google had a massive rally. Wow. The rally in Google was epic. I just wish it filled that gap. Adobe getting some slight rejection. Don't like that candle. Still okay though. There was some heavy volume on that green candle above the EMA 113. I want to see this price still hold above that neckline and now try to hold above this EMA. But the Qs again are doing another little back test. Dixie still trying to push higher here. Look at the Dixie. Right back to the highs. Netflix now down 0.65%. Still have the majority of the sectors red today. Some strength in industrials, energy, and materials. NVDA up 0.9, Microsoft down 2.5, Apple down 1.35, SMCI down 1.3, Tesla slightly green, up 0.18%, AMD's up 3.26%. That's outperforming all the semiconductors. Adobe right now is down 14.1%. Still wielding a market cap of 221 billion, PE 54.4. Nat gas down 4.64%. Alibaba green, so China's holding some strength. Canopy growth up 4.6. Eli Lilly down 0.75. Fisker up 10. Qs are coming in. Another back test here. I don't like this price action. I don't like the fact that we got a little bit of a lower high. I'm still going to hold. Again, OPEX, man, one of the worst days to trade because they make it such a difficult trading day. Stopped out of Tesla, best trade of the day for me. Nice job there. Nice job. Let's take a look at Tesla. Nice job, Tom. Yeah, that was a power move, right into that resistance. Power move right into resistance. Nice job. It's a clean sell. You're probably going to retest now this channel. But it's like, fuck, man. They've given us 2 times to take profits on Adobe, but I don't know. They're still just trying to shake people out, right? Tight ranges in the markets. They aren't giving too big bounces. They aren't giving too big falls. It's just the falls have been grinding lower. It hasn't really been an elevator down type of fall. It's just been grinding lower, and the bounces have been pretty weak. NVIDIA's just been stuck in a range. Apple's been stuck in a range for the last 40 minutes. Google's really the only one that had a really epic bounce. Same thing with Tesla. Google and Tesla were some of the best longs during that rally. They had really big bounces. Meta's still weak. Sold at VWAP. Good job, good job. A win's a win, right? A win is a win. Meta appears to be coming lower, guys. There was some sell-side pressure from Mark Zuckerberg. I think he just offloaded just over $1 billion worth of stock again. So continuing to sell. See some sell-side pressure in Meta. Qs are back testing the neckline again. Again, there's kind of 2 necklines to really hold. Adobe right back to the neckline. So, I mean, notice how so many people have been chasing off of these volume candles here. They buy thinking we're going to break out, and then they rip it down on them. So, I mean, there's just a lot of algorithmic trading going on right now that's chopping people up, which is why we just have to be patient. We just got to be patient. It's tough seeing, you're up 500 down, up 500, then you're break even. Qs are coming in. Dixie's still trying to push higher. Zillow's just getting absolutely slaughtered. Zillow. Look at that gap down. Look at that fall on Zillow. Down 14.78%. Seeing a lot of options flows. 40 puts coming in. 40 puts coming in for Zillow. Here comes the Qs, guys. This is not what we want to see for Adobe. Not really what we want to see for Adobe. That's a huge breakdown on Zillow. This stock, based off of that reversal, is probably going to retest. Wow. This trend line here. So I could see this easily coming back down to about $38, $39. You are seeing a lot of 40 puts coming in. Again, the Dixie's not really letting the indices break out here. Still just chopping at the highs on the Dixie chart. Chopping at the highs. Qs are still trying to hold that neckline. So it's a big, big level here for the Qs. If you fail this pattern, I mean, you're going to make new lows. But if you hold it, like, you still have a decent amount of upside on the Qs that could transpire. But it's just a tight range. You have oil trying to get another bid. Oil staying on the green side today. Nat gas still very, very weak. That Fisker chart keeps getting sold into. So that was a good trade on Fisker that we did today. It was a really good trade on Fisker. Oh, they're trying to take Adobe lower now. Still trying to shake people out off of this breakout pattern. We don't really want to lose the neckline. That's for sure. Hopefully this Dixie selling a little bit can help us. It should in theory. It should in theory. Just doing a mic check. Everyone can hear me still? Yeah. Alright guys, so we're seeing the Qs hold that neckline bouncing pretty nicely. Dollar's still firm at the highs, so I mean, it's not out of the woodwork yet, but indices are reacting well. I am seeing the likes of Apple getting a 10-minute bullish engulfing candle. That's a nice sign. Meta's curling up, holding kind of a double bottom, higher low pattern. Microsoft's curling up. Tesla's super strong, getting above that reversal. We just need Adobe. Adobe, come on. What are you doing? Again, it's just kind of staying at bay right now. I still am long. But it's definitely underperforming at the moment, the Qs. Look at that bounce on the Qs. Adobe just stuck at the neckline. I still think that Adobe's going to get a big green shoot to the upside at some point. It's just we're having to be very patient. You know, this is a game of patience, this trading business, and Adobe's certainly testing our patience today. Adobe is testing our patience today. Look at the Qs, guys. Qs are pushing. Qs are pushing. Tesla ripping, guys. Tesla's absolutely flying here to the high side. Come on, Adobe, push up. Dixie kind of rolling over a little bit. All right, Qs are breaking out of this little pattern here, guys. So upside target is at least 434.80, 434.90 into this channel. But due to how oversold we are, I do think that it can even push higher here. Do think that it can push higher. Let's go to the 3-minute chart and see this little structure. Don't short the Qs here, guys. Do not short the Qs at this upside target. Even at this channel, I mean, I know it's tempting, but I'm not going to short it because it could absolutely blast us through. All right, Adobe's starting to uptick here. Starting. Near-term precipice. Come on, ADB. What do you think about holding some BITI over the weekend? You know, it's always a risk because obviously you can't sell the ETF over the weekend and say Bitcoin pops, you know, then you're stuck in that trade and you open up on a Monday to being down. But, you know, from my opinion, Bitcoin's still struggling in this area. You've had the market trying to reprice based off of higher inflation. You have seen Bitcoin and crypto as a whole react negatively to that PPI and CPI. So odds are I think Bitcoin is probably going to be stuck in a range from 70K down to 65K. I don't expect it to break out and make new highs over the weekend. So I think it's going to be stuck between 65 and 70. You know, right now you're trading below the 7-day moving average. So it's showing a little bit of a potential trend weakening. So I'm comfortable holding it over the weekend. It's just, you know, you have to have proper risk management. So obviously if you have like 50% of your portfolio in it or 60% of your portfolio, that's not really a smart thing to do. But, you know, if it's within a proper risk management for yourself, then I think it's A-okay. I'm holding some over the weekend. So no matter what it does, I'm holding some over the weekend. But I mean, in my portfolio, the BITI trades roughly what now? 6%? Oh, Adobe. What are you doing to us? Look at Adobe, guys. Bearish breakdown. Come on, Adobe. You're diverging from the Qs, really? Come on. Please be a little fake out. All right, could be a little fake out. Still trying to hold that neckline. Come on, Adobe. All right, guys, Qs are pressing higher. Google ripping. Apple ripping. Green stick to the upside. Qs are nicely moving higher here. Tesla's still pushing up above 162.90. NVIDIA's trying to break a bull flag structure. So we could see the markets rip here, guys. We could absolutely see the markets fly to the high side here. No problem, Paul. You're welcome. Of course, this Adobe stock is not cooperating. Hey, Gigi. She says hello, Kristen. I know, she literally startled me. She hopped up on my little shelf here beside me, and she's playing with the weights. She's trying to lift the kettlebell. All right, here comes Adobe. This is what we've been waiting for. Come on, get us some green sticks. Come on, baby. Here we go. It's been lagging, right? Shaking out the weak hands. It's got a lot of catch up to do to play to the upside here. Now we're seeing it rip, guys. Come on, baby. Get going, Adobe. Dixie falling, VIX falling, guys. So Dixie falling, VIX falling. Come on, Adobe. Break out above. There's a green stick. Come on. Volume's coming in. We should press higher here, guys. A little bit of sell side pressure coming in, but wow, they sold that pretty quickly. But that should continue higher. You're seeing the volume coming in. Qs are pushing. Dixie breaking down here, guys. So we should see more upward pressure, guys. We should see more upward pressure. Come on, Adobe. You had the volume there. You spiked all the way up above that EMA. Sellers kept it in check, but come on, come on. It needs to play catch up. We're probably going to see some other sticks like that where it gets a big spike quickly, but it's definitely underperforming, especially since the Qs are well above its previous breakout pivot. You know, Adobe should be trading into this 492 area, so it makes me think we are going to get a quick momentum snap here. Come on, Adobe. Push. Anybody else seeing anything that they like on the long or short side? What's your cost basis on Adobe? You're back in at 488.78. My cost basis is right here, 488.81. This green line. Oh, come on, Adobe. Eric's in a boil long. Yeah, NatGas trying to push up here. Just be careful. It could be forming a little bit of a bear flag. So I mean, it had that huge down candle move, and now it is trying to curl though. We're getting some short-term price action, positive price action. So it's trying to firm up. Thank you. I'm just eating my lunch here, guys, so forgive me if you hear me chewing. We might be muted just in some brief moments. It's common sense that says he was looking at Apple, but didn't get a third green 5-minute candle. Let's take a peek at Apple. Yeah, the positive for Apple, higher low, negative, lower high. So really you're just chopping in a wedge pattern. So it's going to make a big move one way or another. You can see Apple trying to break this trend line, but seeing some resistance. Basically, there's a scenario you can trade back down to the low end. But it is looking like it probably will break out of this little channel. But it's going to have the Qs firm up. You can see Adobe trying to push as the Qs are coming down. Let's see if it can build off of that. Again, it's going to be tough since this is a weak stock in a weak market. It's going to be tough to rally Adobe if the Qs are falling. But I still remain long. I'm still just holding. Yeah, Apple's probably a long here. If it's going to continue higher, this is probably where you enter off the pullback. Right above these previous pivots. Retesting that EMA 113, that's probably your enter zone if you're wanting to go long Apple. But then you really don't want to lose these pivots here. You don't want to lose this pivot zone because then you go back down to the low of the range. NVDA is still appearing to put in a bull flag. You have Bitcoin trying to press higher here. Bitcoin's on watch for potentially triggering a inverted head and shoulders. Let me just see. Yeah, there is an inverted head and shoulders. Potentially on watch for Bitcoin. Hasn't triggered it yet, but it is trying to press higher here. So that may give the likes of, MSTR. Look at that. MSTR is actually breaking its inverse head and shoulders. Remember when we discussed MSTR and that potential check back inverse head and shoulders play? Well, take a look at that. It's playing out perfectly. You got that. Remember when we shorted, you got the pullback. I said watch for that right shoulder. Now you are breaking out, and this could push for new highs. I would short it at maybe at gap fill. I'd continue. I'd be curious for a short trade. So we're going to watch it just to see if it squeezed because it's broken out of its inverse head and shoulders, but Bitcoin hasn't. So it's almost front running the price action. So if Bitcoin fails, this will fail too and come down hard. But as of now, it is front running the price action in crypto. So again, the upside target's around 1844 of this pattern. But it's front running Bitcoin. Bitcoin has not broken out. You can see that MicroStrategy bulls are trying to front run this little inverse head and shoulders pattern. And it really hasn't triggered yet. So there is potentially a short trade arbitrage opportunity on MicroStrategy again. I'm going to watch it closely. Crypto's still weak, right? Interesting to see these stocks still performing when crypto's weak. Is this going to be the breakout for Adobe? I'm still watching it. 10-minute chart on Adobe. And you can even try to draw another inverse head and shoulders from that secondary neckline. That would put you back up to this previous. So we have quite a few upside targets on watch for Adobe if it can get moving. You have a couple inverse head and shoulders. Oh, that's beautiful. A blue jay just landed on my window, literally right in front of me. But anyways, Adobe birds distract me. Yeah, Adobe has two potential inverse head and shoulders targets. The first one, 497. Second one, about 499, 498. But you really need to start pressing higher here. Again, I'm still long off the 488 level. Looking for a short trade on MSTR, but not yet. Oh my god. If I stuck a bird feeder out my window, my cat would love that. You're right. Should be meowing at them. Well, there's these two little chipmunks that every day they run up and down our backyard along our fence, and then like there we have these rocks positioned close to our house, and they love hiding in between the cracks of these big rocks. And what Gigi now knows where they run, how they run. She knows their route. And oh my goodness, she just stalks them all day long. First, she beats me up to the computer. She's literally sitting in front of my computer before I am each morning, and she's just watching the chipmunks. She knows what time they're up. She knows when they're running. She knows how they run. We let her outside for the first time yesterday. She's only about 6 months old, but she's a Bengal cat. And we let her outside, and she was so curious, sniffing right where the chipmunks run. But we have a lot of wildlife. We get turkeys here next to our property. We have no neighbors on the one side, just a big forest. And we get a lot of animals: deer, turkeys, coyotes, foxes, a few eagles, a lot of birds though. You can hear her barking at birds now. Continued weakness in Adobe here, guys. It just doesn't want to seem to stick a bit. Obviously, the Qs have been falling here, so that's why it hasn't really started catching a bid. IWM has been coming in a little bit. Dixie's trying to push up. MSCR still holding because Bitcoin's trying to press for that neckline. So, I think how the trade setup might work out on MSTR is, since we're seeing front-running price action, if Bitcoin presses up to the neckline here, and if we see rejection at this 69K level, I think that MSTR will be a short. So Bitcoin should press up a little bit more, which is going to press MSTR up. But I'm definitely looking for a potential short trade on MSTR. But it's going to have to correlate with Bitcoin getting rejected around that 68.9, 69,000. So we'll see. Still holding long Adobe. We've been patient with this one. It's going to make a big move. It's either going to be up or down, but it's going to make a big move. I mean, it's oversold still seeing accumulation, but definitely going to make a big move. Hopefully it's to the upside. It is positioned well. You still have triggered that inverse. Look at MicroStrategy go. Bitcoin really hasn't even moved up here, and MicroStrategy is just pumping. Interesting, guys. I'm getting tempted to short this. Not yet, though. I'm being patient. I am being patient on MSTR. But if we hit that gap fill, I may execute it. Even in here is tempting because Bitcoin really isn't moving, but MicroStrategy is trying to front run. Apple pressing higher. Microsoft curling down. NVDA trying to consolidate and press higher. Meta curling down. Very weak market session for now. We'll see if the indices can bounce and build some momentum off of these lows. Tesla putting in bullish consolidation. Looks like it wants to move higher. Still just waiting on Adobe. Let's look at Kara. Yeah, a little bit of a bull flag on the 10-minute. Yeah, it could be a cup and handle. I can see that. But it still has a premature cup. It's still building the space. I'd like to see more, but again, it is potentially there for sure. You bounced off of the support pivot, currently holding above it. So you really want to stay above this support zone, really this red bar low. You don't want to lose that red bar low on Kara. If you stay above that, yeah, you could push back to the high end of the range. There's obviously still that gap fill that's left open. And yeah, this could be a nice potential pattern that's unfolding. Rather large base. It hasn't triggered yet, so you want to see a bust through this little resistance trend line, and then you have a really big base to trade against. So yeah, you could see a double in this name, 170. It's a tough trade though. 1 million shares, not the most liquid stock. Still putting in lower highs, so that's runs the risk, right? But there's a potential there. And there's certainly a potential there for some longs. Oh, fucking Adobe, man. This thing is just a grinder all day long. Been sitting in this, using my mental acuity and capital to just sit in this trade when we could have been trading other names. These are the days that frustrate you, right? As a trader, when you get stuck in these names that are showing bullish signs potentially, and then they just reverse lower. You can see MSTR is still squeezing. Again, I'm still interested in shorting MSTR, but waiting patiently, just waiting. We are approaching a first pivot. Gap fills a little bit higher. Really just the one trade on the docket right now. Nat gas still down 4.48% on the session, getting rocked. Oil down 7.16%. Mara moving up. Can we short or puts here? Yeah, I'm getting very tempted there. I'm getting very tempted, Ram. Very tempted. There goes Adobe again, trying to come back down. Fucking weak stock. Weak stock. Let's look at Mara, M-A-R-A. Rams wanting to potentially short it or buy puts. Yeah, wait for gap fill. I think we could wait for gap fill. You know, you're aggressive here, but look what Mara has done today, right? So Mara has been one of the crypto mining stocks that are weak. Bitcoin's been moving up, Mara's been moving down. So look what Mara just did today. You've put in a low, new low, filled that beautiful technical gap, and you're bullishly engulfing the previous bear candle. So with a name like this that's putting in a daily bullish pattern, you're likely probably going to test this gap fill. So I'd be waiting to short it there. Even that's still aggressive. I mean, you're aggressive shorting it here. Could play out, but it's definitely showing some positive momentum. I don't think we're going to see a sell-off on Mara unless Bitcoin starts to roll over. And Bitcoin's just holding steady at the moment. Just a steady eddy. This is just a grinder, and this is what OPEX does to us, right? You keep stocks in a tight range. I mean, just think about what we've been chopping in, right? Look at the range we've been in. You're low, you're high, you're low here. So, I mean, we haven't really made a distinguishing move yet. Obviously, the move has been to the downside, but really haven't made any sort of a trend. It's been just a chop shop. I've been interested in, it's common sense is saying I've been interested in adding some kind of consumer staples for a longer hold. Not sure what people think of Kava. Is it like a better Chipotle alternative? Valuation seems pretty nutty though. Sell H2, yeah, I think they're pretty. I was actually, interesting you brought up Kava. I was actually looking at shorting CMG today, Chipotle. I was looking at it in the pre-market because a little bit of a bearish divergence on the RSI. You're seeing an attempt at a breakout here, which got rejected. You know, you're still inside of this weekly topping tail. Let's look at Kava. I like other staples names. You know, they could play out better, but you know, there's a couple names that I'm long already in the staples sector, and I'm just holding. Adobe trying to make another push here. Same thing with MSTR. But if we look at Kava's chart, Kava losing the short-term moving average, definitely extended. Could it push higher? It absolutely could. You know, not much data behind it to justify this name. But if you're wanting to go long Kava, I would personally wait for a move back down to here. Let's see, Adobe again. Adobe getting a nice pop there. A couple green shoots to the upside. Can we break out? Can we finally break out? Guys, get ready to short MicroStrategy too. I am interested in shorting. You can play Mara if you want. I'm going to stick with MSTR. It's definitely a lot more volatile, so just recognize to lighten up your share size. Lighten up your share size. I think we're going to see the Qs rally and Bitcoin fall. Again, Bitcoin hasn't moved, and MicroStrategy just keeps pumping here. Just keeps pumping. Come on, Adobe. Push higher. Still holding Adobe. Let's look at Celsius. You know, CellH has had a parabolic run. I think it's a little long in the tooth. You had that earnings continuation. I actually like Monster chart better than CellH. Very similar setups, but Monster is actually trying to break out of this huge range here. You can see it's arguably breaking out of this inverse head and shoulders. You can say it actually has triggered it. Neckline. You know, so Monster is looking very poised for further upside. That's a staple name. You know, from this neckline, you could see about a move up to $75. That's one that I do like on the long side. I think that it hasn't had the parabolic run that CellH has had, and it's put in this beautiful basing formation. Nice consolidation really since May of 2023, and now you're trying to break out. So staple name, Monster looks poised, guys. Monster looks poised for some upside. I do think that that's a lucrative trade. I think you could even do a pairs trade, long monster, short sell H. I do think that could play out. QQQ coming in, but Adobe trying to still stick some of its gains here. MicroStrategy still pushing. Bitcoin's still potentially putting in a 5-minute bull flag, but it hasn't broken out, still stuck under 68.4. Stuck under 68.4. This Adobe's a motherfucker. Sorry, guys, but yeah, had monster on your list too. Nice. MSTR still trying to press higher here, guys. Bitcoin's trying to make a tiny move, but it's just still stuck in a range, hasn't made a move. Tesla's still just chopping in a range. Microsoft curling down. NVIDIA now curling down. Tesla curling down. That's why the Qs are under pressure here. Again, you could technically buy this little retrace on the Qs to the neckline, but we really want to see it hold here. If we lose this neckline, we're probably going down to 431, 432 on the QQQ chart. Nat gas, heavy volume coming in Nat gas, more sell side pressure. It appears to be a bear flag breaking. So anyone, just watch out for Nat gas. It does appear it wants to go lower. There's heavy volume coming in here on the 10-minute chart off of a bear flag. Fisker moved up nicely. Wow, big bounce there on Fisker. Still just waiting on this Adobe long. It's like watching paint dry. Dixie trying to move back up. I don't like that Adobe's taking so long to break out of this inverse head and shoulders. I do not like that. It's getting a little long in the tooth. I mean, it's still technically oversold intraday, but if we break this neckline, there's a potential that Adobe can actually hit 484.90 today. But definitely trading with the market. Now you're just forming a little bit of a wedge pattern. Potential head and shoulders on Adobe that we got to watch for here.
Just hanging out.
Scrolling through some of these high volume names, you have Grab, GRAB, trading 116 million shares. Jeez. GRAB, 116 million shares, eh? What the heck? That's so many shares. Holy. What happened to GRAB? I mean, it hasn't even made a big move. It's a lot of shares for such a small range. Was there any news on this GRAB, guys? Anyone can find anything? That's just a lot of volume for such a small move. I would have expected this to either be gapping up or gapping down. But that many shares, you're almost quadruple the amount. You're almost you are going to quadruple the average daily volume on Grab. And look at that tiny move. So something's happening in this stock. I don't know what it is, but something. Let's see that GERN ticker. Qs are still trying to push up here. Adobe still just stuck in a range. This GERN has been a beast all day long. It's holding the majority of its gains, up about 87% today. We look at SOUN. That one's also a monster today. Daily chart still looking to press for new highs, and is probably going to. This one's going to make new highs. MSTR is coming up into that resistance. Bitcoin is now starting to press higher, guys. Bitcoin is starting to press higher a little bit, so you're getting that extra momentum in MicroStrategy. I still haven't taken a short position. I've just been patient on this one. I am getting intrigued, though. I am getting intrigued, but Bitcoin is trying to break out here. Still hasn't triggered the inverse. It's coming up to the neckline as we speak. And it's testing the neckline, so technically it is at resistance. Dollars coming in, guys. The Dixie's coming in. I'm waiting for this gap fill, guys. I'm personally waiting for the gap fill, even though this is a nice potential range. Bitcoin is tapping resistance. No audio right now. Mic check. No audio. Anyone else can hear me? It shows I have audio on my end here, but could be off. Perfect. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Sound went to 9 like you predicted, albeit with a bit of a stall yesterday. Yeah. Yeah, it's a strong stock, right? Adobe's finally catching a little bit of bid. Let's see if we can finally break this range, guys. Let's see if we can finally break the range. Here we go. It should. It's been consolidating in this range since, for the last hour and a half, hour and 10 minutes. It's due for a big move. Come on, Adobe. Just get your fucking ass up there. Sorry, guys. This trade is frustrating me because it's had every reason to push higher here, at least even make a small rally, but it just doesn't want to break out of this range. Heavy volume coming in now, though, so this could be the break. Heavy volume coming in. Oh my goodness, and then just when you think it is, gets clapped. When you see candles no wicks like Grab on the 3 and 5, is this indicative of algo trading? When you see candles without no wicks like Grab on the 3 and 5 minute, is that indicative? I'm not too sure, actually. Let's take a peek at it. Let's try to dissect that. See if there's any correlation. So 3 minute. No, this is just I don't like trading stocks like these because they have, when you see this type of candle formation, it just typically means that there's lighter volume at play. Today there's heavier volume, but I never like when the candles start forming those weird looking candles on the 5 minutes. Could be something to do with the spread. Could be algos. A few different things. All right, guys, I am going to inch into a short on MicroStrategy. I'm not filled yet. I'm not filled yet. Again, this is a high-risk trade because if the Qs start to firm up, it'll naturally apply pressure. I'll let you know when I'm filled. I'm looking for just one more little push-up. One more little push-up on MicroStrategy, but I'm getting very intrigued. Maybe your computer, maybe your phone is on me. I'm not too sure. But we got a sound check from the rest of the group here, and everyone seems to be okay. Adobe trying another attempt here. Finally, guys, finally. Here comes some green sticks. And I have not shorted MSTR because I'm now working this Adobe position. Come on, Adobe. Get up there, get up there. Dixie's falling pretty sharply here, guys, so I'm going to refrain from pulling the trigger on MicroStrategy just right yet because I am seeing the Dixie falling pretty precipitously. I'm waiting. Maybe gap fills a little bit more of the better risk to reward setup. Adobe's trying to break above that EMA 113, getting a bullish crossover of the short-term moving averages. Qs are pushing. All right, guys, I just sorted MSTR. I got filled at 1751.10. Damn, that's a shit fill. That is a shit fill. Come on. I clearly almost hit that at the highs. They didn't want to give it to me, I guess. Anyways, we're in MicroStrategy 1/4 position. This is a high-risk short interest name. High-risk short interest name, 1751.10. I am short Adobe. I'm short MicroStrategy. Next ad level is going to be at this gap fill. Gap fill. Let's just actually raise the chart here. Again, this is a super risky trade, guys. It's a lot of risk in this name because it is a high short interest name. It's diverging from the market. It's a strong stock in a weak market. But Bitcoin's running into some resistance right at the neckline. So I feel that we might take Bitcoin down a little bit, back to about 68, and then try to break Bitcoin out. Typically, you don't see stocks when they run up straight into the neckline to break out right away. I mean, just look at Adobe, how long it's taken out to break this trade. So we are long Adobe, short MSTR. We're up on both trades ever so slightly, but nothing crazy yet on MicroStrategy. Things are still looking to push higher. Bitcoin's still seeing some volume coming in this range. Adobe's still trying to press, guys. Adobe is still trying to press higher, or so is MicroStrategy. Bitcoin hasn't officially broken out yet, still trading at the neckline. But MSTR is catching a bid because of the Qs as well. So not only do we have Bitcoin to worry about, but we have the Qs also on watch. Still holding Adobe. Adobe's trying to break out of this trend line. Can it do it? Can it do it? Come on, Adobe. Press through. Again, next ad level on MSTR is 1674. Keep in mind, this bullish pattern that's triggered on MSTR could push all the way up to 1845, guys. Understand, there's a lot of risk in this trade. It's not an easy short. This one's not an easy short. And you absolutely need to use position management correctly because it's not an easy short. And it's a high short interest name. They could easily squeeze this if Bitcoin gets a pop. They could easily squeeze it on us. Adobe getting rejected at that down sloping trend line. So no technical breakout yet. Volume is coming into MSTR. Bitcoin's trying to get above that little neckline zone. It's trying. This pattern breakdown from Adam Pattern Weekly. I'm not too sure what that means, Shalabas. This pattern breakdown from Adam and Eve pattern in weekly. I don't know what that means. Sorry, man. All right, MSTR is pushing back up. I have not added at gap. The gap fill is in effect there. I'll add at this 1775 zone. 1775 is I'll add to the trade. Qs are pushing. Bitcoin's actually breaking through the neckline. So this is where we run into the risk of being potentially run over because Bitcoin is trying to have a bullish breakout. Bitcoin is trying to have a bullish breakout. Still a lot of resistance at this 69K level for Bitcoin. Still a lot of resistance. 1775, 1795, and then 1815. But Bitcoin's trying to pump here, guys. So again, this is a risky business. Risky business. Qs are breaking out of a range as well. Bitcoin's still pushing. Qs are still pushing. Adobe's still stuck at this resistance. All right, get ready to add to MSTR, guys. Get ready to add to MSTR. Wow, Bitcoin's back above 69K. It's starting to pump, guys. So now we know why MSTR did add at that 1775. My average is now sitting at 1763.44. Bitcoin's still pressing, so this is not what we want to see at that neckline. It is breaking out. Now there's always a scenario where we retrace back to the neckline. Qs are seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Dixie's fallen here over the last 30 minutes. So that's why the indices are liking the fact that the dollar's falling, Bitcoin's pushing. They're giving a really big pump here to Bitcoin, a really big pump. Adobe trying to break higher here. Let's see if Adobe can break this little flag. Come on. Still long Adobe, short MSTR. They are trying to give the markets a little bit of a facelift here. They are trying to push the Qs up. Look at that move on MSTR. Monster. Trading into new all-time highs here, guys. Monster move. A little bit of sell side pressure. Bitcoin still holding firm. Google been pushing higher. You think it can reach 141.75, 50% retrace from Thursday's high to the low of day. Yeah, Google's had a nice bounce, right? Remember, we were looking to go long Google off that gap and it never quite fulfilled. So you're looking for a target of 141.75. That could hit today. Yeah, that could hit. You know, obviously it's going to take the Qs to firm up, but that's a reasonable target. That could definitely hit. You know, wait for a little bit of a bull flag consolidation pattern to occur, but Google's definitely looking like it could firm up a little bit more. I could see that being hit today for sure. Bitcoin's still pushing here, guys. Bitcoin is still pushing. Adobe's still consolidating, trying to get a little bit of a breakout candle here. We're still long Adobe, up about 0.33%. Bitcoin's still ripping, guys. Bitcoin is still pushing. All right, guys, I just exited Adobe. I don't like what I'm seeing here in the queues. It's taking too long. I just exited Adobe there at 490.50, 490.50 for a nice little gain.
Not really game on the fact though right now. This septic video hard.
Probably going to pop Adobe now that we're out. Bitcoin's still very, very strong. Let's look at this Bitcoin chart. Look at that move on Bitcoin. Nice push back up to the high side. It has triggered a breakout of this little inverse. But we should get a retest of that neckline. Dollar's trying to catch a little bit of a bid as we speak. No pullback yet in Bitcoin. No pullback yet in Bitcoin. Still just climbing higher. We're approaching the 20-minute EMA 113. Wow, look at Adobe now go. So now you have Adobe trying to run up here, of course. So they are pumping Bitcoin here. They are pumping Bitcoin again. Next ad level is around the 1795 zone on MSTR. 1795. But we did take profits on Adobe. So far in the day, Adobe made me 1100. Nice little Adobe trade. Bitcoin's hitting some resistance here. GME, see any reason why I should hold into next week? I'm down 30 cents on the trade. Only thing I see, TA. The only thing with that is that I'm holding some calls for next week on GME. Currently down on the trade. It's a tough one. Let's look at GME for you. Sorry, yeah. Yeah, so 20-minute chart looking super bearish, right? Daily chart. Daily chart's trying to put in that higher low. Or sorry, that's the weekly. Daily chart is trying to put in that higher low. But, I mean, you could also be trying to put in a head and shoulders for all we know. Yeah, I mean, the chart was looking better a few days ago when it was trying to get above this previous bear range. Now it's back in that bear range, so the chart's not looking that positive on a technical standpoint. So it's up to you whether or not you want to cut it, hold on to it, but the chart's not looking too bullish anymore. Definitely not looking too bullish. The only positive is the weekly, short-term 3 weekly moving average here is curling up a little bit. That's kind of your only positive sign. All right, guys, I'm about to add to MSTR again. This will be our second entry, our second. All right, they are trying to spike Bitcoin more. It's had a parabolic breakout here. It's had a parabolic breakout. Alright guys, I just added to my MSTR at 1790.52. 1790.52. This is high risk. We are pressing even higher now. Look at the squeeze. They are trying to squeeze us here on MSTR. Bitcoin's still just pumping. No stopping in sight as of now. And then final entry is going to be this 1815 area. 1815. If we just do a little bit of a retrace here from this low to this high, I think we get a move back down to, at the minimum, 1750, but probably even retesting this previous high pivot. But as of now, super strong MSTR, and Bitcoin's still trending here, even breaking above that 20-minute chart resistance. Let's see the 30-minute chart coming up into 30-minute chart resistance. MSTR is still trying to squeeze. What a push on Bitcoin there, guys. What a push. Will we get a pullback? Time will tell. You are hitting some hourly chart resistance on Bitcoin too. Next entry on MSTR is at 1815. Above 1800, 1815. You can see it is trying to push through this zone as well. Still just pushing. Monster move, guys. They are squeezing us. This is why I said it's a high-risk trade. You know, they are trying to pump Bitcoin here. They are pushing Bitcoin. Trading at 70,000 here. Wow. Alright guys, I just added to my MSTR 1808.48. 1808.48. So we are currently down on the trade. My average is sitting at that 1779.74 zone. 1779.74 zone. So retest of those previous highs. But MSTR is in a squeeze mode here with Bitcoin. They are still pumping it. They are still pumping it. Pretty crazy move. Pretty crazy move. Previous wick highs. Again, we're looking for a pullback on MSTR basically into the 1740 zone. 1740 zone. We are down on the trade at the moment with Bitcoin flying up here. Adobe made a move. BTC pullback. We haven't even had a pullback yet. It's still just ripping. MicroStrategy, heavy volume in this range, guys. Heavy volume in this range. Let's see if we can get any sort of a retrace off of this recent run that MicroStrategy just did. I mean, even if you do it from this low of day pivot, let's see, you could even get a retest of, whoops. So about 1749. MSTR still trying to push higher along with Bitcoin. Look at this move in Bitcoin. I mean, just a relentless monster. A relentless beast.
actually kind of like Justin Fields, and I know it looks like they're about to get it now.
New high there on MSTR. Bitcoin's still relentlessly pushing. No stopping in sight as of yet.
Even if they get Caleb Williams, they need to go line.
You're hitting that hourly EMA 113 on Bitcoin. So the hourly EMA 113. I think Bitcoin will retest this previous 69,000 area again. But Qs are looking to push higher here. Not an easy short, MicroStrategy. Not an easy short. Especially with that pop on Bitcoin. Bitcoin did achieve, I believe, its upside target here. Let's just see here. Roughly 4%. Still a little bit more, actually. Roughly all the way up to 71, but doesn't mean it has to get there in a straight shot. There is resistance here. There's definitely resistance here. These pivots, EMA 113. Let's see if this was a real move or if it was just kind of a pump before an OPEX dump. Still have 1 hour left in trading, guys. It is power hour. Yeah, I know. You would think that, right? You would think that. It's common sense. Dollar's still weak at the moment, but hitting some chart support at the moment. Bitcoin's still trying to press higher here. Just watching it closely. Currently down about 1.4% on the trade. Definitely a high-flying mover. You know, Bitcoin's still negative on the session, still down 1.5%, but definitely a solid move to the upside off of that impulse green candle. You can see MSTR's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 consecutive green 10-minute candles into new all-time highs. Again, the high that it actually hit in the pre-market was all the way up here to 1864. And now it's had a massive, massive move back up. They're still trying to press Bitcoin even higher here. Again, hourly chart resistance is that EMA 113. Tesla's curling down, Microsoft seeing some sellers, Meta's curling down, really Bitcoin's still pumping, Apple's seeing a little bit of distribution at this range, MSTR still trying to press higher here along with Bitcoin pressing higher. Qs are just still stuck in this range. We'll see if it can push through on the Qs. Bitcoin's still surging here, guys. Bitcoin is still surging.
Was there a headline on a firm yesterday that I missed? I did not see that. Maybe. I didn't really see much on it. Dude, I think I got some money.
There's nothing there. Again, this is hourly chart resistance on Bitcoin. It should see a pullback. I expect a retest of 69K. That should put MSTR back to about 1750, give or take. But a monster move in the crypto space. Really, really big move. Let's see if we can get a little pullback in MSTR. Bitcoin slowly seeing a little bit of sell side pressure here. MSTR still super, super elevated. Qs are pushing up, Natgas pushing up. Right now, you still have the Qs down 1%, SPY down 0.9. Bitcoin down about 1.38. Adobe still down substantially on the session, 13.6%. Bitcoin's trying to press higher again. Adobe's also pressing higher. Now Jimmy breaking to lows, so going to take my loss. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Sometimes we just have to cut them, right? That's why I cut it early in the morning, because I saw it attempt that bullish breakout, and then it failed. So they say big moves come from failed patterns, and it's clearly just breaking down here. All right, a lot of bullish flow coming into the Qs right now. Qs are trying to push up. Megacap is trying to surge a little bit. Natgas trying to push up, trading at 175. Oil is trading at 80.44. Yeah, this MSTR is a tough short, guys. This one's a tough, tough short. Very tough. But we're going to need to see Bitcoin give up some of its momentum. I mean, then you run into the risk. Even if Bitcoin pulls back, Qs could push, and this could absolutely still run. I mean, MSTR is still a very expensive stock to short. I think they purposely keep, I think Michael Saylor and his team purposely keep it higher price because it's paper handed Adobe, but not even mad. Yeah, I know. I mean, we still made money. Like, I'm up 1,100 on Adobe today. So that's, could I have held it and made more money? A little bit. But you know what? We still traded. I still think that this MSTR is going to provide a good opportunity. A nice little gain. I'm looking for about a $30 profit per share on MSTR. I think that was kind of almost a pump and dump. Bitcoin's still in a downtrend today, despite even the rally that it had. Market's still weak. MSTR kind of front running that arbitrage. I mean, I still don't think MSTR should have made new highs today. You have the crypto market weak, totally. All right, we're now flat on MSTR. Let's see. Flat on MSTR, and I still think Bitcoin retests 69 down here. So flat on MSTR, guys. Flat on MSTR. It's a very expensive stock to short. I'm short with 40 shares at the moment. 40 shares. All right, we're now in the money on MSTR, and Bitcoin still really hasn't pulled back much. So we're in the money on MSTR. Come on, Bitcoin, a little bit more, fall a little bit more. I want to retest at least of 69.4. Come on. Yeah, exactly. Who gets mad making profit? That's the right action. Ooh, NVIDIA had a big hard candle down there, guys. NVIDIA, big 5-minute down candle on NVIDIA. Anybody see that? So that's going to weigh in on things. I think that may also hurt crypto, but Bitcoin's seeing some more buyers. But NVIDIA is seeing some heavy selling here, guys. Take a look at this NVIDIA chart. It is starting to hurt the Qs quite substantially. Look at that down candle. Look at that down candle. Almost a failed breakout here. Double top on NVIDIA, guys. This could be detrimental for the Qs and the semis. Bitcoin trying to make another push higher here. And NVIDIA's coming in. NVIDIA weakness may hinder crypto a little bit. Unless you're seeing the money flowing out of, say, the semis into crypto. That could be too. Meta going for new lows on the session, guys. Meta's going for new lows. Let's see the QQQ chart again. Still at that resistance trend line. Trying to firm up. MicroStrategy pushing right back up. Same thing with Bitcoin. Pushing right back up. Apple's staying near the highs. Meta new lows. Google's curling down. Tesla's bullishly consolidating. Microsoft's coming down. So a lot of weird price action. This is where we get into the scenario, guys, where we're going to have some weird individual stocks moving. This is where you start to get into Max Payne territory, right? Market makers want to drive price to where the people are positioned the least to make more money. They want to steal all that extra premium. They want to make as many options contracts expire worthless. And when there's 5 trillion on the line, you know a lot of that money is going to be losing. Some will be winners, but some will be losers. Bitcoin trying to push back up. XOM's catching a bid. We're seeing Meta making new lows, Google curling down, Microsoft curling down, NVIDIA getting demolished on this 5-minute candle. Apple's sort of just staying firm. MicroStrategy, we are short MSTR. I could still see Bitcoin. I mean, Bitcoin had a stellar breakout there, but definitely needs to cool off here. We're seeing the Qs coming in just a little bit. And yes, 5 whole trillion. 5 whole trillion is expiring today. Bitcoin's still just holding near the highs here at hourly chart resistance. You can see it's tagging this EMA 113. This little orange moving average is the EMA 113. It is sloping down, so the trend is not in favor right now, but if it slowly starts to work through that area, obviously it can push higher. And you can see it is trying. They are trying. Bitcoin trying to press for new highs in this trend. Qs are also trying to push. Yeah, but you know what? I've seen NVIDIA dump and then it's right back up. Like they could have tricked people to pile in on the short side, and then they could rip back up. We just never know, right? We don't know. I'm certainly not a market maker, but it's looking on a technical basis that it's looking like it wants to head a little bit lower, but still putting in a potential bull flag pattern. It just tried breaking out and got rejected. So it doesn't mean the pattern's broken. It just means it needs a little bit more consolidation. But that was a heavy red bar down. You can see the indices are trying to form up. Bitcoin pushing higher here. Not good for our MicroStrategy short. Chris asking, what am I thinking for Monday morning? Hard to sell. We haven't even got the daily closes. I'm going to do a lot of research over the weekend. I have weekly analysis videos to do. So, the nice thing about Friday is we get a large weekly candle to analyze and dissect. But as of now, the indices are weak. They're closing the week negative. You also had on a Friday the VIX spiking. So that's out of character. That's breaking into roughly 85% correlation. So right now, it's a bearish close, but it doesn't mean they can't wave the magic wand and give it a big green candle. You have seen that. And remember, the selling today has just been a grinder all day long. And it leads me to think they're just trying to shake people out of their positions before they facelift it into the close. Typically Fridays, they do close positive. I am seeing the VIX getting faded into quite sharply here. You hit a high all the way at 758, now trading at 717. So a pretty big decline on the VIX. But no doubt, Qs are negative 1%. SPY's negative by 0.93. Small caps are actually outperforming at 0.33%. So the fact that small caps are green today is a little bit of a confidence vote for investors. It's showing that there's still people looking to accumulate those risk assets. But in terms of the weekly candle on the Russell, it's not good, right? Not good. You're closing below, looks to be closing below last week's low candle in the week. So, that's still showing, still a bad week for small caps despite the strength today. Just waiting on MSTR and potentially Bitcoin to fall. Just being ever so patient with this trade. EMA 113 bounce on the 5-minute NVDA. I actually don't even have my EMA on right now. That's a shocker. But yeah, that's a support level for sure. That's definitely a support level. Yeah, there's a lot of support here on NVIDIA. You're just trading at the low end of the range that's formed a bull flag for the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hours. So, NVIDIA is still looking constructive to move higher intraday. But obviously, we're running out of time, right? Dixie's faded from the highs. Still have the 10-year up 0.3, 2-year up 0.5%, 30-year yield negative. Crypto under pressure today, but they have bounced off the lows. But again, it's OPEX, guys. OPEX. Anything can go. They could flush us, they could rip us, or they could just chop us in this range. For all we know, this is the range where max pain is felt. There's people trying to chase the longs, there's people trying to chase the shorts. So they could be trapping people here. For all we know, we don't get any volatility. Typically, we do get in the last 10 minutes some wacky moves, individual names. Stocks that are up typically get sold off. Stocks that are down typically get a rally. But it can go any other way. This is the record options expiring. So a lot of money to be made and a lot of money to be lost. I wish I had a crystal ball to tell you exactly where the Qs are going to be by 4 o'clock, exactly where Bitcoin's going to be, exactly where NVIDIA is going to be, but I don't. No one does. I am seeing a potential bear flag forming on now the intraday short-term 2-minute chart of NVIDIA. So NVIDIA is just consolidating inside that previous hard candle down. Tesla, Apple coming in a little bit harder. Meta is catching a little bit of a bid off of the low of day. Meta is actually below the low made at the beginning of the week on the 11th. So Meta is below the closing low of Monday. So to think that Meta started the week out bearish with a hard gap down off of the Trump announcement, TikTok announcement, and now you're actually seeing Meta close the week below that bearish announcement, it's not a positive sign. Keep in mind, you have seen Zuckerberg offloading just over $1 billion in stock again. So he's been selling, and he's actually had a very, very strong track record of selling at the highs. So Mark Zuckerberg has had an extreme track record of selling stock at really strong pivot highs or near-term tops in its stock. During that whole decline, when Meta was rallying from that, what did it hit? A low of like $80 or $90, like sub 100. He wasn't selling anything. And now that we're into the high 480s, 500 zone, he's been offloading, trimming. And granted, is it proper risk management for him to do so? Yes, it is. It absolutely is. All right, guys, so still just waiting on MicroStrategy to fall here. Bitcoin is coming in a little bit. There is relative strength in MicroStrategy. Notice Bitcoin testing these same low pullbacks, whereas MicroStrategy isn't. So MicroStrategy is definitely showing signs of relative strength at this point in time. We have roughly 40 minutes left in the session, guys. 40 minutes left. NVIDIA dumping, breaking the bear flag, guys. NVIDIA is going lower here, so that's going to hurt the Qs. So they are dropping NVIDIA here into the close as of now. Take a look at that big bearish breakdown on NVIDIA, guys. You're actually potentially losing this bull flag pattern. You are potentially. That's going to hurt crypto. NVIDIA breaking down is definitely not positive for crypto. But again, there's still a lot of time left here. 40 minutes. We'll see what happens. Still just waiting on this MicroStrategy to potentially come in. All right, Bitcoin's now seeing a little bit more weakness. Come on, MSTR. Check back to the 1750 zone. Come on. Check back. So we're almost flat on the position, currently down just a little bit. And you can see NVIDIA is still selling off. What's your take on nat gas for next week? Based off of the close, the daily close today, if we close here, and the weekly close, I'm bearish. I don't hold any shorts. It's too risky for me to short it overnight here, from my point of view. But I'm bearish on nat gas now. My members know we took a break even on that UNG, and that proved to be a really, really solid exit. We took 11% on the first third of the position, and then we executed a break-even stop, applied our risk management strategy, and just took a break-even. And that's proved to be an excellent trade because since we've broken down from that 186 level, it's been nothing but chop and slop. Maybe new lows. Yeah, I do think that there's a scenario new lows are in place for nat gas. There's a lot of support in and around that 160. Like I'm personally going to be looking to accumulate around 167, 160, and then 150. And then if it goes lower than that, I will adjust accordingly. But definitely it's looking rather bearish at this point in time. It's had every chance to actually run up, and it hasn't been able to do so. All right, so they are taking the Qs down here into the close. They are also selling Bitcoin. We're now in the money on MicroStrategy, guys. This one's been a tough trade. It has been a tough trade, but we are seeing MicroStrategy come in a little bit with Bitcoin and NVDA and the Qs. So if we look at the QQQ, this is where we're going to start to see some wild moves, guys. Wild moves. Notice how they ran up Bitcoin. Imagine they just negate this whole up move. Keep in mind, crypto's still negative on the session, right? Crypto's still negative on the session. So I would be hard pressed to see them reverse this whole Bitcoin move, just trapping in a whole bunch of new long liquidity. We're now up on the trade on MSTR again. This is a very expensive stock to short. And it has a super high short interest, and it definitely requires a high margin rate. MSTR in your portfolio, it's unlike shorting other stocks, right? The margin rate requires a 75% capital. So, versus something like Apple is like, what, 0.3, 30%. So definitely much more expensive to short. You can see it's getting gobbled right back up. Gobbled right back up. Huge volume coming in. Daisy May bearish on that gas. Bearish on that gas. Well, you either bullish, bearish, or you're piggish. Bulls make money, bears make money, pigs get slaughtered. Bitcoin's still coming in. Bitcoin's still seeing sellers, guys. It's just like they ran it up, they're seeming to dump it in. So currently we're up about 0.32% on MSTR, and we are seeing Bitcoin coming in more. Come on, dump MSTR. Let's see it dump. It is coming in pretty hot, guys. It's a very peculiar rally. It's getting kind of late in the session here, guys, for shorting the market, but a nice little decline on MSTR. I still want to see it hit 1756, 1750 zone. I still think we have that in the cards. Adobe had a big green stick to the upside. Monster move on Adobe. All right, guys, I just covered my MSTR there at the lows, 1771. I'm out of MSTR for now. I am out of MSTR for now. Small gain, but just wanted to peel back the profits. I'm actually going into the market predominantly heavier in cash. I am going into the trading session predominantly heavier in cash. Wow, look at that move on Adobe. We waited all day, and they finally gave it in the last minute. That would have been a monster trade. Anyone still in it, nice job. We ended up making money, but look at that move on Adobe. Wow, what a move. What a monster move, guys. We'll just keep Bitcoin on watch. I'm curious to see how they close these crypto coins today. You saw that big run up, seeing a little bit of profit taking. At this point, Qs are catching a nice bid, so is NVIDIA. You're still holding RAM? Beautiful job. Beautiful job. Look at it squeeze. Adobe is squeezing higher. Qs are pushing higher. So we're into the final 35 minutes of OPEX here, guys. And right now, semis have weakened. NVIDIA SPY is still down on the session. Sorry, NVIDIA is not down, but SPY and Qs are down. NVIDIA has faded from the highs. Nat gas still getting clobbered today on the session. Dixie's under a little bit of pressure at the moment. All right, so we are seeing the Qs getting a nice facelift. Bitcoin got that facelift, but it's starting to see some more sell side pressure. GCT is a ticker for a future but low volumes. GCT, I think I've traded that before. GCT. Let's look at GCT again. We have final 37 minutes left. Oh yeah, GigaCloud Technology. That's the. Yeah, this one's gonna break out, guys. This one's looking strong. Wow, this one's actually gonna make a move up. We have some minor resistance here, but this one looks like it's probably gonna press for about $60 GCT. You know, your previous all-time high is sitting at 61 bucks. So yeah, it's looking like this one's gonna push higher. That one's probably gonna rip. Personally, I'm making entry on that gas at a flush around 155. Yep, that's a reasonable entry. I could see that for sure. All right, big ramp up in the Qs coming into play, guys. Big ramp up in the Qs. They are trying to shake out a lot of the shorts into the final minutes here. We'll see if it can hold. All right, they're peeling NVDA away, appearing to set up another potential bear flag lower. Apple's ripping, Microsoft ripping, Google coming in. Bitcoin's still trying to push higher. Huge reversal there on the Qs, guys. This is the crazy volatility that we're getting on OPEX. Big time volatility is coming into the markets. You're seeing candles making moves every which way. This is the moves. Big moves. Often on this volatility, you want to just go onto a larger term time frame because these small moves are insane. Bitcoin's trying to press higher along with MicroStrategy. Again, we are out of the day trade for a nice little gain. Alright guys, so they are pumping, Apple into the close Microsoft, but they're dragging the Qs down. So the weakness is coming into the semis, NVIDIA. NVIDIA is really getting hit here into the close again. We have 27 minutes until OPEX, so expect the unexpected. Right now they're dumping NVIDIA. They could easily give it a huge facelift into the close. Remember, it's been strong all day, and now they're trying to take it in. Remember how I said they often pump weak stocks, hit strong stocks? NVIDIA's been strong, they're now hitting it. Apple was weak for primarily a large portion of the day, they're pumping it. Microsoft's been weak for a portion of the day, they're pumping it. Alright guys, look at this fall on NVIDIA. It almost makes me want to just scoop up a couple longs. Here's a lotto play into the close because I feel like they're going to give it a facelift. But they are trying to take NVIDIA lower. Let's see the daily chart. Really no support here. You know, again, potentially a large head and shoulders forming. You haven't triggered on NVIDIA, whereas opposed to the other semis have. So it's very interesting. Very, very interesting. All right, we'll just keep our eye on the Qs though, because the Qs are just in this range. It seems like look at this range that we've been stuck in, right? Pretty much for the majority of the day, we haven't been able to break that range. So NVIDIA needs some milk. It needs some regular milk and it needs some chocolate milk. And then it needs some Oreos to help. AMD ate a hearty breakfast. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. Up 3%. AMD is looking hearty. Looking hearty. So it's been a nice profitable session for us, guys. Adobe was our big one. I personally made 1,100 on Adobe. Nice little long on Boeing. Fisker, nice $500 on Fisker. MongoDB, I made about 132 there. MicroStrategy about 650. Tesla about 500. XOM break even. So net today, my trading account is up about 2,600 US. So it's a nice trading session for sure. Good way to end the week. End the week on the edge? What? Full port NVIDIA? Is that what you want me to do? Put my whole portfolio in NVIDIA right here? No risk management? Should I try it? Alright guys, we'll do a lotto play here on the Qs. Let's do a lotto play. Let's do a... Alright, we'll take a gamble. I'm going to do a 436 call on the Qs. 0 DTE, 436 call on the Qs, guys. 0 DTE, 436 call on the Qs. This is a lotto play. Pure gamble. 436 lotto trade on the Qs, guys.
NVIDIA dropping hard.
NVIDIA's still dropping, guys. NVIDIA's still dropping. Dane Evans says been trying to catch a down move on NVIDIA all day, and of course when he leaves it happens. Yeah, so I just took a 436 call, 0 DTE on the Qs. Down on the trade a little bit here. Definitely down on the trade.
I'm in tomorrow's final.
Jesus, and they're really taking, look at MicroStrategy fall now, guys. Look at Bitcoin. So basically, we're absolutely losing on this call play at the moment. Have a great weekend. Thank you, Bart. Thank you. If for some reason we get to 436 on these calls, you know, these things are very cheap right now, but would roughly be about an 856% gain. But right now we're getting crapped on. Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Eric. Huge profit. Good job, Ram. Huge profits on Adobe calls by Ram. Yep, Adobe had that massive, massive spike. I mean, we're talking huge spike to the upside, fulfilling a couple upside targets there. So wonderful, wonderful job if you caught that trade. That's a thing of beauty. That's a thing of beauty. Look at them sell Bitcoin, guys, into the close here. A little bit of a fake pump and dump rally, so to speak. Bit of a fake pump and dump. SMCI closing below 1100, below 1100. FSR pumping into the close. What a move on FSR. Now up about 15.95%. So that one's looking like a squeezer. Bitcoin's still falling here, guys. Bitcoin's still falling. Bitcoin, they're just absolutely selling. Seemed like a little bit of a fake pump. Apple at the highs. Microsoft still negative on session, but trading off of the lows, severely off of the lows. Chris says MSOS closing very strong. Let's take a look at MSOS. Whoops. Yeah, look at that. Nice breakout high of the days. That's a nice relative strength. Look at that, eh? That's beautiful to see. Nice find there, Chris. You've been on that all day, Chris. You've been on that all day, so give yourself a round of applause. That's been a nice trend day. Even Canopy Growth actually had a beautiful stellar, up 10% on the session. I remember watching that intraday bull flag pattern and never took it, but wow. You know, our members are long Canopy Growth, so that's okay with me, up 10%. But look at that flag pattern that we watched and then it just took off. So Chris was on this all day, MSOS. He was definitely calling it out all day. Let's look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA trying to catch a little bit of a bid here into the close. They're actually selling Tesla. They are selling Tesla here. About 18 minutes left. Still writing a lotto play, QQQ 436 0 DTE calls. QQQ 436 0 DTE calls. And what's interesting about Canopy Growth and marijuana stocks is it's ending the week with a nice weekly bottoming tail. That's pretty strong. They are taking the cues lower here, guys. Apple's now coming in. Adobe coming in pretty sharply now. So nice exit there, Ram. Nice exit. So they are trying to pump up NVIDIA into the close here just a little bit. I'm also seeing the strength continuing in the MSOS, Canopy Growth, marijuana stocks. So those are probably going to be on watch for a catalyst tomorrow. The strong weekly reversal on Canopy Growth, putting in a weekly bottoming tail, and the strength in MSOS could be telling us that maybe next week we hear some sort of either the Republicans or Democrats announce something to do with marijuana, maybe some marijuana legislation, maybe some chatter around legalization or something. But the strength in marijuana showing that we're seeing a potential reversal and breakout. There could be a great momentum trade next week. So definitely keep them on watch. Keep them on watch. I still think that the sell side pressure in crypto over the last couple of days is going to yield more downside in Bitcoin. I do think that we could even see Bitcoin crash over the weekend, or not crash, but have a big sell-off over the weekend. What I've observed today is even though Bitcoin's been weak, you've had a bid up in coin, you've had a bid up in Mara, you've had bid up in MicroStrategy. So market makers are pushing those crypto-related stocks positive in a weak market. It's creating a lot of false sense of security in my point of view, and that could be an area where they absolutely just snag that liquidity. They've piled people into MSTR, making new highs today. They've gave coin a nice facelift today, a big rally, and these rallies are all happening in a weak market. So it's going to be interesting to see how Bitcoin and the likes of these companies, and the likes of other crypto coins close over the weekend. But I think that they're still due for a fairly decent size correction, at least in the crypto market, and some of these coins like Coinbase, and MicroStrategy. And we are seeing weakness still creeping into the semiconductors. You have Apple down 0.8, Qs are down 1.1, SPY down 1. Small caps are positive. Small caps are positive. VIX is also green on this Friday. So very, very interesting price action. A lot of things diverging from what typically happens. And you can see that Bitcoin sell-off or that Bitcoin rally, we were so suspect of it. Look at that big pump, and you're basically dumping all of what you gained. Now you are coming up into the neckline, so you could just be doing a simple retrace, but definitely not positive to see that much selling still occurring in Bitcoin after that huge breakout there. So I'm still suspect of that little crypto pop. Bitcoin's still negative on the session. NVIDIA's still here. We will see. We roughly have 11 minutes left in the trading session. Can you take a look at CAT for potential swing shorts? So Caterpillar. Let's look at Caterpillar. Tough name to short. It's a strong stock. I've shorted this a few times in my career, and it's never easy. It's never an easy trade, guys. So I'll take a look at it. First things first. Notice right away, this is just a simple trend line. We're above that trend line. So that's one area of support now. Since we're above it, it's support. Secondly, you draw your next trend line. You can see you're even getting a nice daily close above that. So that's a nice move for Caterpillar, right? The chart isn't really that extended on the daily. It still has a little bit more room to run. Wow, look at this. Look at this crazy price action. Look at MSTR, guys. Look at the Qs. Wow, what a pump there on MSTR. Are they pumping Bitcoin? No, they're not even pumping Bitcoin. They're dropping the Qs. They're pumping some individual names, but they're really dropping the Qs there. Dropping NVIDIA. But yeah, Caterpillar's trying to be breaking out here. It did make new highs today. Very tough short. Very tough short. A little extended on the weekly, but very tough. You know, this one could probably push up to about 360, 365. I could see that. All right, QQQ puts. That's going against us. They're not going to facelift. I mean, they could. I've seen some weird price action. You're welcome. You're welcome, Brina. Let's just look at NVIDIA here because they're actually taking NVIDIA down quite sharply into the close. They're pumping Tesla up, but they're taking Meta, Google, Amazon down into the close. NVIDIA is going for a big support level here. Wow. What a close on NVIDIA there. What a dump on NVIDIA. What a flusher on the Qs, guys. What a flusher. Well, you know, it seems like they're just going to keep taking this market down at this point. NVIDIA going lower. Bitcoin trying to bounce just a tad. But what a sell-off on NVIDIA, guys. What a sell-off. It's a fight here, though. You're going to see more liquidity come in. There's still 8 minutes, a lot of time to hit that buy button, slap that short button. There's still a lot of time here, but they are taking semis down into the close. You can still see some individual stocks here make really odd moves. You know, Tesla's holding up despite the Qs selling. Apple holding up despite the Qs selling. It's really Google, Meta, Amazon, and NVIDIA getting whacked and walloped right now. Nat gas getting a little bit of a pump. Bitcoin's still losing 69K. It's retesting the neckline now. Buyers coming in on GME. Are they really? Yeah, look at that, eh? Very crazy. Very peculiar price action in GME. Definitely is. Qs are still a little bit weaker. NVIDIA is still trying to bounce here. They've taken ARM down. They've taken SMCI down. They're taking AMD down a little bit, but they've really dropped SMCI, AVGO, and NVDA. They really hit the semis late in the session there, giving crypto a tiny little bit of a bounce here in MicroStrategy, but really hitting crypto across the board. But what volatility here. Qs are going lower still, guys. Qs are going lower. SMC or MSTR getting a nice little push, despite Bitcoin really not going anywhere. NVIDIA getting a small minor bounce, but still weak. You can see how heavy the Qs are here. SMCI was primed for 5% drop. Yep, you did say that. Look at MSTR, guys. What a push. Closing it into a new all-time high at the moment. So that one may try to gap up on Monday, and then we could see an intraday reversal. But MSTR, what a divergence from the crypto space. Again, I still think that they're pumping all these MSTR, Coinbase, and they're up today, and imagine they start dumping Bitcoin and crypto on the weekend. A large lion's share of the moves, the upside moves in crypto, have actually come when the market's closed. So it forces people to chase the ETFs when the market opens. It's very highly manipulated in a way. I mean, that's just how the market works, but definitely highly manipulated when you have the lion's share of the moves happening before the market opens. Then you get the real volume and liquidity to come in to try to chase, and that's when people get vulnerable. But you can see they tried bouncing the Qs there. NVIDIA is still flat. Amazon's really selling off into the close. Meta, Google, Apple, huge volume and huge bounce on Apple, but just weakness across Amazon and NVIDIA, and it's enough to weigh the Qs down. You can see how Microsoft's holding steady, Apple's rallying, Google's rallying, and still the Qs can't get that buying pressure to help it firm up. That just shows you how concentrated we are in the semis. Four minutes left. All right, this is where believe it or not, this is where the most volume starts to come in and the most amount of liquidity. So what we've seen here with crazy manipulations in individual names and stocks and insane wild moves, this is where we're going to really start to see it, the volume come in. So these final 3 minutes are going to actually make or break some stocks. You can see the Qs are down right now, going into the final 3 minutes, 1.23% on the session. Are we going lower or are we going higher? Dollar's trying to catch a bid. VIX is still green, up 3.5%. Marijuana stock still holding firm. Bitcoin getting sold into even more now. Bitcoin's trading back under 69K, still down 3.97%, but you have MSTR up almost 6-7% here, trading at all-time highs. Very weird divergence. And Amazon's still going lower, guys. Microsoft's seeing some selling now. Final 2 minutes of trading in the action. QQQ calls for next week at what price? I don't like them yet, Ram. I have to see next week. I got to look at a lot of data here. I got to digest some weekly charts, analyze a few things. But I still think the Qs can go lower. Remember, we've opened up that hourly head and shoulders. and that takes you to about 428. So I think that we will get a chance to buy calls, but let's just be a little bit patient. I think we could see a gap down on Monday. Based off of what I'm seeing so far, I think we could see a gap down on Monday. Now, if we gap down on Monday, I will be looking to nibble on some longs. I will be going heavy on some day trades, but there could be a potential we gap down on Monday. Just what I'm seeing. Again, we've opened a bearish gap. We're near the end of the week. The week is closing off so far in the last minute a negative footing. You have the VIX closing strong on a Friday. So far this week, the VIX, it's still putting in potential signs of heavy accumulation here, and semis are not closed the week strong. The likes of SMCI getting taken to the woodshed. NVDA had a negative reversal. It looked to be putting in a bull flag all day long, roping in investors and liquidity, and then all of a sudden, boom, they just take it down. So I don't like when stocks make bullish consolidation patterns for literally the whole day. And then even one of the guys was saying he was watching NVIDIA all day, looking to get a short. And then he leaves, and then it finally drops in like the last 20 minutes here. So it's, whenever you see that bullish pattern develop and it fails, you just better be on watch. Something big could happen. They're pumping Apple into the close, guys. Apple's getting a huge rip. Almost going to go positive here on Apple, guys. Apple's almost going to go positive. That sets up for a nice potential bullish trade. All right, that's it for the close, guys. That's it for the close. Overall, fantastic session for us. Congratulations on the traders that were able to take the trades with us. Members, we executed yet again another pretty efficient day trade plan today and yesterday and pretty much throughout the week. So nice job. Thank you all for tuning in. Stay tuned for some free analysis and research over the weekend. Members, obviously stay tuned for the weekly review as well as the daily analysis videos. On that note, I just want to say thank you to everybody for tuning in. Please hit that big like button if you haven't done so. And it's been a pleasure making money with you all. It's been a fantastic weekend, and it's been a fantastic day. I hope everyone has a wonderful weekend. Get some downtime from the screens, and we will be ready for Monday's action. Can't wait, guys. Can't wait. Ram, Michael, Brinja, Tom, Chris, Eric, Briston, Bart, Dane, all of you, all of the above, thank you for tuning in, and we'll see you on the charts a little bit later. Again, members, I probably won't have the video out today. I'll look to do it either Saturday. I may even do a members live stream on Sunday where we can request some individual charts and go over a few things together and discuss things, but I'll definitely have the members daily analysis video before Sunday, before Sunday or before the market opens. So stay tuned. There's going to be lots to digest. Take care, everybody, and we'll see you on the charts a little later.